Welcome to World's Toughest Mudder 2022.
My name is Will Hicks, and I am here with Fran Carando. We are so excited to bring you 24 plus hours of live streaming coverage. And how excited are you?
I am super excited. So I probably shouldn't admit this, but it's going to be talked about. This is my first Tough Mudder event. This is definitely my first World's Toughest Mudder. I'm so excited. It's such an atmosphere here. The pit is incredible. Everyone preparing, and the course, we're going to talk about it a lot. It's amazing.
So we spent yesterday going over the course. We did it's called the hot lap. We got to go on almost all the obstacles. We did the full 5-mile course. So we're excited to bring you all that today. The participants are in the start chute. They're getting their briefing, their safety briefing. They're talking with Sean Corvelle, and we're going to bring you all of that live as it happens.
So, of course, you said we're going live for over 24 hours. This race is known as a 24-hour race, but it is longer than that, isn't it?
So the race starts at noon local time. So, and it goes 24 hours from then. But when you'll have an extra hour and a half to finish your last lap. So at noon, when the participants go out, they'll know I have 24 plus hours in front of me. Let me tell you what you can expect from the coverage and how you can follow along the race best. We are, from the OCR report, partnering with Tough Mudder to bring you the coverage. We're very excited. It's our first year to do it, and it's just an honor and a privilege. We're talking right before the race begins at 12 o'clock. Each hour on the hour, we're going live back to the desk. We're going to talk about race results. We're going to talk about standings. We're going to talk about any news on the course. As over the first 6 to 7 hours, as the obstacles open on a rolling basis, we'll let you know these are the new obstacles that are open. These are what the participants are going to be going through and what they can expect when they go through Chill Pickle or they go through Just Shoot Me. We're going to talk about each obstacle and let you at home kind of follow along with the participants.
And we did have the pleasure yesterday of doing the hot lap. So we got to experience the obstacles. We kind of know what the athletes are going to be going through this much. You, of course, have run World's Toughest a fair amount, so you've got a good idea of what's happening.
World's Toughest Mudder is my favorite event in OCR. I was talking to some of the team this morning. It wasn't my first race when I got into the sport, but it's the race that got me into the sport. Without World's Toughest Mudder, I probably would have fizzled out in the OCR scene years ago. So I'm very excited. Last year, it was a big goal for me to hit 50 miles at World's Toughest Mudder. It's going to be a big goal for all of these participants. And so we're going to talk about that, what they're going through. The middle of the night at World's Toughest Mudder is a unique suck. It's a terrible experience, but it's also great at the exact same time.
Now, if you do want to get in touch with us, you can leave us comments on YouTube. We can catch up on results of athletes that are out here or family members. And anyone who's out running, stop by and say hi around when we're live. So we're here to keep you up to date and entertained over the next 25 or so hours.
And we know no one is tuning into this to watch Fran and I. We're just bringing you the coverage. So as the athletes come through, when they start the course, the focus is on the athletes, focus is on the obstacles, and we're going to focus on that for the whole duration of the race. So just so you know, or you can even pass along to your athletes that are running out here, we are stationed just past the finish line. As each racer finishes their lap, we are the immediate left. They're going to pass us first thing they see after they cross the finish line. So we're going to see every single racer, every single lap. We're very excited about it.
So we can see here we have cameras live at the start line. They've got about 25 minutes until they go. In your experience, what are the kind of feelings that are happening right now?
So this is the part of the race where you have I don't want to say anxiety, but it's a nervousness. You know what's going to happen. And even if you haven't raced the race before, you know I have 24 hours in front of me on a hard course. When I signed up for my first World's Toughest Mudder, I thought, oh, it's a long, tough mudder. I can do that. And it is. It's a long, tough mudder. But it's also a very hard, tough mudder. The obstacle difficulty is ratcheted up. It is much more difficult than the regular Sunday afternoon tough mudder you might do at your local venue. So the guys, the girls, they know what they're in for. They've seen a course preview. Some of them have been on course looking at the obstacles. There is a nervousness. There's an excitement, like it's in the air. I just spent about a half an hour walking up and down the pit area, talking to athletes, wishing them good luck, and it's palpable. You can feel it. If you've never done World's Toughest Mudder, I do truly believe it's the single greatest event in OCR. So now we're looking at the elite athletes. We are getting ready to go on the start line. You'll see the black bibs in the front. Those are the athletes who have qualified as elite contenders. The orange bibs are contenders. They qualify for prize money and for they have a unique set of requirements on the race, the contenders and the elite contenders. So there's essentially two categories of racers. There's the open racers, who you'll see in the white bibs, and there's the contenders, who are in orange or black. And the black are elite contenders. The only real difference between the black and the orange bibs, the black bibs, they get to go to the front of the line at the start chute, and they also get, they got a little bit preferential pit treatment. They'll be a little bit closer. Not much, because there's not a lot of elite contenders, but they had a first shot at pit spots.
So, talking about the elite contenders, shall we have a quick chat who we're expecting to perform well this weekend?
So there are a lot of big names that are here. There's a few that are. Ryan Atkins and Amelia Boone are two names that well known in the community. They both won the race multiple times. We won't see them this weekend, but we will see past winners of the race. Chris Mendoza is here. Stephanie Bishop is here. Austin Azar, not a winner of a race, but a 100-mile orange jacket winner is here. Christian Brown Johnson is here. He's run 100 miles last year. He got his orange jacket. There are so many big names. We'll start to see them as they come through, but it's going to be fun to watch the race. Now, we're not just going to focus on the elite side of the race. World's Toughest Mudder is so much more than just the elite. It is a race, absolutely. Every single runner out there has a timing chip. They're being tracked. We'll know every 5 miles they complete. But it's also about the community. I am not an elite athlete. I've never been. I never pretend to be. But it's every guy out there who's just like me, just a regular guy who wants to challenge himself, is going to have a place on that course. You'll see the athletes. You'll see the runners. There are guys and girls that look like you and me. There are guys out there who are nothing but muscle, I promise. But there's a lot of regular folks out there. So even if you're looking at the race and you're like, yeah, I could never do that, that's crazy. It is. It is crazy. Our human body was not designed to run for 24 hours. I'm an old man. I'm 43 years old. I can't even stay awake for 24 hours most nights. So to run for 24 hours, that's crazy. Absolutely. It is crazy. But for one day or one weekend a year to test yourself and come out here and see, hey, can I make it 24 hours? Hey, can I make it 50 miles or 60 miles, even 25 miles? Staying out there on course for 24 hours is a huge win.
Yeah. I mean, I was thinking earlier, we did the hot lap yesterday at 2 p.m. That wasn't even 24 hours ago. And we've done that, we've driven around, we've had dinner, slept, got up, been here a few hours. So when you think about it in that way, 24 hours is a really, really long time. Now, in true, what I understand, World's Mudder spirits, the weather has turned. Yesterday was baking hot. It's cloudy and a little bit drizzly now. So it's going to be an even longer 24 24 hours. And you're right, I can already tell by setting foot here, it's not just about the elite contenders, it's about everyone. The atmosphere in the pits is incredible. The pit crew, the people who help out, amazing. I went out yesterday and I met the Orphan Village, which it is an absolutely amazing concept, and I'm sure we'll get out there and show everyone at some point throughout the coverage. Regarding the elites, I personally am really excited to see the battle between Chris Radowski and Katie Knight. There's a lot of chatter around that, and for Chris, this is her first 24-hour OCR. I think she said in 4 years, but she has a lot of endurance strength. So there's going to be some incredible battles for the elites, but also some incredible personal battles out there for everyone. Something else that struck me that's undeniable about Tough Mudder is the community and the camaraderie. How everyone helps each other and how it's really a required part of completing this course. And it is so different to any other competition. It is absolutely beautiful.
The community and the camaraderie. I've always said the second best thing about World's Toughest Mudder is the community. The first best is the sweet, sweet bibs. But you cannot finish the course. You can't complete the 5 miles without help from the community. There will be people who start the course. Everyone starts at noon. Everyone's starting together. There will be people that start the course and they get to Everest and they will stop at Everest and they will be helping people the entire 24 hours. They'll finish their race at 11 a.m. the second day, and they'll come in and they'll be an official World's Toughest Mudder finisher with 5 miles because they spent 23 hours helping people to the top of Everest.
That's incredible.
There's another obstacle called Mudderhorn. It's been called Mudderhorn. This year it's called Just Shoot Me. It has a giant slide. We're going to talk about the obstacles in a minute. But you can't start that obstacle without help from the community. There'll be guys standing there 23 hours helping you to get started. They'll have their back against the obstacle. They'll say, okay, it's a 3-step process. Step 1, put your leg here on my leg. Step 2, put your foot on my shoulder. Step 3, step up, and I will boost you up. And they will do that over and over again. We'll see these guys on Monday at the brunch, the post-race brunch. And their upper body, their shoulders will look like hamburger. They literally sacrifice their bodies so that everyone else can have a successful race.
So when you told me about this, that there were people that would go out and spend 24 hours on course, we had a quick chat about logistics and rules. Shall we quickly go over how the course has to be run in order to complete? So everyone has to set off at 12 o'clock together. And you are considered a finisher if you finish after 8 a.m. So you can do one lap or God knows how many ever you can fit in, but you have to finish after 8 a.m. So if you only want to do 5 miles, you have to stay out on that course that whole time, which to me sounds a lot harder.
That's right. So 12 o'clock noon, we're about 15 minutes local time from the start line. Everyone starts. Everyone begins the race at noon. The race continues all night long until beginning at 8 a.m. the next day on Sunday. As long as you finish a lap after 8 a.m., you are an official finisher. So whether you're right, those guys that are out there helping all night, they could, as long as they finish that lap after 8 a.m., they'll get their medal, they'll get their headband, and they're an official finisher. What some people will do is they'll do one lap, they'll hang out in the pit. It's kind of a party, people having fun, celebrating, fitness and OCR and supporting other racers, and then they'll go out for one finisher lap tomorrow morning. Maybe they take a little nap. People always ask me, 24 hours, do you sleep in the middle? Well, yeah, you can. But you're not going to get 50 miles. You're not going to compete at a high level if you're taking a nap. But that's fine. Some people have different goals coming out to the race.
That's not what it is for everyone. Yeah.
So after 8 a.m., you are an official finisher. Anyone who finishes a lap after 8 counts in the record. You're a finisher. The start line closes at 12 p.m. the second day on Sunday. So as long as you're on the course before noon on Sunday, you have a chance to do one more lap. The finish line closes at 1:30 on Sunday. So you have essentially an hour and a half to finish your last lap. If you do not cross the finish line before 1:30, that last lap will not count.
So you
You'll
don't
either
get
get
any miles for that lap.
You'll get 5 miles or you'll get 0 miles for that last lap. Now, all your previous miles will count. It's just that last
lap.
that last lap.
So the first lap as well is not the same as the rest, is it? It's something different.
No, that's great. The first lap is, we call it the sprint lap, and that's not technically true. You don't have to sprint. You can go as fast or as slow as you want, but all of the obstacles are closed for that first hour. So it's there's a strategy to it. Some people want to sprint. They want to get past as many obstacles as possible because then they don't have to do them later. That's like a free lap. I get 5 miles with no obstacles. Some people can do 2 laps-ish in that first hour. Now, the obstacles begin to open at 1 p.m., and we'll talk about times and what obstacles open when, but they'll have that first lap or that first hour to get as far as they can without doing any obstacles. I mentioned the strategy. Let me talk about that. You have two kind of schools of thought. One is, I want to get as far as possible while there are no obstacles open. And that's a good strategy. You see Mark get it there in the front. He is going to be a contender for the podium. Austin Azar also in the boonie hat. He'll be a contender. Chris Rogloski, you mentioned, with the ponytails to the right, another contender. Tyler Veerman in the middle. We're scrolling over. He'll be a contender as well. These are really the cream of the crop, the elites that we're going to be watching all night long. But the other thought with the strategy for the sprint lap is, you know what? I don't want to burn myself out. If I am running faster than my comfortable pace, I'm only going to get past one obstacle, maybe 1 or 2 obstacles, maybe that I wouldn't have gotten past before. So I have a podcast called World Stuff Podcast, and we talk about World Stuff Mutter all year long. And I have come to the conclusion, as far as me, for my fitness level and strategy, I just run at a comfortable pace. It's not worth it to me to burn out that first lap to get past 1 or 2 more obstacles. So, and you're here for the obstacles anyway. They're fun.
So for the ones who want to run and take that sprint lap really fast, there is a special bib for that as well, isn't it? Because collecting the bibs is quite a big part of WTA.
That's right. There are several bibs the athletes can earn, and one of them, the first one, they have a chance to earn. And only 2 people can get it. The one fastest man and the fastest woman. It's called the sprint bib. It's a green bib, and it looks pretty cool. So whoever finishes lap the fastest man and the fastest woman will earn the sprint bib. Amelia Boone, she's won World Stuff Mutter 3 times. She's got every accolade in obstacle course racing. She's a Spartan race world champion. A couple years ago, she said, you know what? The only bib I don't have is that green bib. So she came out and she's like, I'm going to win the sprint lap. And she did. And she didn't win the race that year, but she won the bib. That's actually something to watch for as far as the elite coverage. Only one time in the history of World Stuff Mutter has someone won the sprint lap and then won World Stuff Mutter. In 2017, Rhea Coble. It was her first year at World Stuff Mutter, and she comes out and boom, wins the sprint lap. And so we're like, she was a Spartan racer. We know her as a Spartan racer. It's first time at World Stuff Mutter. So we said, oh, wow, good for Rhea. She won the sprint lap. But, up to that point, no one has ever gone wire to wire. And Rhea did it. She won wire to wire, sprint lap to hour 25 and a half, and won the race. So all that to say, if someone wins the sprint lap, it's unlikely that same athlete is going to win the race, but it's not impossible. It can be done.
So, we've just got a few comments here. People are sending comments. Please send anything through and we can answer questions and chat to you. Talking about records, they did say quite heavily yesterday that last year was a record-breaking year, and this year they don't think that's going to happen so much.
So this has happened a couple times in World Stuff Mutter history where it seems like everyone hits their goals. In 2016, everyone who went out there said, I want to get 50 miles. They got 50 miles. No, not everyone. I didn't. But most of the athletes who had high goals and high mileage for the elites. You can compare year to year how many athletes get 100 miles, how many women get 85 or 90 miles. Some sidebar, we've never had a woman hit 100 miles.
We have someone this year that's aiming for 100 miles, don't we?
There's a couple that, and I don't want to jinx anything or talk out of school, but if a lady is going to hit 100 miles, I think this is a good year for it.
Yeah.
So, what were we just talking about?
Records being broken.
Records being broken. So it's happened in 2016. A lot of records were broken, a lot of high mileages for the elites, and number of regular folks, regular runners on course getting 50 miles and 75 miles, those big milestones. And what happened the next year is World's Toughest Mudder said, oh, you like that, did you? Well, not this year. And that is the, I don't want to say the vibe, but just the impression I've got from talking with leadership, with talking with people that know, and with being on the course yesterday. It's a hard course. There are some hard obstacles. Mm-hmm. There are some hard penalties. There are some unique penalties we've never seen before.
Penalties. Oh, so it really struck me yesterday when we were watching the course briefing. This is a really, really tough event. The obstacles are nasty, but the penalties are ridiculous. Like, they're really silly, and I can't really wrap my head around it.
So we're going to talk about each obstacle individually and if there is an associated penalty. There are two types of obstacles. There are must-complete obstacles where you must complete them. For every obstacle, you either have to complete it or you have to complete its associated penalty. If there's no penalty for that obstacle, you must complete that obstacle. At a regular Tough Mudder, if you go on a Sunday to your local venue, any obstacle you don't like, you can walk around it. Like, oh, I'm not comfortable with that, or I don't think I can get over it, or for whatever. I don't like electricity. I don't want to go through there. 100%, no problem. Just go around it. It's awesome. No shame in that game. World's Toughest Mudder is different. World's Toughest Mudder is a competition where you must complete every obstacle or the associated penalty. So when an athlete comes up to Chill Pickle, which is this year's version of Arctic Enema, they have to complete that obstacle. We're going to have a camera out there a little later once the obstacles go live. That is going to be a difficult obstacle for a lot of people to complete. But there are obstacles like Funky Monkey, which has a unique name this year because it has bananas and tires, and we'll talk about that when we get to it. But not everyone's going to be able to complete Funky Monkey. It's you're on monkey bars. Like, you either can or you can't. Not everyone's going to be able to do it. So if you fail that obstacle, there are penalties associated with it. So it'll be fun. We're going to talk about the obstacles, talk about the penalties. One of the penalties we did yesterday for the hot lap when we were on a course is it's a shot glass that's Velcro to a table, and you have a tongue depressor, and you have to carry that tongue depressor over to a pile of dirt. You have to scoop up as much dirt as you can on that tongue depressor, walk it back, and fill up that shot glass. And you're not allowed to resume your race or to continue past the obstacle until you made trips to fill up that shot glass with dirt. Some of them are like that. Some of them are fun. Some of them are hard. Some of them are difficult. So the athletes will have, I don't want to say fun, but it'll be, it is fun. It's, last year, it was like 7 in the morning or 6 in the morning, and I was miserable. I was tired. I'd been running for like 18 hours or moving for 18 hours, and everything hurt. You're going over walls. You're getting bruised. Your muscles are sore. Nothing's broken or injured, but it's all sore. And I remember thinking, I am so miserable right now, but there's else I would rather be.
Every great OCR story starts with, I was so miserable, I was so unhappy. Every single one. If you're starting with, it was a beautiful day and I was comfortable and everything was fine, no one's interested. Nothing special happened, which is kind of the point of this event, isn't it? So we've had someone
looking out for one another, having each other's back. It is you guys that lead us back to sanity in this world, in a world where we felt like, there's a lot of separation going on now. And I would tell people, man, you need to come to a Mudder event. It really isn't like that. there's some great people in this world, a lot of them. I think the majority of the world is great. And you see a lot of them at these Mudder events. You want to feel camaraderie from people that you didn't know, but you're going to know the rest of your life after that event. Come see these people right here, man, at these Mudder events. That's what y'all represent. You feel that. I know because of you. No one is better than your best will make you better. That's going to make us all better. And that's the truth, y'all. That's the truth. Butters, who's better than your best?
Nobody.
Who's better than your best? No one is better than your best. But the best will make you, that's going to make us all better. And tonight, you know how we do these Tough Mudder, this world's toughest Mudder event? You don't finish here at the finish line. You're going to finish someplace out there, and then you make it to the finish line. And help them do it. But if you're feeling it, rise up right now. Rise up right now. Look at that Mudder to your left, to your right, in front of you, and behind you. Show them how much you appreciate them right now. Raise your right hand and repeat after me. As a Tough Mudder competitor, I play back. I understand Tough Mudder is a challenge and a race.
Hey, Carlo.
I will honor my fellow competitors with my best.
Take it. Can I break the camera?
I will maintain the spirit of Tough Mudder.
I'm not a timer. Watch out.
In competition with teamwork and camaraderie.
I'm gonna move. Don't worry.
I will not whine or quit. And I will overcome all fear. So here we go, Mudder, all night long. Play that music for me. Warm up those knees. Warm up those legs. We're going to be out here with you all night long. It's going to be FMC. You'll see our TMHQ crew. They put this all together. They put this whole year together. They sacrifice more than you know, y'all. More than you know. They provide this so you can find your best. Minute and a half, Mudder's warming up those knees. I don't want any cold muscles running by me. No one pulls the hamstring running by us at the start. Get out there on the course. You know what I'm saying? You're a Tough Mudder. Don't hurt yourself. Let us hurt you. Shout out to the Hoorah, the Heroes team, and all the way to represent this year. 1 minute, Mudder, 1 minute.
Hi, guys.
Thirty seconds. 30 seconds. Chance to turn around and go back to the comfort of your hotel. Of the war. A nice warm bath. Or you can stay out here and be awesome. Find your best along with the best people in the world. Count it down. 9, 8, 7, 5, 4, 3, 2.
And they are off.
There they go. 24 hours plus of pain and joy starting right now.
This is a great part of the race. This is a great time. There's the adrenaline. There's There's the orange smoke bombs going off. There's 1,000+ people going through the start line right now. It's one giant start wave. Usually at a regular race, a regular OCR event, you break up the racers into heats. You'd have 50 or 100 racers at a time going out. Literally every racer who's going for 24 hours is going out right now. You see we're almost a minute into the race. There's still people crossing the start line.
How soon should we expect to see the first sprint lap runners come through, do you reckon?
Yeah, so they'll be fast. The first man might be even 30 minutes. The first woman, maybe 40, 45 minutes. And you see, like, not everyone's running. Like, people are out there. One has their own individual goals. It's a crowd. So the elite runners were obviously at the very, very front. And as we get toward the back, it's some people are there. They're just there to have a good time. You see Jessie Strawham going in the wheelchair. That is she's one of our adaptive athletes. I talked with him and her and her crew yesterday. Their goal is to make 25 miles. Now she's in a wheelchair. How can she do? I'll talk about Jessie in a minute. We got a shot of our first obstacle there.
So it's not open yet because this is a sprint lap. So that was a shot of what will be for the first few hours Mudderhorn and will turn into Just Shoot Me. For anyone who's not seen it, we do have some pictures on our social page. This is a 39-foot slide that you just shoot right off the bottom. It looks terrifying. Yep,
and you can see the athletes are running past the obstacle right there. It's going to be they're going to run past every obstacle here on the first lap, on their sprint lap. So they'll get to see everything. Most of these runners have not been on the course yet. You and I have talked. We did the hot lap yesterday. That's something tough about in 2 years ago for maybe for the pit crew to kind of get a taste of the course. And there's a lot of support personnel. There's a lot of people who come out to help the runners, and it's to give them a taste of the course. You can see Papa Doza there in the front camera. That's Chris Mendoza's dad. He's crewed for him for many, many years. His wife, Mama Doza, is also out here. So a special shout out to the Dozas. Jessica Johnson passing in front there. The crew, the pit crews are so important. We're going to get out there later and see the pit crews. You can see the pit area there on the left, and that's just a small taste of it. That pit area is hundreds and hundreds.
Yeah, I did a walkthrough earlier. It's been building and building in the last couple of days, and it's huge, and it's so beautifully prepared. I will want to get out there later and kind of show everyone. For me, again, this being my first time here, I've seen and I've heard about it, but the scope of what it's really like is kind of unimaginable. So I'd really love to be able to show you guys at home what it actually looks like here and a bit of the atmosphere there. Because, of course, people can't complete this race without their pit crew that are helping them get through. They're helping them get changed. They're preparing their food. They're keeping dry. They're making sure they're ready to go ahead.
Okay, so I want to talk what it's like for the athletes on the sprint lap in a minute. But first, I want to talk about what it's like for the pit crew during the sprint lap. In 2019 or 2017, I had an injury, and so I couldn't run the race. So I worked pit crew for some friends of mine that running. And I'd only been at World's Toughest Mudder as a runner before. It was my first time as pit crew or as doing anything other than running the race. And this moment right now, this first 3 minutes after the race has started is terrible. Because like literally it's excitement, it's anticipation, it's build up. Is everything ready? Do you have everything you need? Are you ready to go? And then Sean gives his start line speech, and then there's the start line, and then there's the orange smoke bombs, and it's excitement, and the athletes are gone. And then it's like, well, they're gone. Like, what do I do?
What do I do? Now I've got to wait.
and there's literally nothing for you to do for the first 30 to 45 minutes, maybe an hour, when your athletes start coming through.
Yeah.
And it's kind of terrible, especially if you've run it in the past. You see all the athletes leave, and you think, I should be out there. Like, when people talk about FOMO or fear of missing out, that is a real thing during this first lap, this first 30 minutes. So a special shout out to all the pit crew that are waiting for their athletes are gone, and there's literally nothing for them to do for the next 30 minutes. Now they're getting stuff ready, they're getting food ready, and the plan for what they're going to do next. But this is, at least for me, when I worked pit crew that one year, this is the worst part of the race.
Do you find pit crew or racing harder?
Oh, absolutely racing. Absolutely racing. It's not even close. And racing is way more fun, too. Now, not everyone wants to race. I get that. I've had my dad come out and pit crew for me. My aunt came out one year. My teammates have, we've had wives and even kids come out, and you'll see kids in the pit area.
I saw a tiny baby. Like, to be fair, I mean, if you've got a 6-8-week-old baby, it might as well be anywhere.
Yeah. I don't know how much help that baby will be, but
it won't be any help.
I hope they give him a bib.
Oh, that'd be so good.
So for the athletes on the sprint lap, you saw everyone leaving at the same time, and you're like, oh, that's kind of a mess, all those athletes at once. And you're right. It is kind of a mess. And the course, it starts out wide. It starts out 15, 20 feet wide right here. But it narrows down to just single track. I don't know if there's a lot of single track, but it narrows down to maybe it's 2 or 3 people wide.
Well, the beginning of that course actually is pretty nasty. It did improve, but the terrain to start with, okay, this is an incredibly flat course. We made a few jokes when we were out yesterday about the hills, like, oh, this is the biggest hill. It's very flat, but the terrain in some places, it's just not very nice. And it starts like that. It's very dry, compact, but churned up earth with very, it's almost like very thick hay or grass that's been cut.
It's almost like
getting the ankles in the car.
Yeah, all weeds on some terrain where you'd be running along, and we were running pretty slow or walking for part of it, but it would be very easy for people to, especially if they're in a big group like that, and if they're not paying attention. I would be shocked if we don't hear some reports back when they get back of people falling and tripping and hopefully not getting injured. But
because there are some holes you can very easily fall into, and just if you're not really looking where you're going,
and then,
as people get tired, that's going to be more of a problem, right?
That's right. So it'll be easier once the crowd thins out, and that's really the point of the objective of the sprint lap, is to spread the 1,000+ athletes out over the 5-mile course.
Yeah.
If they had the obstacles open at noon, all the obstacles are open, go for it. If they did that, then it would be a nightmare.
Absolutely.
So they give the sprint lap, so you have 5+ miles spread out, all the athletes, and then you'll never see a cluster of athletes like that again the rest of the race. There'll be groups, and you'll see people coming together in groups of 2 or 4 or 6 or 8, but it's in fact, even by now, we're 7 minutes into the race, so some people are already walking.
Yep.
Some people are going to run that entire first 5 miles going for that sprint lap, so they're getting spread out all over the course.
So, of course, we have the open, we have the individual runners, elite contenders, but there's also a team race going on as well.
We do. There's a team category, and whether you run, there's an official team category, but some people will run as part of an unofficial team where they signed up as individuals, but they're racing with their partners. But for the official team category, it's groups of 2 to 4 people, and everyone on that team has to, the rules for the teams, you have to start the first lap together, and they have to stay together, like physically together. They have to finish the last lap together. And so the very first lap here at noon and the very last lap, whenever that is, between 8 a.m. and 1:30 p.m. on Sunday, they'll have to do that last lap together, the entire team. Now, whether that's 2, 3, or 4 people, it doesn't matter. The whole team has to do the first lap. The whole team has to do the second lap. Now, for every lap in between, 2 people, a minimum of 2 people from that team, have to be on the course.
So it's not the whole team has to run together every single lap, but if you are running together, you have to stay together. You could kind of, if you're a team of 4, you could swap.
Exactly.
1 and 2 go out and then take a break. 3 and 4 go out, take a break. 1 and 2, 3 and
Exactly.
4.
And it gives a big advantage to teams that sign up with 4 people, because then they can have 2 people resting while the other 2 people are out. Teams of 2 people, and there are some, they are committing to run. They're running every single lap just like everyone else. As far as rules for the teams, they're 99% the exact same. We're going to talk about golden carabiners and obstacle wristbands in a bit here. Maybe in another hour we'll talk about the wristbands and carabiners. But the only real thing they need to worry about, as long as they're together on the course, is the timing mats. About every mile, there's a timing mat. You can see a timing mat in our picture there. When you cross that, you have every runner has a bib, and every bib has a timing chip attached to it, and they'll have to cross within so many seconds of each other. I think it's a minute. So if for whatever reason, if you and your partner get spread out on course, then you see a timing mat coming up, you have to kind of wait. You have to stop, let your partner catch up with you, cross the timing mat together, or you risk disqualification.
So we've had a question come in here, and I hope you can answer it. How many racers are participating this year? You
know what? I don't have the exact number, Thomas. That's a great question. We're going to find out and get back to you. Traditionally, there's between 1,300 and 1,500 runners. One thing that's good, we're going to talk to the CEO of Tough Mudder, Giles Chater, here in a bit. 2020 there was no World's Toughest Mudder due to COVID. 2021 was the first year back after, since 2019 to 2021, there was no World's Toughest Mudder. And even then, there were a lot of travel restrictions still. It was really difficult for international racers from the UK, from Europe, even from Canada, to make it down to World's Toughest Mudder in Laughlin last year. So this year is, again, there was World's Toughest Mudder last year, and it was a great event. But this is really the first year back where we've had all of the international contingents, all the international athletes the international community back at World's Toughest Mudder. So, Thomas, I'll find out that exact number for you. We'll get that to you. But it's great to see the entire crowd back.
It is, and it's lovely again in the pit, which I seem a little bit obsessed with, but I do love it. You go out in there, I mean, just from here we can see a tent with American flags hanging on it, but we see British flags, German flags. There are a lot of different nations gathered here together, all side by side. And it sounds like a big journey for an event weekend, but this is a big event weekend.
It is, and it's a trip. People plan their race year around it. This is the only. There are lots of races we go to and lots of races that I enjoy being at and running, but this is the one I plan my year around. This is the big, like they call it the A race when you're training for a race. Like what's your A race, what's your B race, and your C races are your races where you're there racing, but it's kind of a training day anyway, so you don't really care how your performance is. This is for I would say for almost every athlete out here, this is their A race, the biggest race of the year.
How many times have you done this event?
You know what? That's a great question, and I should have lined this up. I'll tell you. My very first year was 2015. Mm-hmm. I ran it in 2016 as well. Mm-hmm. Then 2017 I was injured, so that's 2 I've run. 1 I pitted. 2018 I ran. 2018 was a great year in Atlanta, Georgia. It was the coldest one that I ever ran. Now, I can't say coldest ever because before I started running in 2010, 2011, the very first years of World's Toughest Mudder were in New Jersey.
Yeah.
And one of them was in December in New Jersey, United States. There are pictures of athletes at water obstacles having to break the water, and they're holding up giant pieces of ice.
Ooh.
Like they had to break the ice to get into the obstacle. So in my mind, I feel like, and I was there, so I feel like 2018 was the coldest. But you can let me know in the comments if you think that's correct or not. There's not a lot of people still like around from that. I'm not that they're around, but they're still seeing World's Toughest Mudder from those early years.
We were talking last night. There is one athlete who has done all of them. I cannot remember his name right now, but there's one guy who's been at every World's Toughest Mudder.
So there's a small group. There's literally a handful. You can count them on one hand. Maybe 6 people left now that have run at every single event. And shout out to the pit crew kiddo there. Hey, you know what he's doing? He's talking to his mom about watching the race. Hey, jump in the comments. Let us know your name, kiddo. And so those people who have run every year, they're known as the Legacy World's Toughest Mudders. There's a guy named Jim Campbell who's run every one. Team Four Eyes is a team that's run every year. This is the first year that they are not all out here. They've got one member of their team kind of representing them, but it just didn't work out for everybody to come out this year. You get a better screenshot if you do it through your laptop. I see you. So, you know what? Let's talk about the weather a little bit.
Indeed. Someone has just asked that. They have asked, what is the kind of temperature and weather we're looking for this weekend?
So,
I had a listen to your podcast, which is excellent, by the way, World's Toughest Podcast. And you were talking about this phenomena of how, for some reason, the weather turns for World's Toughest Mudder. So what is going on?
There's no science to this, but let me tell you my theory. 2014 is infamous at World's Toughest Mudder in the community. It was in Las Vegas, Nevada, and there was a windstorm in 2014. And I don't mean like it got windy. I mean there was a wind storm. It was knocking over obstacles. The finish line, you see the start line arch there. The finish line arch got destroyed. It got knocked down. The athletes, not everyone, but a lot of people thought, oh, the race is going to be canceled. This wind is so bad. There's no way you can have this race in this wind. So 2014 was the wind. In fact, it was in Las Vegas. It was in the desert. So everyone's getting sand whipped in their face. And in 2015, it was back in Las Vegas. Everyone said, make sure you bring sand goggles or ski goggles, maybe, something to protect your eyes from the sand if there's a storm. And 2015 was my first year, so I heard all that. Oh, sandstorm, bring goggles. I never used those goggles in 2015, but I still bring them literally every single year. I have them here. I'm not even running this year, and I have those sand goggles just in case. We're in a forest. You can see the trees. There's not going to be a sandstorm here. I still bring the sand goggles. Maybe it's superstitious. I don't know.
A little bit of World's Toughest Mudder PTSD.
So 2014, sandstorm, terrible weather. 2018, 4 years later, Atlanta, Georgia, ice storm. Temperatures in the low 30s, maybe high 20s Fahrenheit. Obstacles were freezing. People would put their wetsuit out on their tent to dry it out. They would freeze solid on top of they'd have to pry it off of their tent. They had to close obstacles 2, 3, 4 a.m. because they were covered in ice and they were dangerous. You could get up on top of a wall and literally slide off the Irish table at the top of the obstacle. So 2014, sandstorm. 2018, ice storm, 4 years later. 2022, 4 years later. What's going to happen? I don't know. I do know that it's projected to be, we can pull up the exact numbers, it's projected to be cold tonight. Like cold. I think this is going to be the coldest World's Toughest Mudder since Atlanta in 2018.
Well, I mean, yesterday was baking hot. We ran the hot lap, and I was so hot. I was very grateful to get into the water, which, you know, felt like a pleasant dip. It was lovely. Today, it was lovely and hot this morning. Really, really. And it's, you know, people start milling about, and all of a sudden, the sky has gone very grey, and it started to just you know, drip down a little bit with rain. It is a totally different day to yesterday already.
So yesterday we were out here on course, and about noon, I looked at my clock and I said, "Oh, 24 hours from now, this is what the weather's going to be like." And it was hot. It was really, really hot, uncomfortably hot. Like, okay, it's going to be hot the first 3-4 hours of the race. About 3 o'clock yesterday, it turned cold. And even as we're talking right now, it's cold. It's chilly. So it's taken an early turn, and it's not even that it's just cold and chilly. The sky is gray. There's rain drizzling down. It's ominous out there. It looks like a storm is brewing. So now I don't want to say, like, I don't know what the weather's going to do. You can never predict it. I'm looking at the weather report for the rest of the day. It says 67 degrees right now. It feels colder than that. It feels a lot colder than 67. It's getting down. We have the weather predictions getting down to as cold as 35 degrees overnight. 35 degrees is very, very cold on a good day. And if you are going in and out of water, if you're going in and out of ice in the Arctic Enema, or the chill pickle obstacle, as it's called this year, it is going to be really, really cold for these athletes.
And of course, what else plays into that is the wind. And the wind, I mean, already for
you know what?
the wind is already picking up a bit.
Yeah, and we had no wind yet, but it's I'd say it's blustery, to borrow a term from the UK. I think we're going to have some wind and some rain and some cold butters sooner than later. Let's talk about wetsuits.
Yes.
So when you run World's Toughest Mudder, you start at noon. It's middle of the day. It's traditionally hot. It feels like 6 p.m. World's Toughest Mudder weather right now, 7 p.m. If it was this cold an hour ago, I think you would have seen athletes starting in their wetsuits.
I saw a couple in shorties,
So,
and I thought it's quite bold for the sprint lap to be heading off in a shorty.
So the rule of thumb for wetsuits is you need to put your wetsuit on while you're still warm.
Right.
Because once you get cold, like cold, and you put your wetsuit on after that, you're kind of chasing it, trying to get warm again. You want to start from a place of warmth, put your wetsuit on, and you're going to get cold, but you want to put the wetsuit on before you get cold. It wasn't this cold when the racer started 20 minutes ago.
No.
So there are going to be athletes out there that are going to find themselves colder than they expected. Now the advantage they have is there's no obstacles open. No one's getting wet other than, you know, a light drizzle right now. Getting in an obstacle to get wet. But usually you would not put your wetsuit on until you anticipated. You want to put it on again. You want to put it on when you're warm. And you can only put your wetsuit on in the pit area. So you would put it on, you know, between 4 and 5 o'clock traditionally. Whenever you're in the pit area there, between 3:30 to 5 o'clock, you'd put it on. Because you know when you go out on the next obstacle, it's going to get dark, it's going to get cold, you're going to get wet. So, but I think we're going to see a lot of athletes putting on their wetsuits after this first lap that probably weren't planning on putting them on until their second or third lap.
How does running in a wetsuit affect obstacle efficiency and running technique?
Okay, so I tell the athletes on the podcast to make sure to take all your test drive before you use it at World's Toughest Mudder. When you put on a wetsuit, it's neoprene. It's thick, and there's not a lot of wetsuits designed for running in. There are triathlon wetsuits, but they tend to be thinner.
Yes.
And for a race like this, you're going to want a thicker wetsuit. And those thicker wetsuits are usually surfing wetsuits, or maybe they're scuba diving wetsuits. And they're designed for your body to be in a certain position where you're not, you know, running. And also they're designed for you to be pretty much stationary-ish. Yes. Like when you're scuba diving, you're not kicking
around.
But yeah, you're floating. Like your legs, your fins are doing the work. When athletes are running, so 95% of these athletes are going to be running in wetsuits that are designed for something that's not running. So it constricts your body. The thicker the wetsuit is, the more constrictive it is, and you're basically running against your wetsuit. Yeah. It's a additional form of resistance that you really don't need. You really don't want it. But the alternative is getting hypothermia and dropping out of the race. So you have to have a wetsuit to run World's Toughest Mudder. Now, last year, I know people are going to jump in the comments. I didn't need it last year. No, you're right. Last year was unseasonably warm, and you got lucky. You didn't need a wetsuit last year. Some people did have shorties on, or frog skins, like a thin two-piece pant top combination. but last year was an unseasonably warm race in Laughlin. The weather this year, it's already, I mean, we're literally 20 minutes into the race and the weather is turning south.
Yeah.
It's going to be a fun 23 and a half hours.
Yeah, someone's just asked that. What time is it in Alabama? Sounds like it's only going to get colder. It's 20 past 12 here currently, so just after midday in Alabama. And yeah, it is going to get colder. It is, unless something magic happens, it is turning and getting worse.
So I'm gonna pause my microphone here while we set something up.
So keep sending your comments through. We will answer any questions that we have. We've got a couple here that we don't have answers for yet, but we will do our best. Do people use baby powder or oil? That is a good question. I'm going to queue that up to get an answer for you on that. And anyone you want to cheer on or you want to see how they're doing, we can try and pull up their results once they're getting into the race. So please do send us comments and questions through. We love to hear from you, and it's so wonderful for the athletes to have you guys supporting at home and to know that you are supporting them and watching them and cheering them on. It's absolutely wonderful. So we have someone joining us right now, so apology for the shuffling going on behind. Our first guest of the weekend.
All right, very excited to welcome Giles Chater to the broadcast booth. Giles is the Tough Mudder CEO. Giles, welcome to the show.
Thank you. I mainly came here because you guys have pasties, which look good. All the best snacks going on at the moment.
We have the best snack bar outside the pit area. I'll guarantee that. So this is your first year as World Tough Mudder as the CEO. How is it going so far?
Pretty good. You know, I had a chat with the team as we set about this. Like, let's just make it harder. Let's make Tough Mudder harder. Let's make Worlds harder. Let's also bring back some of the really big, iconic kind of wow moments that we've seen in the past. And I'm really pleased with what they've delivered, and they've nailed it.
What have you done specifically? What's the first thing that stands out to you to have made this event harder this year?
I mean, I'm going to take credit for the weather. I brought that over from the UK to make sure our UK contingent, feel good about it. And we've got one of the biggest British contingents we've had for a while, which we're really pleased with. The obstacles themselves, we've brought back a number of obstacles we've used previously, or iterations of obstacles where we stopped rolling them out at mass participation because they were just too difficult. Obstacles like dingleberries, I think, are going to be really challenging. We've taken similar principles, for things like Devil's Beard, just made it significantly more difficult.
That is horrible. That is a horrible obstacle. We will have a good chat about that.
One of the biggest obstacles on course is Just Shoot Me. Tell me about the creation of that, the concept, or even we've seen a small picture of it, but tell me about Just Shoot Me. Getting that here.
So much to say. I get so excited about this. First off, the team in the UK have been harassing me about bringing a slide back onto course for years. Proper harassment. So if you harass us enough, your dreams might come true. And so we built one in London South recently, and we've been talking about building this for Worlds. And obviously, let's put a slide off the back of Matterhorn. Wouldn't that be pretty cool? As an idea. And we struggled a little bit as a team. Do we want to be this ambitious with an obstacle at Worlds that we've not, tested extensively elsewhere? And the answer was like, yes. We can be ambitious again. Let's go for it. And so we got some slide engineers in. We knew we had the Matterhorn structure, and we designed a slide that was initially meant to be run dry. We were like, hey, they're going to be in wetsuits. They're going to all be fairly well lubricated. It's going to be fine. And so we hauled a couple of tubes up, and what that does once you're at the top is you look down, it narrows your field of view, literally tunnel vision. You can't see what's going on. It's a really awkward transition into the top, and it just looks like you're going to drop out of this really long tube and splat on the ground. So it's a very, very intimidating entrance. And so we were testing it, finished the build yesterday. We were testing it. We sent people down as intended, and this is pretty fun, but it's not quite fast enough. Let's put some water down. So we put some water down. And they started flying off. There was really good air. We were like, yes, that's way more like it. What happens if we put even more water down? And that experience was just superb. But we're getting pretty close to the edge of the pit here. what's the solve? And the solve was clearly not less water. The
No.
solve was drain the obstacle, redig the pit twice as big, get a new liner and fill it back up, and make sure we have like proper quality air. So that's I think that's going to be a real treat, and I think it's the right balance. It's really good fun.
Yes.
Outrageously good fun. The people testing it just had a really good chuckle and a massive smile on their face, but it's also terrifying once you're up there and going to be quite intimidating. And that's the balance of difficulty, fun type things we try to throw in.
That's really struck me about something with Tough Mudder, World's Toughest Mudder, is this balance between fun and silliness and playing on fears and actually a really, really hard challenge. You know, a lot of the obstacles have got very silly names. The penalties are really quite ridiculous in many cases, but the obstacles are no joke. They are difficult. There are some, I mean, we took it yesterday. There are some that are physically very challenging, but the ones that we spoke about the most were the ones that really played on our fears, and that's what you do very, very well here, isn't it?
And I think balance is so important, both for the integrity of the race at the elite end, but also just staying true to the Tough Mudder brand, right? We want everybody who comes here, whether they're in with a real chance or not, right? They're just going to do one lap, like, you know, the Everest Angels or otherwise, to just have the best possible experience they can, an outrageous experience, the kind of thing they just want to talk about. They're like, these are the memories that are going to really last with me. And that's why it's important that we get the balance between difficulty and fun right. The balance between penalties that are punishing,
Yes.
but are also memorable in a way. There are going to be a lot of people who are going to do an awful lot of penalties. And, you know, if you come up, you're like, I had a great race, I did 3,000 burpees. You know, it's not something you really talk about at a pub, right, over a beer. You know, like, it was great. Whereas I think, you know, a number of the things we do this evening, people have a really good laugh about afterwards, less so overnight, I thought.
Do you have a favorite obstacle on course today?
Do you know what? Jiggle Jiggle, it just amuses me greatly. I think it is the perfect balance between taking an obstacle which is, you know, relatively interesting in its own right. Pitfall's one of my favourite Tough Mudder obstacles, particularly as people run through it. But taking that, how do we make that a bit more difficult, but also a little bit amusing, and, you know, getting, you know, the little lubricant child's wigglies in there. If nothing else, it is going to amuse me greatly, and that is enough to make us want to do it. But, you know, I also think it'll be one of those moments that are just talked about and enjoyed, and it is also difficult, and it levels the field a little bit. I was chatting to a couple of Spartan athletes yesterday, and actually when we did the first race briefing, I was trying to find someone to come over from Ultra. I was like, I wonder what they think if they've never experienced Tough Mudder before and they just watched this race briefing. What are they going to be thinking right now? And very much, as you would imagine, they're a bit like, what is happening here?
Yeah.
This is madness. And we had a really good conversation with them about the penalties and the nature of these obstacles. I'm like, this levels the playing field in a way. You can't, tough beats strong.
Yes.
You can't just be, you know, a hugely talented runner or like physically strong. You've got to deal with something that's a little bit dexterous or a little bit mental.
True, and again, I'm going to reiterate the point of the obstacles that play on fear. That's something I like them, because that's not something you can train for. It's not something you train out of. That's mental toughness, and that's a huge part of this event. I simply cannot comprehend how people are able to push themselves to go out lap after lap, to finish, to go, right, okay, refuel and go again, and to put themselves, face their fears time and time again, and that's toughness.
Yeah. Both on the obstacles, you're also talking about the coyotes, right? The coyotes.
Say it again?
Everyone's laughing like there aren't coyotes in the woods. There are definitely coyotes.
Are you
Okay,
kidding me?
so we've been talking about alligators.
Alligators, we saw some snakes yesterday, and
Coyotes are a concern also.
Well, I mean,
So
I know I said this online. You just got to be running faster than the people around you, and you'll be all right.
I like to tell people that they're more afraid of you than you are of them.
we went down to, well, we did the hot lap yesterday, and we went down to the underwater tunnels, and I was super eager to try it out because I hate cold water. Sprint lap.
And so we're seeing the athletes come through, finishing the sprint lap.
Just under half
Was
an
that
hour.
was Anthony Kunkel finishing the sprint lap first?
And he's got high hopes for this weekend, hasn't he?
He has back to Giles in 1 minute. Anthony Kunkel has been very, very vocal online in his social media about his confidence coming into this weekend.
There you go.
He said
Get more, Jack.
125 is easy, and if he only gets 125, he'll consider it a disappointment.
So you did say that it's highly unlikely that we would see the person taking the sprint lap also winning or taking the most miles. And
That's true.
Let's see
and again,
how his goals go.
it's possible. Ray Cobble's done it, and we'll see as we see more athletes come across the sprint lap. Giles,
I mean, Anthony's going to be disappointed if he doesn't get 125. I'm disappointed if he gets 125. I'm not sure I'd be okay with that. And we certainly designed a course which would make that exceedingly challenging.
no one's ever reached 125 miles, and so if this was the year, it'd be a milestone year for the race.
HQ are very certain that this year is going to take it out of people more than years before, aren't you?
Yeah, yes. I mean, the obstacles are more challenging. There's a lot more water. We have the weather on our side. We've got fire ants. We didn't have fire ants in previous years.
I mean, you've got some things like that. I've been picking thorns out the back of my calves. Yesterday, again, I'm not used to these kind of creepy crawlies. People are like, oh, mind the ant's nest. I was like, what?
And the ground's pretty firm. So in the light, I think, the talented runners are going to be able to put good times down, but it's also fairly uneven out there.
It is.
And so you're going to need to be significantly more careful once you're running in the dark out there.
The fire ant, there's just all kinds of creepy crawlies out on this course this year. I did not see the fire ants when we were on course, but I heard that there's a lot of them out by the Devil's Beard obstacle.
That is a true story, and we are monitoring that closely. We have, if you're a fan of ants, this is going to be awkward, but we've poisoned the little terrors, and if that doesn't sort it out, we will adjust the obstacle. We've got a couple plans for that, which I don't think is going to make it easier. So,
Yeah, of course. Why
hopefully
would
that's
it?
the end of the ants.
You did mention yesterday in the race briefing that there is an alternative penalty for one of the obstacles. Has that been announced what that is yet?
It is, yes. We got a couple of exceedingly heavy sandbags and put a quarter mile, half mile, I lose track of quite how long it is, a
So
horrible
hard
loop
enough.
through the woods. And you're like, well, if you don't like our penalty, then you can go do this instead.
But you can keep your shoes on for that one.
You do get to keep your shoes on. So, and the thought there, we still want the shoe-off penalty to be the primary penalty, but we don't want any of this to be race-ending for anybody.
Yes,
So
of
if
course.
somebody's approaching this and saying, if I take my shoes off, I won't get them on again, you're like, okay, well, is this going to suck? But there is at least an option for you.
It's good there's an option, because especially your first time you come to World Toughest Mudder, first couple times you're racing, you bring 3 pairs of shoes, 4 pairs of shoes, you bring 8 pairs of socks. You need 1 pair of socks. They're gonna get wet no matter what. But when you taking your shoes off and on, it can be a deal. So we're talking about one of the obstacles where the penalty is you take off your socks and shoes and you go on a penalty loop that's been cleared of debris, but there was not everyone was excited about it. Now, granted, people aren't always excited about anything, so they're not excited about the rain probably, but we're not changing that.
I just want to point out, because you can't see us on screen, when you said that the penalty has been cleared of debris, the look on Giles' face was very naughty.
You know what, the whole it's pretty fine underfoot there, but just the whole thing amuses me. It's that balance. We don't mind it being difficult. We don't mind it being shocking. We want to find the right balance, but I absolutely do not mind when the community loses their mind, which is, you're talking about fears.
Yes.
And right in the pledge, we have, as a tough mudder, I overcome all fears, except collectively across the community. The fear that they can't seem to manage to overcome is the fear that Spartan are somehow going to come in and take over and ruin all their lives. And I continue to just shamelessly poke fun at the community until they get over that one, which you would have seen with the kind of fake map we put out and a number of other pieces. And we had an awful lot of fun with that, renaming all the obstacles with the thoughtless, that Spartless naming, which was about as fan-descriptive as we could come up with. That amused us greatly as well.
You do take pleasure in it. So we've had a question come through from Lee, and he says, the important question though, will World's Toughest Mudder ever leave the US?
I'd like to think so. It's certainly been on my mind. As a Brit, I've been championing a change for a while. We do find it difficult to encourage Americans to leave America.
Yes.
But we are working on that. Not next year. More on that on Monday. But it's definitely a plan I would like to bring to fruition.
That's a small bit of news. World Toughest Mudder 2023 will be in the U.S.
True story.
So we'll look forward
to
it.
It won't be here. That's it. 2 pieces of news in one conversation. That's
well,
outrageous.
Somebody asked that as well. Will you be announcing the location of the brunch for next year?
We will. We have signed the venue. We only signed the venue earlier this week, so it is signed. We are ready to announce on Monday. I'm certainly not going to spoil that one. I'm like a stone. You won't be getting that out of me. But I think this location was just Kyle's gift to me. He's like, John, I'm going to put this event somewhere that's going to take you more than a day to travel to. It's going to be like extremely awkward. There are going to be several like connections to get home. Bless Kyle. I miss him tremendously.
We are in a remote part of Alabama, just north of Pensacola. But yeah, it took a minute to get here from my Airbnb this morning.
That and presumably, the aspiration wherever we put worlds in the future.
And there's our first female. I believe it was Chris Rogloski.
No, she had the pigtails of Chris Rogloski, but Chris does not have those tattoos. Unless she's done that.
And there's Carlo. Carlo, is that you coming round for your first
I will
lap?
quickly check the results.
A casual 36 minutes.
Get to you.
Anna?
No.
So the results are telling us that it was someone called Jareen Klinkberg. I will confirm that with you. We did see her as she ran past us.
Jareen, yeah.
Our first female coming in on the sprint lap.
So Jareen, I recognize her name from Spartan race results. It's exciting to see her.
It is exciting to see a bit of a crossover, to mention Spartan, from Spartan and other OCR, because the mudder community is quite distinct to the Spartan community. I'm not quite sure.
I mean, I love it, right? We're really proud of this event, so we're thrilled to have more of the Spartan athletes in. We've also seen Spartan athletes in Infinity, Tough Mudder Infinity, over the course of the year, and 2 things have happened. The feedback from the Spartan team have been, this is a really credible race, and we're really enjoying it, and we're enjoying the atmosphere and the environment, just the nature of this race. And then the Tough Mudder community have been like, these Spartan people aren't so bad. We like them. We'd love to welcome them into the fray. So no, we're not going to see a world where Spartan and Tough Mudder merge into this like one boring mayonnaise of an obstacle event.
They are 2 very distinct brand and concepts, but both a lot of fun and a huge challenge. So if you enjoy one, there's a good chance you're going to enjoy the other.
And I hope we'll see a little bit more crossover. Some more Tough Mudder people trying out Spartans and vice versa.
I think it would be quite a surprise for Tough Mudders if they do take on, say, competitive Spartan. That lack of help and teamwork, it's quite a big difference, isn't it?
It certainly, and when we're at World's Toughest, where we've got a hugely talented set of athletes taking this over. This is probably not the best Tough Mudder event to mention this at, but my wife's been to lots of Tough Mudder events over the years, seen lots of start shoots, and I took her to her first Spartan event in Italy. I was out to the event in Misano there, and she was there at the start shoot, and you just had this wave of chiseled, topless gentlemen running past her, and she just turned around and said, "What is going on here?"
I mean, say that, but I have commented several times over this weekend that I think it appears that one of the qualifications to take part in Tough Mudder is to be exceptionally good looking, because you are surrounded by absolutely incredible humans.
We treat you well.
It is an absolute treat to sit here. So just to update you on the results, we've had coming in second is Katie Knight, followed by Chris Rogloski and Stephanie Bishop. So we're seeing some very, very familiar names there, running that first lap incredibly quickly, and we will have our eyes on those women for contender status.
Let's talk about the men. You mentioned Andy Kunkel coming in first. He's in first now on his second lap. Second behind him, Sean Merriweather, and then Joel Mercia, new name to me. Joshua Waiha. I actually talked with Joshua right before the briefing this morning. He watched our coverage of the hot lap yesterday, and grateful for, because as we approach these obstacles, we say, "Oh, hey, if you're doing this, go to the left or right. It looks a little bit more favorable to you." So he was appreciating those tips. And in fifth is Christian Brown Johnson. Christian Brown Johnson was one of the 100 milers last year. And so starting in fifth. Now, something we haven't talked about. Other big names. 6th place, Daryl Good, but in 7th and 8th, Joshua Reed, and 8th, Joshua Fiore. Joshua Fiore was the first winner of the 24-hour Spartan race, and he's also done outstanding here at World's Toughest Mudder in the past also. So a rule of thumb for World's Toughest Mudder is that the race doesn't begin until midnight. Like everything between noon and midnight is just positioning. The race begin for the elites. Yes. The race begins at midnight. That's when you kind of see who's going to make it, who's going to keep making it.
So these results are interesting for us to see who did the sprint lap, but really it's got no bearing on who we're going to see ending where.
Yeah, it's really interesting. It's amazing. It applies to the elites as well as the regular folks. You know, they're working hard. To these guys that we're seeing come through here, they ran the 40 minutes in the race. They ran all 5 miles.
Yes.
Right, that was a 5-mile run for them. But if they go in the pit area and if they take 10 minutes to put their wetsuit on
yes.
and to get nutrition, then they're equal with someone who walked the 5th mile,
yes.
had a short pit stop, and is already gone. So all that time, all that work and effort on those laps, you can lose it with a long pit stop.
Yeah. What would you say is the hardest time of this race?
I think you're right to talk about the race really happening from midnight. Right? We know it's going to get really cold from 4 to 6 o'clock, and that's going to take a really big toll on the bodies. But we also don't know what is actually going to end up being the difficult things. We've had, whether it's a Devil's Beard or a Hump Chucked or something like that, really bog people down in the past. And so we don't know how that's going to play out yet. Dingleberries is certainly going to be difficult. I think the other piece is it's just where that series of grip strength obstacles kind of catch you out and you're getting tired and you're into the early hours and then you stop doing a penalty you think's really stupid. Do you have the mental fortitude to just shrug it off and not that really get into your mind and wreck that? I think that's a really big part, and some of the Spartan athletes particularly are not going to have had to deal with that sense of frustration in the same way.
That mental part of World's Toughest Mudder is so important because it is hard. Physically it's hard, but mentally it's
yes.
To keep going at 3, 4 in the morning, your brain will start talking to you. You'll start arguing with your brain, like, why are you out here? You don't need to prove anything to anyone. You can take a nap. You can rest for 1 lap. Your brain will start to work again. You'll start to do loser's math. Well, as long as I can do 1 more lap, as long as I finish this, so I can walk for a mile, as long as I finish this lap. And when you start doing math on course,
you start giving yourself excuses.
Yeah, you'll give yourself excuses, and it's also you've been running for 18 hours. You've been up for 24, 36 hours. You're bad at math.
Well, Brian Atkins actually did a really nice post yesterday. He's obviously done incredibly well at this event in the past. And what did he say? Something along the lines of, you won't be proud of yourself, basically, if you won't remember the rest you took and you won't remember how hard it was, but you will remember if you don't finish as well as you want to finish, which is really great advice because there will come a point for people where it's just so difficult to carry on. You had Amelia Boone on your podcast just before this event, and we all know how well she's done at these events, and she commented that for her, you wouldn't expect such an incredible athlete to be so difficult. The hardest thing is to convince yourself to keep going and to go out again on the next lap. And she said herself, she's like, don't even sit down, don't give yourself that break, that excuse. Okay, I'm gonna pass over to someone and you're gonna have another guest on, so I'll check in with you shortly.
So we're gonna say goodbye to Giles. Giles, World's Toughest Mudder 2022 is looking outstanding. Very excited to see how it shakes out, and good luck on the rest of the race.
Pleasure. See you later. I'm gonna take some snacks on my way out.
Giles, awesome job on the course, man. It's great out there.
So we're welcoming one of the athletes on course, Elliot Reeb. Elliot, you just finished a sprint lap. How do you feel?
Well, my legs are a little bit tight. I tried running a few 200-milers this year, so I'm kind of here for some fun today. But after all those other races, I just had to come back out and see the community, check out the course, have some fun. It's great to be back.
You are steaming, literally steaming from your head. Tell me about how the weather played in that first lap.
So I was actually really surprised to see that the rain was starting to come down a little bit harder than expected. And the temperature has already dropped way more than I thought it would.
Okay, so is there any chatter among the athletes about wetsuits, about when to put them on, maybe change of plans?
I think a lot of people were going to try and wait. They thought the temperature would stay warmer for a little while, but I think after this first lap, what I'm hearing is like people are going to start putting it on a lot sooner. Just there's a lot of water on course, so as soon as the obstacles start opening up, they're going to want to have it on pretty early, potentially even before it gets dark with how the air temperature is right now.
What's your plan now?
My plan is to hang out, have some fun. I may go do a lap a little bit later. We're now going to rest and cheer on everybody. It was great just like kind of turn around, giving everybody high fives throughout. So it's great meeting everyone out there today.
You're a great example. Like, different people come out here with different goals for the race. You literally, 1 week ago, you're running a 200-miler, and now you're out here running one lap, maybe another lap later, but you're not doing the full 24, but you're out here to support the community.
Yeah, I'm here for the people. I mean, I come every year for the people. I've been competitive in the past racing team. This year, kind of nice to be on the other side of it and kind of help pull out and cheer some people on.
Awesome. Elliot Reeve, we'll let you go. Thanks for jumping in.
All right, thanks, guys.
So we have a question come through saying, comparable to other World Toughest Mudder years, what's the course terrain most similar to? Thank you.
You know, I was distracted there. Apologies, friend. Ask me that question one more time.
Comparable to other World Toughest Mudder years, what is the terrain most similar to?
I would say, as far as, well, obviously Vegas is, the desert is kind of traditionally thought of as a World's Toughest Mudder venue, the desert, Vegas, Laughlin. This is a lot more like Atlanta in 2018, 2019. A lot of trees, a lot of running through the trees, and it's got a definite Atlanta vibe to it. Kind of a rolling hills, not a lot of elevation like some courses in the past. I'd have to compare them, the numbers exactly, but I would say it's one of the lowest elevation gain courses we've ever had.
It's very English, actually. This is very English terrain, not massively hilly. You've got the trees, the woods, a little bit. It's kind of similar to the places that we actually know. It's very English kind of trail, quite flat. A little bit gnarly at times, but that's kind of it. But the difficulty here is really coming from the obstacles more than the terrain, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think the weather is always, if the weather doesn't cooperate, the weather is always the greatest obstacle. And there's literally nothing anyone can do about it. Last year in Laughlin, beautiful weather. This year in Atmore, Alabama, near Pensacola, it's not going to be beautiful.
It's freezing already.
It's ominous, and it's raining. Guys are in the rain. We're seeing the athletes, the sprint lap athletes come in. They're literally steaming. Like their bodies are hot. The weather is cold. The water is hitting them, and it's steaming off their body. So this is a great time of the race. This is so much fun because you're finishing your first lap, and you're looking at your time, and you're like, I'm on pace for 90 miles. Yes, yes, you're not wrong. You are on pace for 90 miles. But I promise you, once the obstacles open up, you will not be on pace for 90 miles. But still, for this one moment, I started.
Take the joy and the positivity and harness that.
You know what? It's okay. Own it. Like, I'm on pace for 95 miles. Good for you, man. Like, go for it. Now, very few of these athletes we're seeing right now. There's gonna be you can count on one hand the athletes that will hit 95, 100 miles or more. But right now, they're looking at their time and they're like, that was a good first lap. You know, I'm on track for my goal. Whatever whether the goal is 50 or 75 or even maybe 100. But everyone right now, not everyone, 95% of these guys are loving where they're at right now in the race.
So another question that came through, we did talk about this earlier, but let's recap for those who missed it. What do the different bib colours mean?
Sure. So you'll see, now there will be colored award bibs later in the race, but at this point in the race, you're seeing a white bib come through. That's an open category racer. You'll see an orange bib come through. That is an elite a contender bib. There's also a black bib. There's very few of them, but they're a black bib. That's an elite contender. The contenders and elite contenders have a certain set of rules that they'll have to follow. They have to anyone can run World's Toughest Mudder. Anyone, you can go right now, toughmudder.com, and sign up to run World's Toughest Mudder next year. I don't know if it's open for next year, but when it opens for next year, literally anyone can sign up for it. So there's no
qualification criteria.
There's no requirements
silly enough to
run
never done anything before, if that's what
to run in the open wave. Now, if you want to compete in World's Toughest Mudder for prize money or to get on a podium position, you need to qualify as a contender or an elite contender. And there are different races throughout the Tough Mudder calendar where you can qualify for that. And it's at a Toughest Mudder or the similar races. And we'll get into the exact qualification processes for those elite contenders and those contenders. But the short story is it's very hard to qualify. Or I'd say it's hard to qualify. It's difficult. But it's not impossible. I am not an athlete. I'm not but I qualified for a contender in 2016. So if you're willing to put the work in, you're willing to do the miles, anyone can qualify to be a contender. But you don't have to qualify to run World's Toughest Mudder. Anyone can just go to toughmudder.com and sign up to run the race. So those are the three main colors you'll see at the first part of the race. You'll see white for open, you'll see orange for contender, and you'll see black for elite contender. You also, at this point now, you'll see two running around green bibs with Dream Klingberg and Anthony Kunkel. Those green bibs are for winning the sprint lap. So even if they were to stop their race right now, they go to the pit area, say, I'm done, they've got the lap they wanted.
So they would technically be DNF because they're not finishing after 8 a.m., but they would still keep that.
No, you're 100% right. To qualify as a finisher, you have to finish a lap after 8 a.m. But the sprint lap has been won. They've earned that, and they'll get that.
So another question, and this is quite good. We'll let people know. Will we be streaming the race all night long? What's our schedule going forward?
Great question, and I want to keep talking about that. Now we're an hour into the race. It's almost 1 o'clock local time, race time, here at World's Toughest Mudder. We'll be streaming live 24 hours, 25 and a half hours of the entire race. And really, let's call it 26 because we started a half hour early. Every hour on the hour, we're going to come live to the desk here with you and I. We're going to talk about race results. We're going to talk about standings. We're going to talk about maybe there's some surprises.
Yeah.
Maybe there is some, in the first 6 hours here, we're going to talk about obstacles that are open or opening.
Yeah, so we still have the course map to take you through. We have all the obstacles, which are incredible to talk to you about. We will be doing that with you as this progresses and as we're seeing those obstacles. We don't want to let it all go too early, too soon, because there's so much out there and we've got a lot of time.
I promise, we're only an hour in. We have 24 and a half hours left. You know what? I know we're going to go longer. We're going to go till 1:30, past 1:30 even, when the race is over. But we're just going to say 24 hours, and just you and I say you and I, the viewer, you're just going to know what I'm talking about, okay? The race ends at noon, but it really ends at 1:30 p.m. with people finishing their last lap. So we have 23 hours of coverage left, and literally any question you have, we're going to get to. As far as the schedule, I kind of got off track. Every hour on the hour, we're going to talk about race results and standings and obstacle openings, injuries. If athletes that we're expecting to contend end up dropping from the race, which hopefully doesn't happen, but it may happen. If there are injury updates, we'll talk about that.
Yep, we'll be going into the pit. We'll be seeing that. They did talk about something yesterday in the race briefing, which is new, which we'll check out about the neuro checks that they'll be doing as the race progresses to kind of check that people are mentally able to be setting off for a lap. So there is a ton of stuff here to be talking to you about. Again, anything you want to know, do let us know and we will catch up on those comments. We had one quite a while ago, which we'll probably revisit a few times, which is quite nice to answer now. What were the finishing times for the first place male and female last year?
So World's Toughest Mudder, finishing times aren't as important as finishing mileage. If there's a tie in mileage, obviously whoever ran the mileage faster is the winner. So last year, Mark Batras won the race. Mark is not here this year. He had some medical concerns, and so he's planning to come. He and his wife, Natalie Miano, were planning to come. And we want to give a special shout out to Mark and Natalie. We wish you guys were here. You did such a good job. You were an outstanding part of the community last year, winning the race, and we hope to see you back at World's Toughest next year. But Batras won the race with 115 miles.
That's a record.
That is a record. That's the most miles anyone, male or female, has ever run at World's Toughest Mudder.
So when we're talking about 125 miles, that's a whole 2 laps more than the world record on what is supposed to be one of the toughest courses they've created yet.
It's going to be tough. And if someone can run 125 on this, then God bless them, because that's a lot of laps. That's 25 laps of this course.
I can't do the maths.
That's a lot of miles. We ran the hot lap yesterday. I was sore after 1 lap.
Oh, yeah.
So for the men last year, first, second, and third place, Mark Batras with 115, Trevor Sykos with 110, and David Fox with 105. For the women, Katie Knight, who's here today also, Katie, we were talking about the elite women. You were the first one we should have mentioned. Katie Knight with 90 miles. She won the women's race. 90 miles is the record, ties the record for most miles by a woman. Amelia Boone set the record. Rhea Coble tied that record. And then Katie Knight also tied it last year. Steph Bishop, who was running last year, she hurt her head. She DNF'd. She had an injury on Everest. She is also, I would say, a contender this year to hit that 90 or beyond. For the women, first place was Katie Knight with 90. Second place was Amelia Boone with 85. And third place was Erin Grindstaff with 85 miles. Amelia and Erin are not here this year, but they're both. Erin Ross has finished on podium, I believe, every year she's run. Erin Grindstaff.
So we do have Katie Knight here this year. As we said earlier on, there's a lot of chatter about the expected battle between Katie Knight and Chris Rogowski. Currently, we still have Doreen Klingberg in first place, followed by Katie Knight, followed by Chris Rogowski, followed by Stephanie Bitt. As we said, those results don't really mean anything yet, but it is nice to see those names already appearing.
So in fifth place is Jessica Haney. In sixth, another name we're watching, Callie Schweikart. Callie is more of a Spartan athlete. She's done a lot. She's done very well at Spartan ultra races, and so this is our first chance to see her at World's Toughest Mudder. I got to talk with her yesterday for a few minutes. And again, she's in sixth place. Oh my gosh, this place not first. It's so early in the race. It's literally the first lap is done. They're on their second lap, so it's going to be a great race with the ladies there.
So we've had a couple of people also asking us about what footage we're going to be providing. Will there be rabbits? Just the start and finish line? No. So we currently have these static cameras at the start and finish line. They will move throughout the course. We will follow the obstacles with the static cameras, but we also have the wonderful Carla Piscatello, who will be going around the course with the camera and checking up on the athletes in the course. So there will be more movement as we go. When we go offline, we will go reset things. And throughout the night, again, if there are particular things you want to see, we can send Carlo or even myself. I'm going to head out at some point and we can go see exactly what it is. But don't worry, we will be changing the views. After we finish live, these static cameras will continue. You just won't have us chatting. But there will be moving cameras throughout the day and night.
I got to tell you what, so we are stationed right by the finish line. And I am just loving it. We're right, Clinton Jackson, a beloved member of the Tough Mudder community, right in front of us, giving hugs to athletes, working the microphone. Jason, one of the Starline MCs, fist bumps. Guys are coming in. Athletes are coming in with huge smiles on their face. We're coming on the 1 hour mark almost. And, percentage-wise, we're moving along. Like the race, it's exciting. This is so much. It's so exciting to be a part of this. I love this race. It's so great. That
You
it's finally
do,
here.
and your enthusiasm is so infectious. You've been telling me about this. I can see it on your face. Before the race started, when everyone was congregating, before we started going live, you're explaining to me how it feels and the nerves of how long you have to go before you start. And I can really feel your love and enthusiasm seeping over to me. You are so excited about this event.
People are literally dancing across the finish line. It's great. So there's it's a long race. There's different, I don't want to say different, it's not a staged race, but there's different parts of the race that come in stages. And the very first part of it is before the start line even. You and I were talking 45 minutes an hour before the start line, and I was telling you, I love before the start of the race because everyone has a chance to hit 50 miles. Everyone has a chance to reach their goals. And now at this part of the race, we're an hour into the race. Everyone's finishing their first lap. If your goal is 50 miles and you're running World's Toughest Mudder, you finish your first lap, you think, okay, hey, just 9 more of those and I'm done.
Just 9 more.
So, and again, every lap after this is going to get harder. Literally, it's not going to get easier at all. Even when you're on your last lap and you think, oh, I'm almost done. Yeah, you are almost done, but it's still hard. And your body is beaten up and you're sore. And hopefully nothing's broken, but you're bruised. Maybe you're cramping up. Your calves hurt. Your upper body is hurt from these obstacles. It absolutely is a running race. You need to move your body 50 miles if you want to get 50 miles. But the obstacles will tax your upper body. You're going to be going up and over walls. You're going to be bruised. You're going to be so sore and tired. And literally almost every person I see crossing the finish line has a smile on their face because they know they're one lap into whatever their goal is. Maybe they're 10% of the done. You know, they're like, oh, I'm an hour in and I only have 9 laps left to get my 50 miles. Like, percentage-wise, I'm ahead. There goes Drake Stumbo across the with wearing his helmet, one of the members of the community coming up here.
So another question we had was, who's the oldest athlete there? And somebody did say, I'm sure there's someone in their 70s. I've had a quick look at the results, the live results as they're rolling. I have the open male, 60 plus. We have no females above 60, but we have 4 males over 60. We have Fred Spicer, Dave Didier, Timothy Leary, and Eldon Manley. I will try and find out how old these guys actually are, but I mean, 60 plus in itself is, I think, incredible, to be honest.
There's also 2 other athletes that maybe they're not popping up on the results yet, but Mark James and Whitney Tilson are two older guys that, and maybe they're not, and honestly, maybe they're not, maybe they're in their 50s still. But
they could be contender.
They've run many.
So contender male, we have 7 athletes in the contender male section. We have R.T. Wilson, you mentioned, Roger Smith, David Aronson, Mark Trevor, Harold, I'm going to get this right, Wiegand, Michael Paulson, and Randall Olson. So we have a lot of older runners, which is incredible. I would not want to take this event on.
And if you're watching the start line, athletes starting their next lap, or when we're on the finish line, you will see athletes who, now you're watching the race at your house. I don't know how old you are, but I promise you there are people out here older than you. There's one of the things, the Tough Mudder MC, Sean Corvelle, he has a podcast called No Excuses. There's really no excuse. Like, you'll see athletes out here that are not in great shape. You might even think, like, you might get kind of judgy on your, as you're sitting on your couch, you might think, why is that guy running the race? Well, he's out here running. Like, you got to give credit to these guys. There is literally every different body shape, every body type, every age, from 18 up into their 60s. There's no excuse.
And there are, as well, adaptive athletes running, aren't there?
That's right. We saw Jessie Strawham at the very beginning. She's competing in her wheelchair. How do you say, well, how does someone in a wheelchair run 5 miles or move 5 miles? How is she going to get over walls and over obstacles? She has a team with her, 5 to 6 people, and they are literally, she is going over every obstacle. She's going through every obstacle. They are finding a way to get her over, under or through every single obstacle on course.
And that's true Mudder spirit, isn't it? Doing things together.
These athletes, every single one of them paid the exact same as every single non-adaptive athlete or non on the team. They're literally, their race this year, I'm not saying they're sacrificing their race, because they're not sacrificing their race. Everyone chose to do this. They chose to make their race this year about competing with Strawham and to get her across the finish line. We're gonna bring up the bibs in a little bit here, but there's a brand new bib this year, a 25-mile adaptive athlete bib. They've never had it before. It's a really big deal. 25 miles, I talked to Jessie yesterday, 25 miles is her goal for the course. So that's 5 laps. Now, there's no obstacles right now, so they're probably making good pace, and we'll see them when they come across. But
even on this terrain, though, and even when it's flat, there are areas where there's a lot of pine cones, pine needles, small water crossings with a lot of rocks. So, I'm sure she has adaptive equipment that's going to help, but it's not just regular terrain to get across. So, yeah, there are no obstacles, but it's not smooth sailing.
Yeah. Now, this terrain was obviously not designed for someone in a wheelchair, right? So, literally, there's going to have to be some adaptation that they make, and it's on them. It's not on Tough Mudder. Tough Mudder's like, here's the course. God bless you. We wish you the best. And they're going to put out miles, and they're going to be working so hard. It's inspiring. It's truly inspiring. Every time they get to an obstacle, people will see them, Jessie and her team working on the obstacle, and people will jump in and pitch in and help. They'll help them to get over that obstacle. They're all, shake hands, high fives at the end of the obstacle. And then those people that are not on the team, they'll continue on with the race. And Jessie and her team will continue, and they'll move forward until they get to another obstacle. And then that same thing will happen again, where members of the community will help them get over the course.
So we've had a question here from Dat B. Mavis asking if there is a category for non-binary. This is a conversation that happens quite a lot in OCR. There actually aren't, as far as I'm aware, championship races with categories. I apologise for my pronunciation there as a language thing for non-binary. But again, with with adaptive athletes, this is something that's going to develop with the years as people recognize the needs for those who are going to be, there are needs for many, many different peoples, and these are things that are going to adapt with OCR as it becomes less of a new sport and more established with more opportunities out there.
Yeah, so the actual, like, it's to specifically answer your question, it's, I don't know, Dat B. Mavis. Dat B. Mavis is trolling. That's what that is. No, there are male, female, and team categories. And adaptive athlete actually isn't its own category. It's she signed up. Jessie signed up as a lady, and but you'll find her results on the lady side. Hey, let's talk about the leaderboard.
Yes, indeed. So this is the men's leaderboard that we have up here right now.
So Anthony Kunkel in first place. His second lap already finished. Anthony Kunkel's sprint lap is the sprint laps. He's making it happen there.
So he's done 2 laps with all the obstacles closed.
That's right.
To get in 2 laps, 10 miles, no obstacles yet.
That's right. Sean Merriweather in second place from the UK. He's a strong athlete from the UK, and I would expect to see him toward the top of the leaderboard all night long. Some of those other names, cooking out, Joshua Kwaya, we talked about. Christian Brown Johnson, 100-miler from last year. Joshua Reed has done very well at World Toughest in the past. Joshua Fiore.
Is Joshua the Ryan of Mudder? In Spartan and another OCR is Ryan, Rylan, and we're seeing a lot of Joshua's here.
You know what? This year it might be. Traditionally it's more of a Ryan game over here as well, with Ryan Atkins and Ryan Woods. But we'll see how there's 3 Joshuas in the top 10 right now. We'll see how that shakes out. Over on the women's side, they're all on their second lap now. They've all finished 1 lap. Those times are not. We're gonna repopulate there, but Jane Kleinberg in first, Katie Knight in second. Again, Katie Knight won the race last year.
Yep.
Christopher Glosky, we haven't said her name much yet. You talked about her briefly. She could win the whole thing.
I mean, I am a big Chris Rogowski fan. She's had an insane year. She's competed consistently across the year. She had a weekend where she won High Rocks, and then the next day went on to Spartan Big Bear and placed very well there. This year she's done 7 100-milers, so we know she has that endurance in her legs. Of course, doing an overnight obstacle course race is completely different to a 100-miler. But she is a strong athlete mentally and physically, so I will be very, very surprised if we don't see her perform. Last weekend she was in Athens for the Trifecta World Championships. She placed 3rd there. That's a 3-day race. Sprint Super Beast, and it's your average time. So she's had a heavy year, but she's still performing, and she's coming into this race slightly injured. She's got a shin injury. She's had staples out of it this week. I just can't wrap my head around it. So I anticipate saying her name a lot over the next 24 hours.
That's Stephanie Bishop in 4th place. Stephanie won the race in 2016. She was on pace to have a strong finish last year before she had an injury. Jessica Haney, I need to learn more about. Kelly Schweikart in 6th, we talked about. Kelly Bowmaster, Jenny Overstreet, Allison Horniak. And in 10th place, Heather Bodie. Heather has a OCR podcast called Overcome and Run, and member of the OCR report. And I would expect her to maybe make a move out leaderboard as the night goes on. It's good to see Heather in the top 10 early.
So if you do want a bit more in depth on the results, you can go and check out the results live. We can tell you from looking at those results, obviously there are timing mats around the course. Katie Knight, Chris Rogowski, and Stephanie Bishop are reasonably close together, having passed Satan's Mustache within a couple of minutes of each other. For the men, we have a few grouped together. But yes, if you want to see kind of more in-depth results than them crossing the finish line, head over to see the results at toughmudder.com, and you'll be able to search for the live results as they are going. Again, as well, if you have anyone, if you're at home and you want us to mention someone or check their results for you, give us a shout out in the comments. We will do our best to catch up. Come on here. I've never done World's Toughest Mudder, so I'm curious. Let us know what it is you're curious about in particular, and we'll do our best to bring that to you. Of course, as someone who's the first Tough Mudder, world's toughest mudder, there's a lot that I want to see and learn about. So I'm very curious and eager to find out a lot more about this event whilst I'm here.
So if you're looking for those exact results, if you want to get past the top 10, you to see like where your dad's doing, or where your family member's doing, or where your friend's doing, go to the OCR report on Instagram, into the stories, and there's a direct link. You can get in there and find literally every single athlete who's out there on course. Here is the team leaderboard. The ABC supply team already has their second lap done.
Wow.
Shout out to them.
Wow.
US OCR Midwest, Cristelli Fitness in third, Mudder Family, Strong as Oak in fifth, Fit Black, Bucket Style, Brothers in Mud, Z Fighters, and Maximum Effort, top 10 teams.
To have 2 laps done already as a team, that sounds incredibly impressive to me.
Now, we need to find out more about these teams, because I love the team category. I've been in a couple years. I finished in 3rd place in 2018 in the team category. If ABC Supply is a 4-man team, a 4-person team, then what they probably did is they ran their first lap and then sent the next 2 guys out immediately.
Yes, okay.
To finish that second.
Yeah, if anyone knows anything more about ABC Supply, let us know. We would love to find out more about these teams. 5-star broadcast, well, thank you very much. Do you want to tell us a bit about that? That's something that we heard being shouted at you when we were at Man Hotline yesterday.
Okay, so I am the host of World's Toughest Podcast, where we talk about any obstacle course race you'd like, as long as it's World's Toughest Mudder. And I've talked before, like World's Toughest Mudder, I do feel it's the single greatest event in OCR. There are a lot of great events in OCR. The OCR World Championships, great event. Spartan World Championships, great event. I truly believe it's for the community and for the race and for literally anyone. Like, you will have people in wheelchairs competing against people who are going to run 100 miles on the exact same course. There's nothing like it in the sport of obstacle course racing. I think it's amazing. So I host a podcast called World's Toughest Podcast. And if you listen to the podcast, you can leave a review on Apple Podcasts or iTunes. And if you enjoy the show, I hope leave 5 stars. And I don't know why I started saying it like that, but when I read a review, like someone leaves a review, and so I'll read it, and then I'll read however many stars they get, whether it's 1 star or 2 stars or 3 stars or 4 stars or 5 stars. And it was just kind of it's kind of funny, whatever. Well, I would be on courses, and I'm slow. I'm very slow. So people pass me all the time. And as they pass me, they see my name on the back of my bib, and there's nothing, it just says Will Hicks. But so as they pass me, they'll give me a pat on the back, or they'll just kind of shout out as they go, 5 stars. And someone asked me, does that get old? And the answer is absolutely not. I love it. So Richard Diaz, a running coach, said to watch for Elmer King for a strong finish. Richard, we'll keep an eye on Elmer for you. That's a good tip. Appreciate that.
So somebody else did ask as well, what is the strategy for athletes? Do they go hard with no obstacles and slow it down as they're phased in? Is there one strategy for athletes, or is this everyone has their own kind of thing?
You know what? That's a great question. I think that strategy varies it definitely varies from athlete to athlete. Matthew Lowe, member of the OCR or Summit community,
Yes.
getting a happy birthday greeting from Sean Corvelle there at the finish line. Matthew Lowe is one of the biggest advocates for bacon at the brunch. It's a thing. We have plenty of time. Remind me later. We'll talk about it. Someone in the comments remind me in like 3 a.m. Bacon at brunch. We were talking about strategy for World's Toughest Mudder. The strategy differs from person to person. I think it also differs from category to category. The person that wants to win the race, that wants to run 100 miles, is going to have a completely different strategy than who wants to test themselves and see if they can make 50 miles. Right? Two completely different goals. They're both very taxing for that individual. They're both very challenging, but you just got to move faster if you're going to get 100 miles, right? So for 50 miles is the one I can speak to the best. We can bring some elites in and talk about the 100-mile goals. But I want to run 50 miles at World's Toughest Mudder. A lot of people ask me, it's my first year running World's Toughest Mudder, what's a good goal to have? And before I say that, what I think, let me tell you what they say. If I ask people, what's your goal this year? It's your first year. What's your goal? the most common answer across the board. I want to get 50 miles. My stretch goal is 75 miles. Now, 75 miles your first year, it's not possible. I keep going back to Ray Coble. Ray ran 90 miles her first year. But when I give people advice, if they ask me, like, what should I set as a first goal? I think for your first year at World's Toughest Mudder, we have more guys finishing their second lap now.
So, just talking about someone finishing their second lap, I had a quick look at Elmer King, who we were advised to keep a look at. He just finished his second lap just a couple of minutes ago, so he's already got 10 miles in 2 laps, so thank you very much for that tip. We have a lot more coming through.
So if you're signing up for World's Toughest Mudder for your first year, maybe you're watching this today, and you're like, you know what, I'm going to go to toughmudder.com, I'm going to sign up for 2023. I'm doing it. I don't know where it is yet. I don't know what shape I'll be in next year. A lot of love for Elmer King.
I'm going to say do it.
You know what, just sign up. The hardest obstacle is signing up.
There you go, yellow road.
Once you're signed up, you can deal with the rest. I like to tell people, commit before you're ready, and then get ready. Because you're not going to be ready. You're literally, the first year, you're not going to be ready.
So someone also said, don't forget Hannah Carter. Now she is we met her yesterday on the Hat. Wonderful, wonderful lady. I very much enjoyed chatting with her. She's also poised. She's got quite a goal, hasn't she, basically?
Hannah Carter, she is a stud, and she has this streak of she runs every day. And you think, oh, lots of people run every day. Oh, no. She runs a specific set of miles every day. Lots of people run a mile every day. No, not 1 mile every day. She runs 10 miles every day. Oh, wow, that's great. So she's been doing that for a while? Yes. 2 years. She runs 10 miles a day. She's done it every single day for 2 years. Like, how old were you 2 years ago? She started running 10 miles a day then. The time is going to pass either way. Get out there and run. So first year goals. I tell people, if it's your first year running World's Toughest Mudder, your goal, your primary goal, your number one goal should be to be on course for 24 hours. If you can do that, like mentally, you can run faster. You can figure out how to get more miles in future years. But for your very first year, I think your goal should be to be on course for 24 hours. Chris Mendoza, Katie Knight passing us, finishing their second lap.
We've just had someone ask, can we see more of the finish line rather than the start line? I think we should be able to bring you the finish line. Another question that we had, somebody asking, where is Chris Mendoza? Now, he is...
Chris Mendoza literally just ran past me. So I'll, when he comes by next time, I'll give him a shout out.
So he's just finished his second lap, Christopher Mendoza. He is somebody that we will have our eye on this weekend for a good finish.
First year, I think your primary goal should be 24 hours. I want to be on course. I want to be moving. I want to stay awake. I want to get short pit stops, but I want to be on that course for 24 hours. Whether you're in the pit grabbing food or changing your wetsuit, be on course for 24 hours. That I think for your first year World's Toughest Mudder is goal number one. Goal number two, if you want to add a stretch goal onto that, 50 miles. If you can be on course for 24 hours, you've got a shot at running 50 miles. So first year World's Toughest, 24 hours, and then 50 miles. Now 75 miles, if you are extremely fit.
And there's Chris Rogloski just passing us with Aaron. Is it Aaron?
Austin Azar.
So we've just seen her do her 2 laps, which is great. What obstacles are open? So they've been running for just over an hour now, an hour and 20 minutes, which means about 20 minutes ago they started to open up the obstacles. They're going to be opening on a rolling basis. We will start to take you through the obstacles as they start to open up. I could promise you from what I saw yesterday, these obstacles are absolutely insane. There are some very, very fun ones. There are some very silly ones. There are some absolutely disgusting ones. The overall is a really incredible course.
So we're going to pull up the full map in a bit here, but while I talk about the time, it's 1 o'clock. At 1 o'clock, the obstacles started opening. So at 1 o'clock, Dirty Holes open. Dirty Holes is a trench crawl kind of obstacle.
Yeah. If you don't like the dark and you don't like being, if you're a bit claustrophobic, not the best.
Also at 1 o'clock, the obstacle Jiggle Jiggle open. Jiggle Jiggle is a mud pit. The mud is up to your knees, let's say, but as you're walking, it drops down to your waist deep. But while you're on the course, you're holding a I don't want to describe this correctly. It's those children's toys that are worm shaped, but they're kind of slippery and they kind of slide on. I don't know what the technical name
I've
for
still
them.
not seen them, and I have no idea what they are.
We're
going to have to try and get a camera out there at some point so we can show people.
And maybe these toys are a U.S. thing. I don't know if maybe you guys don't have them in the U.K. or not, but Giles is very excited about this
very
obstacle.
excited.
So that one opened at 1 o'clock also. You have to carry the wiggle toy while you're going across the obstacle. If you drop it, you have to, I don't know if you have to go back and get another one or if you have to just pick it up and continue. But we'll get cameras out there to show you that one as well. Also at 1 o'clock, the underwater tunnels opened up. You've got some experience with underwater tunnels.
All righty, yes we do. So underwater tunnels, there's a very similar obstacle at a British event, which I think we're going to talk about a bit as we get later into the night, called Tough Guy. Any of those who have from the UK will have heard of it. Those of you doing Tough Mudder probably should have done. Their most feared obstacle is the underwater tunnels, also known as lollipop heads, because they give you brain freeze. I was very determined to do the underwater tunnels here yesterday. It's something I'm terrified of at Tough Guy because of the cold. Here it was so hot, the cool water was very, very welcome for me. So we got to the area where the underwater tunnels were going to happen. They weren't necessarily open, but some crew came past and went, yeah, sure, go ahead. I was heading to the water and then you shouted out, alligators! And I was like, what? I'm sorry, what?
I don't think I shouted out alligators.
I'm sure it was you.
I'm pretty sure it wasn't.
Me these whole 2 days, and it was like, yeah, it's Alabama. And I'm like, no, seriously, alligators. There is no way I would be able to get into that water. That is a whole extra level, and we're going to have to talk about that later as well, all the kind of creepy crawlies that we've got out here. But the underwater tunnels, in brief, you get into the water, this huge lake in which there probably are alligators, bob under some inflatable floats 4 times. It's a very brief dip, and whilst it's warm, it's not a problem. As it gets colder, it will be. Underneath a kind of a decking to the end. That's going to close in the night and turn into Statue of Liberty, which looks incredible. It looks so good. I've seen it on videos of past years, and I love the idea of it. This is an obstacle where people get a tiki torch that they light. They have to hold it above their head, which is the Statue of Liberty. They make their way through the water, and they have to keep it alight for the end.
We just saw Trevor Psychos run past. Trevor Psychos is won World's Toughest Mudder multiple times. We expect him to do. He's basically good for 100 miles. Whether he wins or not, he's good for 100 miles. So we'll see what he does. Other obstacles are opening at 1:30 here in about 8 minutes. So at 1:30, opening up is Loch Ness Monster. Loch Ness Monster is one of the favorite. I mean, it's a great obstacle. It's a team-based obstacle. It's the last obstacle on course that the athletes will do. So one thing you'll see the athletes is that, well, they haven't gone through it yet, but when they get back to the pit area, they'll be coming in clean. There have been years in the past where the last obstacle was something muddy or something mud-based, or basically you come into the pit area just filthy, disgusting, and it doesn't make the course easier or harder to come into the pit area clean or dirty, but it's just nicer to come in clean because then you can change clothes, you can get food better, you can sit down in your chair, you can it's just nicer to come into the pit area clean. So
yeah, it was quite nice yesterday doing Loch Ness, which is such a great obstacle. Oh my god, I had so much fun. And for the guys around us, so it wasn't just us running, obviously we were joined by other people as we went to obstacles, and most of them were fine, like the 3 of us together or me on my own, I could do the obstacles. But this one we had like a whole, I think it was about 6 or 7 of us doing it, with very precise instructions of how to get over Loch Ness. It was great fun. I think we'll probably talk more in detail about that when we have some footage.
It was your first time on Loch Ness Monster.
It was.
So, I don't know if it was Jason and I or Carlo and I kind of coaching you through it, and you did great. So.
It was good fun, but obviously the nice clean water there, apart from the dye was very heavy. I'm still washing it off. That helped clean any residual mud and grit off, ready to come into the pit, and kind of shake the water off as well, so you're not soaking wet coming into the pit.
So, and another obstacle opening at 1:30 is Dublin Walls. Dublin Walls are an 8-foot wall with an Irish table on the top. You can see a little bit of the dance party going on at the finish line with Clint Jackson, Jason, and Matt B. Davis from ORM.
The real MBD. So the thing I found with the Dublin walls, obviously you helped me get over the top, and Jason was there at the top to pull me up, but this is just kind of a shout out for everyone. Getting down the other side was quite difficult. So on the back of the wall were two 2x4s. Just nailed to the wall, but that's not a very big ledge to get your foot onto. And I was a little bit worried there. I was like, if I fall here, I'm going to be in trouble.
So there's a handful of obstacles open. Dublin Walls is a hard obstacle, but the super stressful ones, super hard ones have not been opening up yet.
So who's winning the men's and women's race? We will quickly have a look again at the leaderboard for you. I'm not sure anything has changed. Oh, we do have changes. So in the women, Stephanie Bishop is in the lead, followed Katie Knight, Chris Trabowski, Caroline Schweikart, and Jessica Haney.
And you know what's interesting about that is that Katie Knight finished her second lap at 1:16. Stephanie Bishop, I'm sorry, Katie Knight. Basically, Katie Knight came in her second lap before Stephanie Bishop. Stephanie Bishop had a faster pit time, so Stephanie Bishop left, and she is actually in the lead. So the pit times matter. I like to tell people, if you want to get miles, people have different goals for World Subs Mudder. Some people want to visit, to see their friends, to visit the community. But if your goal is strictly to get miles, I want to get as many miles as possible, whether it's 25 or 50 or 100 miles. If you want miles, the pit is your enemy. You think it's your friend. You're looking forward the entire lap to getting back and having some food. But the pit is your enemy. You want to get in, you want to get your food, and you got to get out. Because every second, every minute you're in that pit is a minute you are not on course. And if you're not on course, you're not getting miles. If you want miles, it's counterintuitive because you're looking forward to that pit the whole time. But the pit is your enemy. You need to get in, and you need to get out, and that's giving Stephanie an early lead. And again, the race doesn't start till midnight.
It doesn't, but we are excited about how people are doing already.
I mean, the race does start at noon, but the race doesn't start till midnight.
So for the men, the top 10 men are all on their third lap already. We have Ian Cumble in first, Sean Merriweather in second, followed by Joshua Reed, Daryl Good, Christian Brown Johnson in fifth.
So Joshua Reed has kind of jumped up there in the standings. So we'll continue to watch that.
This will keep changing and keep changing.
And it will.
And we will bring you these results as they change. Here we go.
Seeing another one of our adaptive athletes go through, More Heart Than Scars. Very excited.
You see the group there that's together. They're carrying flags. They are working together as a team. Again, you are seeing so many different ways of taking on this event already, just an hour and a half in.
So it is early, but it's fun to watch the standings. So, and hey, if you have an athlete that you're watching or you want to keep an eye on, or give us their name, and if you have their bib number, we'll look out for you. Hey, so we talked about the obstacles. We talked about the course a little bit. Let's look at a map and show everyone at home what the athletes are dealing with while they're out there.
Let's do it.
So you can see our start and finish zone is down at the bottom of the map. The start and finish, there's probably about a quarter mile between the finish line and the start line. Every time you finish a lap, we've been watching the finish line. Every time you finish a lap, before you get to the start line is where the pit area is. They're going to finish that lap. There's a long chute to the start line. Anytime they want, they can go off to their pit area and get their food.
They are going to move the finish line tomorrow morning around 9 a.m. and put it slightly closer to the start line. So those who are coming in for their final lap have a longer run in and have more celebration from those watching. Because right now, you kind of come straight out of the trees to the finish. I'm not going to lie, I stood at the finish line and looked to the start line, and I know it's not that far because it's just one long straight. I looked at it and said, I would really struggle to be able to go, oh, okay, let's get there and start again.
We're 23 hours from it. We're a long way from the finish, but it is a great part of the race when you see people that are spent. They are. Now you'll see some people that have a little bit of juice left in the tank where they can dance across the finish line. But the finish line is a great thing to watch at World's Toughest Mudder. I love it.
So after the start, it's quite quickly into the first obstacle, which will until 6 p.m. will be Mudderhorn, and then it will transform into Just Shoot Me. Now we will get you some footage of that. You can see on the OCR report Instagram. We did some stories yesterday, which should still be live with the size of that obstacle. That is quite insane.
So if you've done World's Toughest in the past, or you've seen even a regular Tough Mudder has the Mudderhorn obstacle, you know what Mudderhorn looks like. It's a A-shaped, and it's an A-frame, but a very tall A-frame. And Just Shoot Me, when it opens up, is a very long slide. The slides would going through the black corrugated pipes that have been used in the past to go into Arctic Enema or multiple other obstacles across Tough Mudder. You have about 15 feet of a slide through that black tube, but it's, you know, when you go to a water park, like in California, they're called Raging Waters, and they have those slides that are so high.
Here we have another adaptive athlete just across the finish line. I'm not sure if they'll go into the pit.
Jesse Strawham crossing through with her team. Shout out to them. So talking more about Just Shoot Me, you know, when you get those slides that are at a water park that are just so high that the edges of the slide are like 3 feet, because you like physically come off the slide as you're descending. It's one of those. They basically built a water park slide at World's Toughest Mudder, and it looks terrifying. It looks
terrifying.
We stood at the bottom of it and we looked up, and I don't think I'd want to go on that without a wetsuit.
I don't think I'd want to go on that. We do have a question, so we're gonna shoot forward to an obstacle further on just to answer this question.
Sure.
Asking, is Coach playing music all night on course? Now,
Absolutely.
Which obstacle is this chap talking about here?
So, obstacle number 14, and we'll get there in a second. It's called Coach's Corner. And Coach has a DJ booth set up, and he's had it for a couple years now. This year, he set up on top of a container. Up there, obstacle 14, you see it. And athletes have to run through the container that's underneath Coach. Now, we asked, they've been very vague, and I think until we have athletes going through the obstacle, we won't know the exact answer. But there may or may not be electricity in that container. It may or may not be on all the time. It's so we're gonna wait to get more information about Coach's Corner.
What happens to that obstacle if you decide you don't want to go through it?
Well, you have to do every obstacle or the associated penalty. And so anything electrical, there'll be a penalty option.
Well, this is quite an interesting one, because unless I'm forgetting, I think the penalty for this one was 31 burpees, which I think is quite a nice nod to another certain brand there.
So it's I don't want to say it's a little inside baseball, but if you were paying attention last week, we just got passed by Heather Olson. Heather Bodie passed us. Host of the Overhead Run. If you were paying attention in the last couple weeks, Joe DeSena came on a podcast with me, or on a YouTube video interview, and he said, with Spartan taking away the burpees for next year, what if we just put them over in Tough Mudder? And the community was not excited to hear about that. Little dance party. This dance party that you're watching right now will literally be going on for 24 hours. Like, they're not stopping. Clinton will be out there literally all night long. And if you want miles, you're not going to dance very long, but you got to enjoy the race. You got to, if your heart's not in it, it's not going to be great. So Joe DeSena, the CEO of Spartan, said, what if we just made every penalty at World's Toughest Mudder a burpee? And I was like, Joe, World's Toughest Mudder is a week away. I don't know if we can do it that soon. I don't know if we say we. You can do it that soon. He's like, nah, we'll just see. And this is a week before, as we see our lone member of Team 4 has come through. So it ended up, Tough Mudder was already planning on doing one obstacle with a penalty of 31 burpees. And you may say 31, why not 30? Well, because at Spartan, they do 30 burpees for a penalty for a failed obstacle. So it's
so they went one better.
Yeah. Tough Mudder is both owned by the same corporate parent now.
But they're completely different.
There's a little bit of sibling rivalry, I think.
Sibling rivalry is a good way to put it. So, Sorry, I scooted us all the way up to obstacle 14 because of the question, but let's go back. So after Matterhorn or Just Shoot Me, the next obstacle is Everest. And that again is quite soon after Matterhorn.
Obstacle number 2 is Everest. It's the same Everest you've seen before on courses. If you haven't run World Toughest Mudder in a while, it's the version we've had, 21, 22. It's a little steeper than the older one, and it has a cargo net on the backside.
It's good fun though. I did it with you guys yesterday, and with a team, I could do it. Could I do it alone? No.
So the elite, that's a good point. Like Everest is one of the obstacles that it's very difficult to do by yourself. Now the elites can do it. Like we'll see the elite men, the top men, top women doing it. But there will be guys on Everest. They call them the Everest Angels. They're when Everest opens up at what time is Everest open up? At 3 p.m. Those guys will be up there they're probably already getting ready. It's 1:30 right now. An hour and a half from now, the Everest will open up. They'll be up there ready for the athletes to come through. And literally everyone will have a chance to get some help if they need it to get up Everest.
So even contenders and elites are allowed to have help on obstacles?
Yeah, you'll see elites. The people that we're going to see win the race, the men, they'll be helping. They might receive help,
yes.
And then it's not a rule, but once someone helps you up to the top of Everest, it's considered polite or part of the deal. Hey, help one or two people.
So you can't just take the help and run off and be a little bit selfish.
Sometimes they'll say, "Go, you're competing. You should get out of here. Like you need to keep running," and they'll kind of at the discretion of the people who help them, they may continue on. But it's considered polite etiquette to, hey, if you help me up, I'm going to help somebody else up.
Yeah. So we have just someone asked, will we be showing some obstacles in the stream as well? We will indeed.
Yeah, absolutely.
At the minute, we're just on the start and finish, but we will be resetting. We'll be coming back to you on the hour every hour. We have Carlo, who's going to be out at obstacles, and the static cameras will move around the course throughout the night. So you will be seeing, of course, the only thing that's going to limit us is cell coverage, internet coverage. Despite the fact we are in the depths of Alabama, we have pretty good coverage. But if we are limited, that's the only thing that's going to stop you seeing any obstacles.
And right now at 1:30, there's a handful of obstacles that are even open. There are 20 obstacles on the course. We just had a couple. I just told you about them. A couple new ones open at 1:30. But there's four obstacles open. So as we get into the course, we will get all of them. I promise you. After Everest is a fun obstacle called Chill Pickle.
Yes.
Chill Pickle is the updated version of Arctic Enema. What did you think of Chill Pickle yesterday?
Well, I mean, I was so hot yesterday. So I was very, very grateful to get into some cold water. It wasn't icy. It will have ice in it today. Yesterday it was just water. It was good fun. I did myself a little squeal as I got down into the water, and then I had help going up. Now, obviously, dropping yourself into that freezing cold water in this weather is going to be a lot harder. One of the difficult things with cold water obstacles is when the water hits your chest. It can actually be a little bit scary because it does take your breath away. That's where it can get a little bit dangerous. Duck under, so it is a full submersion, and then up a short ramp that has a rope with rings. Now, a top tip for people here. If you take the leftmost rope, that is the only one that has a loop at the bottom that you can get your foot into. Otherwise, it's quite hard to get up to the first ring. I 100% needed help from my teamies to get up to the top of that ramp. But yeah, it was a nice obstacle. It's the cold is going to be what makes it the hardest.
So Chill Pickle is obstacle number 3. It opens up at 5 p.m. If you're watching this and you have an athlete running, they definitely want to have their wetsuit on before 5 p.m. They'll probably, honestly, if I was starting a lap between now and 2:30, I'd probably put my wetsuit on. So that's going to be hard. Oh, something else. If you're watching this and your athlete's competing, tell them, go to the left lane. There's that extra foothold that the friend was talking about.
So we just had someone else ask again, anyone filming around the obstacles? Yes, so we will be filming around the obstacles later on as they open up. We will be moving around the obstacles. The cameras will move around the whole course. Oof. I just saw with the light and the way someone was standing, the rain coming down. It is heavier than expected, isn't it?
It's a hard drizzle. Is that fair to say about the rain right now? It's hard to pick up on the camera. It's hard to see.
I think anyone English will understand when I say this line. It's that fine rain that soaks you through.
And there's one of them.
And that's exactly what it is.
That's the daddy.
That's the daddy.
So after Chill Pickle, the next obstacle is Dingleberries.
Dingleberries. So that was the overhead cargo nets. So I was not able to do that. I made a little bit of a joke because Jason did it. Jason Dupree, who is our technical guy here, you will not really see him, but he is busy working behind the scenes making all of this happen. Also very, very proficient on obstacles. Overhead cargo net, he went hand to hand. His advice was stay to the side so the cargo net doesn't break down in the middle. The penalty for that was the sand in a shot glass penalty. Nothing serious, not going to take ages, not going to hurt either. So my joke there was, it's like at the Olympics where people say you should have an ordinary person taking part so you can see how hard it was. If you'd seen me on that hot lap taking on that obstacle, you would have seen just how difficult it was, because I don't think I would have got past the first bit.
It essentially is if you had monkey bars, but instead of monkey bars, it was a net. And it's as wide as, when you're standing at the obstacle looking at it, it's as wide as Funky Monkey would be, let's say.
Yeah.
And there's a cargo net draped over the top, and there's a center crosspiece, but the cargo net is not secured to that center crosspiece for Dingleberries.
Yes.
So when you're going across it, if there's no one on the other side, if you're on the left side, no one's on the right side, you're hanging down. And if you're a tall guy, you can hit that water. And if once you hit the water, you get wet, you can start to fail. So I think the best, like you said, the best advice is stay to the far left, stay to the far right, so there's less chance of the net dropping on you.
Now, we have had someone comment a few times about the team results, saying we would like our comments to be heard and seen, saying the team results are not correct. Now, we don't actually have anything to do with the results. They come from the timing mats from Tough Mudder. If you're someone here who's on the ground, I would advise you probably go to the race centre to say this is the evidence that the team results aren't correct. We could only bring you what we are seeing on the website. Currently, we're seeing ABC Supply in first, US OCR Midwest in second, and DFIT Black in third. If that's not correct, hopefully they will be corrected soon. Thank you for letting us know. If you're here, go let the guys at TMHQ know.
Yeah, that stuff's important because maybe timing chips aren't working. Maybe there's I guess a couple of reasons why that could be happening. But the athletes or their pit crew, you need to head to the racing center immediately. The racing center is adjacent to the chute between the finish line and the start line, about halfway there. So yeah, if you're here watching the race and you see a problem with your results or with your athlete's results as a pit member, get to the racing center as soon as you can, so that any laps can be counted accurately and get credit for them. That's a great. Thanks for bringing that up. Great one.
So after Dingleberries, we head to feet spin. Oh, I was so disappointed with myself on feet spin.
Tell me about
really
it.
Fun. So it's a mixed kind of rig. It starts with a rope with a plate at the bottom, 2 of those, so you can, I think you can skip the first one, not entirely sure. You have to go from one plate to the next, to a ring, to a bar, to a ring, to a bar, to a bell. I did the plate, I got the plate stuck between my legs. Maybe that's where my bruises came from. I'm bruised like a peach after yesterday's hot lap. So you do the 2 plates, you go to the ring. I held on to the ring and I just fell off immediately. I was so annoyed. Jason did it beautifully. He managed to skip a couple of the holds, made it very quick, very slick. But the penalty for this obstacle, if I'm not mistaken, is the very, 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 very disgusting 2x4s, I think 2x4s on your feet, and some glasses, which made me just want to vomit immediately.
There's a name, and I'm going to get this wrong. There's a name for these kind of glasses. I want to say that
Kaleidoscope?
They gave a kaleidoscope effect, but I think they call them drunk glasses.
Yeah, I closed one eye, but I still had to put my hand along the table. I have never felt that intoxicated in my life.
So yeah, you're wearing these giant pieces of wood on your feet, and then you can't really see where you're going. And it's a long penalty. Also.
It is a long penalty. That's the only penalty I wouldn't want to do.
After feet spin, you head to Double Rainbow. Double Rainbow is one of the kind of a legendary obstacle in the past. It was in 2016 at World's Most Mudder. King of the Swingers is a very beloved obstacle. It's kind of evolved into an obstacle called Well Slung now, where King of the Swingers was up higher. You'd climb 8 feet up
yeah, it looks
before
fun.
You jumped out. now well swung is at ground level. You jump out onto a trapeze bar, like an upside down T-shaped bar. You swing out and you hit a bell. Double rainbow has 2 sets of bars. So you swing, you grab, you jump, and it's just out of reach. So you can't quite lean out and grab it. You have to grab it. You have to commit to it. And then as that first T-bar swings, then you can grab the second one and then continue your momentum and hit that bell before you fall into the water.
So I gave this obstacle a go because obviously I wanted to know what it was I was talking about and have it from my point of view, because when you see these on camera, they don't look as hard as they actually are. A lot of the bars are at different heights, so a big part of the game is to choose the correct one. But yeah, it took me a few goes to get the courage to jump and make that leap to reach for the bar. It was a fun obstacle. You do land in water if you don't complete it, so if you're very cold, be careful of that because that's getting you more soaked again. But yeah, I really loved the obstacle.
After Dumbo is you did dirty holes. Tell me.
Dirty hole, crawl.
Trench crawl.
Type crawls covered in tarp. So you're not completely stuck. It's not like doing a cement tunnel where you feel like you could get stuck, but if you are claustrophobic, it's unpleasant. For me, being out of area, out of country, I was kind of like, what could be in these holes that I do not want to come across? Because the only way you can find your way is by reaching hand in front. They go to the left, to the right, so you're not going straight forward. I actually find with obstacles that are pitch black, it's easier to close your eyes. If you keep your eyes closed, you know it's going to be dark, so you're not seeing what you can't see. It's less terrifying. It wasn't the worst obstacle. Underground was fine. It wasn't too rocky. But yeah, you're not going to enjoy it.
Yeah, remind me about the dark obstacles when we get to the Devil's Beard obstacles.
Yeah.
So after Dirty Holes is Ladder to Hell.
Ladder to Hell. A nice high wall with wooden slats. Easy to get to the top of. It's quite wide at the top. I ended up straddling it for a few minutes, a little bit unsure how I was going to get myself over the top. I was a little bit worried about that, but I just had to do it. Not an overly hard obstacle. The boards aren't so far apart that they're going to cause cramp issues when you get there later on in the race. It's an over the top. If you're scared of heights, it's going to be a bit of an issue.
That's obstacle number 8 was Ladder to Hell. Obstacle number 9, Dublin Walls.
Dublin Walls, often, yeah, they did say at the race briefing, like, to anyone from Ireland, please don't be offended that we've called these Dublin Walls. They're normally the Berlin Walls, correct? The reason why they've changed the name is because it's actually an Irish table. An Irish table, for those of you who don't know, is basically it's a really high ledge that you have to get over. If you're strong enough, you can muscle up, but I definitely needed help. There is a little ledge at the top, but it's quite far in, so you need to get up quite high and secure to be able to get this. And again, it's a 2x4. We're not talking a big grip. Over the top, down the other side safely.
We weren't able to do it, but after Dublin Walls is Augustus Gloop.
Yes.
And this is Augustus. I mean, we walked past it. It's an impressive obstacle looking from the ground, and it's the traditional Augustus Gloop we've seen at World's Toughest Mudder in the past. You're going to go up a tube, and it's spraying water in your face the whole time.
There's a shower at the top, but yeah, it's very consistent.
The best advice I give people for Augustus Gloop is tuck your chin down so that you can breathe as you're going up. And it's not hard. I mean, it's not easy, but it's more of a fun one to do.
That goes straight into the underwater tunnels, which turns into Statue of Liberty. I mean, it is literally down the cargo net from Augustus Gloop into the water. So you're already back, you're going straight into the water again, which actually I suppose makes it a little bit easier unless there's a biting wind in the in-between. Underwater tunnels we did talk about. It's 4 dips and then a little deck. Later on becoming Statue of Liberty, where you carry the tiki torch.
Yeah, Augustus Gloop and the underwater tunnels are literally back to back.
Yes,
it's unusual to have obstacles that close together.
Yeah,
but you could hit one with the other.
Yes.
The next obstacle is Son of a Ditch.
So there's a bit of a gap between the underwater tunnels onto Son of a Ditch. And my brain has been completely empty. I'm trying to remember what we did here yesterday. Oh, of course, we were just in and out ditches. At the time, they were very freshly cut with water at the bottom with a rope to get out the other side. They were not difficult at the time, but as the soil, which is quite clay-like soil, in fact, anyone in the UK, from the UK who's done Nuts Challenge, you'll know what I'm talking about. That very sticky clay soil in the trenches is going to get stuck to your feet, it's going to get stuck on your clothes. That's going to become harder as it gets wetter, as more people go through it, and really start to take the sides down.
The closest description I could give for people who've run in the past is it's very similar to 6 Feet Under. And it'll either get much, much easier or much, much harder as the course goes on. I'm not totally sure how that'll end up shaking out. After set of a ditch is Chunky Monkey.
I didn't even attempt this. Chunky Monkey, a new play on Funky Monkey, called Chunky Monkey because it's got some very different holds. The start ones are tires, followed by banana-shaped holds. Now, Jason was able to do this. I couldn't even be bothered to try. And the penalty for this obstacle is, I want to say it's the bouncing balls.
That's correct. So last year at Funky Monkey, the penalty was, it's about the same distance. You're on I don't know what to call them other than a hippity hop ball. Those big balls you sit on, there's a handle you have between your legs, and you probably haven't rode one since you were 5 years old. Or last year at World's Toughest Mudder. And that is the same penalty again this year for failing Chunky Monkey. Now, the obstacle's been called Funky Monkey since forever, so they could have done the banana. Like, it's got monkey in the name. You can do banana holds. Like, it's been there forever. So, I don't know.
I guess the tires from the Chunky, got the tires in there.
And the tire, it's interesting, when they described it to us, I thought that athletes are going to have to hold onto the tire with their arm and then hold onto a banana, but they're actually able to stand on the tire.
Holds.
So it makes it a lot, and honestly, the first half is a lot less difficult than I was imagining. So I think some people are going to be surprised that they're able to complete this obstacle.
And then it finishes with a angled downwards monkey bars.
Yep. So the traditional first half of Funky Monkey is the second half going down. The 14th obstacle number 14, we talked about it a little bit, Coach's Corner, but we're 2 hours in now. We've got new viewers now who may have been watching when we started the race. Coach's Corner is going to be Coach T Mud, DJing all night long. Literally 24 hours long, he'll be out there DJing the race. So stop in and say, hey, he's on top of a container, a metal container.
It's going to be a bit of a party.
Yeah, it's literally a dance party. There'll be people stopping there to get their dance on or two before they continue on with their race.
Now, I think we may be having problems with getting your comments through because I've not had any updated for quite a while. So if you are sending comments and we're not getting them, please bear with us. When they come through, I will catch up, or we'll both catch up on those with you.
So after Coach's Corner, obstacle 14, obstacle number 15 is Jiggle Jiggle. We had the CEO of Tough Mudder in here earlier, and Jiggle Jiggle is one of his favorite obstacles on course this year.
This is the one that is using the kids' toy, which I cannot picture. When I see it, I might be like, oh, of course, that's what it is, but I have no idea what they're talking about. You basically have to hold this toy in one of your hands or both. You can't put it anywhere else to traverse the water.
So and it's greased up. It's lubed. The wiggle toy, so it's slippery, and it's one of those small things. It's like maybe it's called like a cucumber or but it's slippery. I'm gonna describe it like for family audience here, but we'll get some pictures.
If we find a picture, we'll send it to the screen. Okay, so we've just found a picture. It's really hard to describe. Imagine an infinity tube of water. So it will. Oh, I can't even. There is
described as a giant water wiggle squishy.
There is just no polite way of describing what this is.
When you see it, you'll know what we're talking about. All right. So after Jiggle Jiggle is Teabag. Teabag is, I think the best way to describe that is a Tyrolean traverse. Yeah,
so it was pretty horrible. It's unlike a regular Tyrolean traverse. So firstly, you have to get over a small climb. which is fine. And then the traverse itself isn't a rope, it's like a strap, a wide flat strap, a couple of inches wide. I found that a lot harder than a regular traverse because I just found it difficult to hold on to. It was nice and taut, but then there wasn't much give. And the reason why it's called, is it called that? Yeah. So you have to do this on your back facing downwards. And towards the end of the traverse are two, I'm going to say this the English way, two buoys. You would say buoys?
Oh, buoys or boys.
Boys. Very, not huge, hanging down. And again, there is no polite, family-friendly way of saying this.
They're like tea bags.
They like tea bags.
That's probably why they call them bags.
Yeah, they're being dipped into a cup of tea.
Giles is British, and you're British, you like the tea.
And your face is the cup. Yeah.
Then there you go.
You have to get past those, past the obstacle. Again, this ends in the water. A lot more testing than you might think. At this point, my legs are quite tired.
And so that's obstacle number 16. Obstacle number 17 is called
Satan's Mustache.
Satan's Mustache. Now, this was, you know what? So we did the hot lap. We did one lap of the course. Obstacle 17, you can see it there. This was by far my least favorite obstacle, and I was grateful I only had to do it once. Now, we've had Devil's Beard or variants for every single year at World's Toughest Mudder. There is Devil's Beard or a variant of Devil's Beard. This year it's called Satan's Mustache. Instead of Devil's Beard, Satan's Mustache. It's clever, get it?
It was horrible. It was really horrible. We didn't even do it correctly. So, I'm going to admit this. We did not do it correctly, and it was bad enough.
So the traditional Devil's Beard is you go under a cargo net, and the cargo net is on the ground, but it's not tight necessarily, right? It's kind of tight. Last year at World's Toughest, Devil's Beard went up a hill, which was terrible, but there was still some give in it. You could stretch. You could stand up a little bit. You could kind of get hunched over. This year, it's on a flat piece of ground, but it is tight. The net is tight. The net is so tight to the bottom that, and the black tarp.
So it's not just a tight cargo net to the ground. The worst bit is the tarp.
And okay, and when I say there's a black tarp, this black tarp is so large and so long. When you get under it, it obscures all light. Like it is literally. When I say like dark, I mean like you cannot see. You can't see the net on the bottom. Now,
just talking about Satan's Mustache, our top 5 women, our last eyes on them on the timing was going through Satan's Mustache on their second lap. So they are powering through. Poor guys. That will be the first time they will have done it. Well, is it open yet? Either way, they've just recently passed Satan's Mustache, our top 5 women.
So it's a tight cargo net, and it's a black tarp on top, and the tarp is covers so much area that when you get under it, you can't see anything. It's very easy to get disoriented and start going to the left or to the right instead of going out to the. I think the best way to describe it is if you were in a swimming pool and you close your eyes and you start swimming. It's very difficult to go straight because you can't see where you're going. And it's the exact same phenomenon. But it also has this added bonus, I'm saying bonus with notes, of being black and terrifying. And here's how tight the net is. The net is so tight to the ground that when you and I were doing the obstacle yesterday, we didn't even think we were supposed to go under the net.
No, it didn't look like that was the correct thing to do because it actually looked like it would be impossible to get under. We went through there with Hannah. Hannah and Carlo all went together, so there were 4 of us. In fact, that kind of helped because we could help each other through. And it was nice to have people there. I kept feeling onto Hannah's foot, like, okay, I'm still safe. But it was unpleasant. Yeah, I think that's one. For you, it's the disorientation. You had a story about that, which maybe as we get later to the night, you could tell us a bit more about it. For me, it was more the kind of a little bit of claustrophobia and darkness. It just felt a little bit trapping and scary.
Yeah, it's just a little bit scary, which is what World Toughest is about. There are obstacles out there that are physically hard. It's hard to get over Dublin walls. It's not scary, but it's hard. And this obstacle, it is hard, but it's also scary. It's a little bit terrifying. Yeah.
So the obstacle that followed that, talking about terrifying, is called Breath Eater, and for me, that was the obstacle that probably going to be the most testing. So I don't love water, and I will try. I did it, and I was very proud of doing it because I was there going, look at me, look at what I can do. This feels great. And I think that's a really beautiful thing about this event, is where people can recognize what they are capable of. So Breath Eater is basically a water cage roll with hanging mop heads. And now when I say hanging mop heads, it's not a mop head dotted around, it's a consistent line of mop heads. Your advice to me, and I followed it, which was great, was go for the center and you can just follow the middle pole and drag yourself along. The hardest bit was getting my body into the cold water. I really had to take a kind of deep breath and calm myself because it is cold, and then you are essentially trapped. Try not to think that way because it's quite scary. At the first mop head, you have to go underwater. The mistake I made there was not coming out of the water, and I panicked for a second because I wasn't sure if I was under plastic or not. I was like, can I get out of the water here or can I not? It was fine. You do a couple of the mop heads. It's not as scary as it looks. You just got to get through it. You just got to do it, but it's not as terrifying as it may first be. You can't breathe.
Cage crawl is a great world's toughest mudder obstacle. Well, it's not actually cage crawl. It's called Breath Eater this time. Cage crawl, it's a great obstacle because it's not physically hard, right? Like
No, it's not physically hard in the slightest.
Your 12-year-old kid could do it. But it's mental, like it's scary.
Yeah.
And like you said, the hardest part is getting in the water and kind of getting your head positioned so you can pull yourself through there. And
the hardest part is deciding.
I didn't tell you this yesterday, and I probably should have told you it. But if I had told you, it would have made it far too easy.
What?
At any point, you can just stand up because those cages will totally move. Like,
well, I'm glad you didn't tell me because I'm glad I didn't.
There's actually no danger. If people freak out, they can just stand up and those they fold up. So, so cage crawl is a staple of World's Toughest Mudder. There's always some variant on it or some play. And like you mentioned, the thing that makes it different this year is that about every 10 feet, there is a row of mop heads that are hitting you in your face. And you can't get around them. It's not like they're literally a solid
solid straight. It's not that you can duck around it.
And so basically you just have to pinch your nose or your breath and go through
underwater.
So it's a great obstacle. It's a great obstacle for World's Toughest Mudder.
It's great. The next one, high on grass. I think this is going to cause maybe a few issues with cramp, and if you're scared of heights, it may be difficult. But ultimately, like it's a nice slower down. It's a stack of hay bales, but when I say hay bales, I don't mean like the ones that you have on the farm. It's the ones the big round ones that you see in the fields. They're topped flat end on flat end to make basically a pyramid that you have to get over and above. And that is obstacle 19. So after that, we have one more obstacle to the finish.
Yeah. I want to say high on grass is probably the best smelling obstacle on course.
I disagree.
Unless you are.
For me, and this is a little bit odd, for me it's Chunky Monkey because there is nothing in the world I love more than the smell of fresh tires.
Okay.
I mean, I love them, and they were good.
So the last obstacle on course, Block Nest Monster. It's on every single regular Tough Mudder course, but it's such a great obstacle that they don't even need to alter it. They just bring it to World's Toughest Mudder every year, as is. What did you think your first time doing Block Nest Monster?
So Block Nest Monster hits everything I need from an obstacle in the sense that it is beautifully simple, yet very difficult. It's obvious what you have to do. There are no silly rules surrounding it. You get from one end to the other. It was a team obstacle for me. You guys talked me through it very, very nicely. It was so much fun. Obviously, I wouldn't have been able to do it by myself, but you told me, hang on to the top, we'll turn you over. When you get to the top, stay there, spin around, and start to pull it down for the other guys. And it really felt great because I don't particularly like it when it's just like, oh, I'll help you over something. And I'm not the strongest person in the world. There's not much I can give back. But in that sense, I could. I was like, great, I have a part to play in this team. I'm not just like the little idiot that's following you along. I can actually give back something here. So I absolutely loved it. It was so much fun.
You know what's fun about Block Nest Monster is they live this little inside baseball kind of thing. When they were creating the obstacle, the original objective was you would it was a water crossing. And you would come at it from, instead of coming north to south like we would, you went east-west, and you were supposed to go across blocks.
And then
And so it would wobble as you went across,
Yeah.
and that was the obstacle, was to get across without tipping it in the water, and then
I
people get in the water and
this
kind of hold it.
concept.
But then as they were experimenting and playing with it, they're like, hey, this is way more fun to go this way instead of that way. So that's how it went.
So we've just had someone asking if we can show the leaders again, please. So let's see if we can take a look at the leaderboards.
Yeah, as we pull up those leaderboards, we're looking at the weather here.
Oh my gosh.
How would you in the UK describe the right now?
This is Manchester. So this is my hometown through and through. My watch is saying that it's 16 degrees. I am shivering right now. I cannot wait to get some more clothes on. It's freezing. This is just heavy, constant rain, and you are going to be soaking wet out there. So here we go.
It's raining. Like, if you looked out the window, it's raining.
It's raining.
Like, this is raining umbrella weather.
Yeah, this is not nice.
So
men's leaderboard, we still have Kunkel in first on 3 laps.
Anthony Kunkel still holding down the first place. It's ahead of Sean Merriweather. Joshua Reed in third, about 15 minutes off the lead. Faye, we'll get your question in one sec. Which tire? And Faye, those are British tires you're talking about with the Y.
She is.
Elmer King in fourth place.
We were advised to keep our eye on him, and he is indeed so far running very strong.
Daryl Good in fifth. If we look at the finish times there, you can see a lot of guys clustered in there between 5th and 9th place.
Yeah, so looking at the live results, Kunkel and Merriweather passed the Dublin walls with about 5 minutes between them. Joshua Reed and Elmer King on feet spin, literally neck and neck. And then the remaining men were, the last we have of them is starting their their 4th lap.
Yeah, Mark Cadet. Mark Cadet has done well at World Cups in the past. Joshua Fiore, all strong athletes. Again, we're early in the race. We're 2 hours into the race. We're literally 10 hours before the guys are taking it serious.
So we've just had Stephanie Bishop and Chris Rogowski start their 4th lap, literally in the last few seconds. We still have Katie Knight in the lead, a couple of minutes ahead of those two. But Stephanie and Chris are running. It seems they're running together. They started lap 4 at the same time, and followed by Caroline Schweikart and Jessica Haney, who are still on lap 3 at Satan's Mustache.
So Katie Knight taking back that first place spot. She won it last year. She knows what it takes to win it. But Stephanie Bishop, she's won it before also. She had a strong start to the race last year, so it'd be fun to watch those two. And then Chris Rogowski is right there with them. And like you said, it looks like Steph Bishop and Chris Rogowski are running together.
Yes.
They started their 4th lap rather. At the same time.
Yeah. So we've just checked about the live results. What we have here on screen was taken just seconds before they went out on the next lap. So
Callie Schweikart moved up into 4th.
Yep.
So we're going to keep an eye on her as the race goes on.
And we can see Jareen Klingberg, who took the sprint lap. She's now down in 6th, and she's at Dublin Wall. So she took the sprint lap, but has slowed down, as is kind of to be expected.
You know, a name down there in 10th place, Sarah Corba, jumping onto the leaderboard. Sarah's had some strong performances in the past. She might move up that board as well.
Fantastic. So we're a couple of hours into the event. Things are going to keep changing as we go, but we are seeing names that we're expecting to see on the top of the leaderboards. And yeah, there's going to be a lot of switching as we go around.
Team leaderboard, with the information we've got right now, ABC Supply in first, US OCR Midwest in second, DFIT Black in third. ABC Supply and US OCR already completed 3 laps.
Which is incredible going, as far as I can tell, for a team running together.
Christelli fit 4th, Butter Family in 5th, Strong as Oak.
We
6th.
actually have ABC Supply have not long started their 4th lap, just a minute ago. So
Nice,
yeah, that's a quick update for you on that. Whew, I am not jealous of those athletes out there. I am currently freezing cold, and I do not have to get into any water.
So I just want to kind of recap for people just tuning in, or just to remind everybody, we have been live for about 2.5 hours now talking about the race. You and I aren't going to be narrating the entire race.
No, we're not.
There will be live coverage, camera coverage, all 24 hours right here. You and I will hear every hour at the top of the hour.
Yep.
To update on race results, on standings,
Yep.
on news.
We'll catch up with your
stories,
comments that you send to us. The cameras will be moving around the course. We have had that question quite a few times. We have a rabbit that will be out and the cameras will move. We will bring you as much of this race as we can. But don't forget, this is a 24-hour race. We're not going to be seeing everything in the first 2 hours, but we will be seeing a lot. We are going until this time tomorrow, guys, and we will be bringing you coverage for that whole time.
So you can watch us live on YouTube at toughmudder.com or youtube.com/toughmudder. Also on Tough Mudder's Facebook page. A lot of viewers right now, a lot of viewers. In the middle of the night, 2 a.m., 3 a.m., there's going to be a lot less viewers. So,
but don't forget time differences. The
That's-
UK,
you know what?
there's a huge UK and European
That's
contingent.
true.
They are 6 to 8 hours ahead of where we are right now. So for us, when it's kind of really miserable midnight, we might have some people in Europe joining us and supporting us. Please do come because it's going to be very difficult for ourselves and all the athletes at that time. So send your love, send your support, and stay with us.
So I would love, so with it, and now we're 12 hours from now I'm talking about, but you UK viewers, who you might be asleep right now. Are they asleep?
No, they're just having their dinner.
Oh, they're having their dinner?
Well, it's
Well,
8 o'clock at night in the
8
UK
o'clock at
right
night?
now.
That's kind of a late dinner.
Okay, they're just having a brewski whilst
They're
they watch
having their tea?
us.
The
Yeah.
evening tea? So when it's middle of the night here, you guys will be awake having your morning tea. And would love to hear from you. When all the Americans are asleep, the UK guys, Europe, you guys can take over.
And don't forget, you can chat to each other in the comments. So seriously, is that the only camera you've got? I'm going to answer this question repeatedly. Oh my love, this is not the only camera. We have the 2 static cameras and we will be going out on course. We will be bringing you footage, but this is, as we say, this is a 24-hour course, so the cameras will be moving around. Right now, whilst the obstacles aren't open, we're sticking with the finish and the starts, and we will be bringing you coverage from the whole course. Do not worry. Little comment here from Jasmine Morris. I'm in the UK. Hi, Jasmine. Thank you for joining us, and please do keep coming back.
Jasmine Morris, I think you were the one who was asking about the tires. The tires are on Chunky Monkey. So this is every year, Funky Monkey is always a part of World's Toughest Mudder, and every year there's a unique spin on it. One year, the second half of was slide. You slid down. There's always some kind of wrinkle or some way to make it a little harder or a little different, a little more fun for the athletes. And so this year, Chunky Monkey, the athletes will, the first half of the obstacle, they're standing on tires, and then they'll go from a tire to a banana grip, banana hold, to a tire, banana hold, till they get to the middle. The second half of Chunky Monkey is just ladders down. Like the first half of Funky Monkey usually is the second half this year.
So we've also had a comment from Jacinta Connolly saying, no, the UK Ireland EU mudders here for the 24 hours to sport on at that no sleep. Thank you very much. We appreciate that because
Love
we
to
need
hear
your
that.
support as well.
Love you too, Jacinta Connolly.
I'm
Shout
loving
out.
the love from the UK right now. We're getting a lot of comments coming in.
Oliver Blake, Harvey Valander, UK is here.
Go
That's one of the great
Oliver.
things about World's Toughest Mudder is I've met people from literally all over the world, different countries that I would never have a reason to run into or to meet.
Yes.
And even without the race, just because of Tough Mudder and because the World's Toughest podcast, people message me like, "Hey, I went for my run in London this morning." I was just like, it's. And I know part of it is technology and then the time we live in that enables us to do stuff like this. But without the race, without World's Toughest Mudder, it's made my life. It's positive value. You see Jim Campbell there, long-time mudder, coming through the finish line there. Jim is one of the athletes who has run every single World's Toughest Mudder. He's done over 200 Tough Mudder events, and it looks like Jim might be finishing his race early today. So our best wishes
That is
to Jim
an
Campbell
emotional embrace. How many people are taking part? I'm not entirely sure. We've been asked that a few times.
We had Giles in here. We should have asked him.
Yeah, we got
That's a
over
great question.
excited.
We're gonna track that exact number down
Keep looking for that answer. Remind us and keep asking if we haven't answered yet.
Traditionally 1,300-ish, give or take 100 or 200. Last year was a smaller year because of the travel restrictions that were still in place. This year, just based on the eyeball test, I want to say it's back to its normal 1,300 to 1,500. So love the crowd. Jermaine Jones. I hope you're out there crushing it.
Let's have a quick look if we can find Jermaine Jones in the results for you. So Jermaine Jones, bib 1773. In his age group, he is 27. He is on lap 3 and has not long passed Dublin walls.
Okay, so it's 2 o'clock, 2:15 local time. Jermaine Jones, for example, he's 2 laps. He's got 10 miles done. If his goal is to get 50 miles, he's on pace. Yeah. He's doing good for that.
I mean, that's the kind of maths I can't keep up with, but I'm glad you can.
He's looking strong. So we're loving that.
Absolutely loving everyone coming in with the comments. We're going to be moving around the course for our next few broadcasts. We're going to see any parts of the race. Yes, so we're going to move the static cameras and we're going to be sending Carlo out on course. We will be joining you on the hour to narrate, but the coverage will be live for the next... How many hours have we got left? 20 hours or something like that as we go around the course. So don't worry, you're going to see plenty of it. I know currently you've not seen a lot, but that is going to change. We will see a ton.
Let me do Scott, and I'll get you next, yeah? So we're bringing in Scott Forrester. Scott Forrester is working on the medical team this year. Scott and I have run World's Toughest Mudder together for many years. Last shot 50 miles together. Scott, thanks for coming in.
Absolutely, good to be here.
Scott, you were tell me what you do. What's your job, and then what's your job in non-Tough Mudder life, and what are you doing here this weekend?
So, non-Tough Mudder life, I'm a physician assistant. I work in the ER. Been there for about 15 years. Here this weekend, was supposed to run, but had to bow out for medical issues. So I'm working in the medical tent.
So it's clearly colder than we were planning, at least early here in the race. What are you guys watching for over in the medical tent?
So big thing number one would be hypothermia. So as things cool down, and we had a little rain earlier, so rain and water obstacles. We get into the evening, we're looking for people's body temperatures to drop, and couple that with fatigue and cold fingers, and so just really keeping an eye out on that.
Do you guys? Is there any discussion over there, or any thoughts on when the athletes should be putting wetsuits on, or is that a concern, or what are you thinking over there?
Initially I was telling people to kind of watch the weather, don't put your wetsuit on too soon, but the temps seem to have dropped a little bit quicker than we had anticipated. So I'm already starting to see people with their wetsuits on, which is probably a good move. It's pretty cold out here right now.
All right, you've run World's Toughest Mudder several times. It's 2:15.
Yeah.
Like if you were running right now, you just finished your second lap, let's say. Are you put it on?
No, I probably get closer to when the sun goes down. It's usually when I recommend put the wetsuit on. So this is a lot earlier than what I would have anticipated.
Even with the cold, do you think you'd?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not moving now, and I'm freezing, so I don't know. So I guess if you're moving and you're keeping your body temp up, and you think you can push it before it drops, the temp drops too much lower, you're probably okay. But I would watch it pretty close.
So your medical tent that you're working out of is literally right across from our broadcast tent. So we'll keep touch over the race, and if there's any big updates, any injuries, or anything that we need to watch, or even like advice for first timers that are going to run next year,
sure,
then, we'll bring you back and talk about it.
That sounds great. Sounds
awesome.
good.
Scott Forrester, thanks much.
All right, thank you.
That's Scott Forrester. Scott and I part of Team Fat Boys, running multiple years together, and just happy to have Scott. My team, we run. There's 4 of us. We usually run together every year. One of the team members, Nate Swanson, couldn't make it this year, so we knew it'd be different this year with the 3 of us, coming out here on course. And then Tough Mudder said, "Hey, are you guys available to do the live stream?" And we said, "Yeah, absolutely." So then I'm not running this year, which should be different. And then Scott had an injury come up, so Scott wasn't able to run this year. So our team of 4 from last year is down to a team of 1 this year, and that's Joel George, who's out there on course. So shout out to Joel George. I haven't seen his results yet, but a good friend of mine and a teammate on course, and wishing him the best as he's out there on course.
So I just had to briefly nip off to put more clothes on. I started the day in denim shorts, and it has got so cold that I have had to put most of my clothes on already before I got too cold.
Now, we knew it was going to be cold. We planned on it being 35 degrees tonight at 2 in the morning, but it got a lot colder, a lot faster than anyone was planning on out here.
Yeah, I did. I mean, this time yesterday afternoon, what time were we on currently?
2:15. It's
so
2:20.
This time yesterday afternoon, we started the hot lap. I mean, beetroot red within minutes. So hot. I think it was about 32 degrees Celsius yesterday afternoon at this time. And right now, I have a base layer, a t-shirt, a thin layer, a rain jacket, and leggings, and a hat on. So it is as different from yesterday as it could be right now. Yeah. So keep coming at me with the comments. Of course, we do keep getting people asking, are we going to get more views on the course? We are indeed going to get more views on course. We're going to be out there with a camera, a moving camera, and we have these static cameras which are going to move. We're going to change the views on those throughout the night. We've got a long time and there's a lot to see, but until the obstacles start to open, there's not too much point in seeing them. Hopefully you're going to stay with us overnight because we've got a lot to bring to you. I'm just going to quickly have a look at the live leaderboard and see what's going on there, if anything has changed. Our top three women, Katie Knight, Stephanie Bishop and Chris Rogloski, all on their lap 4, have all passed feet spin, all quite close together. And for the men, Anthony Kunkel has started his 5th lap. Literally, he must have just passed us as I was looking down. He started his 5th lap about a minute ago. So he's doing very well so far. Let's see if he can continue that and achieve his goal of 125 miles. So Anthony Kunkel has said that if he doesn't get 125 miles, he will be disappointed himself. Let's remind ourselves that the record for World's Toughest Mudder was achieved last year by Mark Battras, who got 115 miles. And HQ have said, and Giles is very, very determined that this course is much trickier and we will not be seeing the kind of records this year that we have seen in the past. So if Kunkel can get 125 miles this weekend, that will be incredibly impressive. Behind him is Sean Merriweather at lap 4 at Satan's Mustache, followed by Joshua Reed, Elmer King and Daryl Good, who we were last seen passing the Dublin walls. So in the team results, still ABC Supply in first according to the results, followed by US OCR Midwest and Cristelli Fitness. I'm going to take myself back to the comments, see if anyone has got anything. So yes, excited to see a pit cam. I am planning to get out into the pit at some point, take you around so we can have a look at what goes on in there. Perhaps when it starts to get a little bit colder, a little bit more difficult for people, because a lot of people, it seems, are still running straight through. They're not pitting just yet. They're kind of carrying on and getting those laps in before it gets too cold and too dark. So I will be taking you hopefully into the pit, or maybe it will be Carlo later. Yes, Anthony is doing great. Just finished his 4th lap, but this race doesn't really begin until night time. This is something that we've said quite a few times. We are on top of the results and seeing what's going on and seeing how people are running, but the race begins at midnight. I know that sounds crazy, we've already been running for half the time already, but it will start to make more sense later. Shout out to my brother, Richard Price. Let's get 75. Let's take a quick look at how he is doing. Richard Price. So he is looking for 75 miles. 1 second, my fingers are quite cold for typing. Richard Price, bib number 3092. He is on lap 3 and was last seen at the Dublin walls. So he is, a good way through his 3rd lap, which will be bringing him for the finish of that for 15 miles. I'm afraid I cannot do the math. But it sounds really well. I hope my voice lasts. I hope my voice lasts too. I can tell you, as soon as we stop this live stream or we stop chatting to you, I'm going straight for a cup of tea because they have an incredible hospitality tent here. Right in the middle of the pits is a really nice big area where they have food, they have snacks, hot water, coffee, tea for people. We brought our own things as well, but the availability of hot water has got me super, super excited. So we've had a comment here from All Dimensional Film saying he's going to start strong because he's an ultra runner. The obstacles are new. We'll see how he does. I'm assuming you're talking about Conkle there, but you've just said he. So if you want to let us know who you are talking about, we will. Have we seen any wetsuits yet? I mean, I did see at the start line a couple of people going out in shorties, but I don't think we've seen anyone. Let's just see if someone runs past before I'm not seeing anyone right now. I've not seen anyone yet running in a full wetsuit, but that I would imagine is going to happen pretty soon because I'm not going to lie, it's really, really cold here. Are we going to have obstacles? Yes, we are most certainly going to see live obstacles. If you want to have a quick recap of what the obstacles are, we did a hot lap yesterday, and the video for that will be on the OCR Report YouTube. If you want to see what those obstacles are, I'll be flat. But yes, we will be taking you out to the obstacles, and you will be seeing what's going on the course.
Are you guys on right now?
So DJ and Joshua are also incredible. Their resolve and grit is next level. They do extreme efforts with what looks like such ease. Yes, I mean, I think, to be honest, everyone taking on this event is next level to me. I think it's absolutely so impressive, whether it's somebody that can on every single obstacle and pass them with ease, or whether it's somebody that's going to be doing every single penalty and walking the whole thing. The determination to go out and to be able to do this lap after lap is so incredible to me, and I'm in absolute awe of everyone. Note that Sean started his 5th lap, less than 4 minutes behind Anthony. Well, thanks for that. Let's have a quick look at the men again, see what's happening. Oh, clicking on the female. Apologies, my fingers are a little bit cold. For some reason, I'm not able to actually click on the male results right now. There we go. Yes, so Sean Merriweather. Yes, you're right. He started, Conkle started his 5th lap at 2:19.50 and Sean Merriweather 2:23.45. So not that far behind him. Total time just less than 4 minutes. Joshua Reed, Elmer King, last seen at Satan's Mustache. Everyone is amazing. Yeah, everyone's amazing. I can't run 5 miles, never mind doing it multiple times with obstacles. So yeah, as I've mentioned quite a few times, I went out and did the hot lap yesterday. I did not run that, and I am quite sore today. So yeah, to me, everyone is amazing. I am very, very impressed, including with the pit crew. It's insane the amount of work people are going to be doing to look after their friends and family this year, keeping them safe and able to keep running. So the finishers coming through and then starting again has slowed down as the field starts to space out with more laps happening. People have different race strategies. We're seeing a nice neoprene hat go past, but I'm not seeing a wetsuit there. Kit is really important. Full neoprene, obviously it can be harder to run in, but if you are kitted out with neoprene hood, a wetsuit, gloves, and in fact neoprene socks, you know, you can make a complete difference to how your body can handle the cold on that course. And I can tell you, it is going to get even colder throughout the night.
Scoot on over. All right, let me go grab it. Nice. And then there's some plug here inside. All right. We just brought in Sean Corvelle, Tough Mudder, World's Toughest Mudder legend, Start Line MC, Mirror Man, motivator. Sean, tell me about World's Toughest 2022.
This feels good. It feels really good. You know, I'm still excited from the times we couldn't have it because of the COVID. And then we came back strong last year, and this feels even better to me. The participants look great. The start went off awesome. The weather, even though a little wet, perfect. And so I'm loving it, man.
It's World's Toughest Mudder. It's not World's Easiest Mudder.
Not World's Comfortable Mudder. No, this is the World's Toughest Mudder. I loved it last year, and I love telling the story because we say that, quote, when was the last time you did something for the first time? And I got that originally from a gentleman, Craig. I got to visit Craig in the hospital before he passed away of cancer. And his family told me that he adopted that quote. It became a motto for him. And so I brought it back to Mudder Nation. As we know, you've heard the story. And over the years, they made it so popular that it became a song by Darius Rucker.
Right.
So last year, when we were in Nevada doing our World Toughest Mudder event, around 10 p.m. at night, about just across the street was an amphitheater, and Darius Rucker was performing there. And around 10 p.m., he started singing that song. And we had nothing to do with it. It was like, oh my God, cosmic a little bit. Yeah. But that's the energy at these events, man. I love it.
I'll tell you, which you probably wouldn't know, this is my first Tough Mudder event. And yesterday I ran for the first time at Tough Mudder. And I just loved it. I loved it.
Oh,
it
that's
was
awesome.
Such a wonderful thing. It was crossing that start line. I was like, I've not done something for the first time in a long time. And for me to still be finding new stuff within this sport as a general is great. And this is just so different from any other kind of obstacle course race. I've absolutely loved it so far. It's so special.
Where are you from originally?
I'm from England.
And I feel like that more this year too, I felt more that we've reached out, that
Yes.
it's become more worldly. I know we had events in Korea. Before COVID hit, I was scheduled to go and do the events in Malaysia and Singapore. And I've been supposedly done one in Mexico.
Wow.
You know, so it's reaching out, and I can feel it more and more. It's becoming more of a world community.
We got a little head popping up here.
We got crew coming up. Francis Lackner and the Everest Angels stopped by to say hi. Shout out to those guys. Sean, tell me about some of the group. We saw Jesse Strawham and other athletes that are out here. That just tell me about the people that you see that are coming out that are inspiring you.
I was talking to a gentleman on my flight here, and I think I had said it at the start line. He's part of the group that's putting together the World Organization for OCR running and these types of running. And one of the things we were saying, not just introducing the sport to the world, but this sport has such a strong community. I was telling them how I feel like when X Games come out, I used to love watching the X Game athletes by the way that they had that camaraderie with each other, that they were cheering each other on, even though they were competitors. And that's the same thing that you feel here. And I thought it was awesome. I remember in the Tour de France how they were saying, oh, look how close the spectators can get to the actual athletes. Here, you can actually compete with top athletes.
Oh, yeah.
You can be out there on the course.
Side to side.
Yeah, what other sport? I mean, they're not going to call you in to pitch for the World Series, you know. Our quarterback's down. Come on in.
Yeah.
That's the beautiful thing with it being lapped. Any other event where it's just one, you might set off, a couple of hours after the elite guys, but you're not going to be running on the course with them, having them pass you, maybe helping them, be helped by them. It's very, very unique.
Yeah, they actually will help you. And you get to help them out there. Just awesome people all around. I feel like I get to run with my God.
One year I was running so many races, multi-lap races, Wayne Atkins, that he passed me so many times that I recognized the sound of his gait. I could tell, like, oh, Ryan Atkins is coming up behind me. Here he comes.
Yeah, at nighttime when they're coming in, because we're out here all night, like psychos, I can tell it's him when it's coming by his feet also. So, again, just amazing people. And Ryan Atkins, when you mentioned him, I remember the one year when we had all the publications out here. Disneyland when you're coming out of the small world, and then they have that like little area where you're going by these homes that are on the hills. I don't know why. That always made me feel good as a kid, and that's the same feeling I get when I'm walking in the pit area at 2 a.m.
It's so much fun to watch the evolution of the pit area from like 12 o'clock when everyone's like getting their athletes hyped up to like at the end, like it's tired, it's cold, it's like they're not having fun necessarily, but they got to keep their athletes going while they're out there.
Yeah, you'll see them though. They keep their energy up for the athletes. I see when they come in, they're up. They're getting them everything that they need and giving them that encouragement still.
So guys, we did just lose connection for a few minutes. Unfortunately, part of the deal of being in a field is it's not going to be perfect all the time. So we lost power to a generator. I imagine that's probably going to happen a few times throughout the night. Thank you for sticking with us. We are back now. We still have Sean with us. We can carry on with the conversation.
So, Sean, when you tell people about World's Toughest Mudder, what's the first thing you tell them about it? How do you describe the race to them?
For me, it's community, 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 community. That's the first thing. It's going to be something that challenges. I've said ever since I've been working with them, it's going to be an incredible physical challenge. But beyond the physical of it, the community and the support that you come into is what you're going to feel. When I'm in the circle and I'm talking to them, that's the thing that I want them to remember when they're out there on the course. I'm like, guys, you're out here, you're exercising your survival skills. And these fears that you take on, remember what that feels like, so that when you're back home, when you're back in the neighborhood, wherever it may be, whatever is attached to that fear, that challenge that you're going through there, remember this feeling and let that help you do what you need to do to keep moving forward, get done what needs to be done. So to me, that's the most important thing that goes on out here. Yeah.
One of my favorite parts of the community is it almost feels like a family reunion every year. Like when people see each other at events, but Worlds is the one event where everyone makes it.
Oh my gosh, it was impossible to go anywhere with you and Carl today because every 2 seconds, like, hey!
Yeah, the real legend. The real legend. Listen to them. They all me the legend. Yeah, here's the real legend right here. Yes. What year did you get involved?
So my first Tough Mudder was 2011. But I wouldn't say I really got into it till 2015. That's my first Worlds.
Yeah.
And we've talked about this before that you commit before you're ready, then you get ready. Mm-hmm. Like I for multiple years, once I heard about World's Toughest Mudder, I told myself, I'm going to run World's Toughest Mudder. Not this year, but next year. I'm going to train really hard, and then next year I'm going to go. And I said that 3 years in a row. Not this year, next year. And so finally one year, in Southern California, they kind of always have one in March, a regular Tough Mudder. So I did it. I was super inspired, super motivated. And I'm like, I'm doing it. So I said, middle of March. And I was like, I got all year to get ready. And I was not ready. Like, I did terrible my first year. But I still remember the start line speech you gave. And one of the things you said is, I'm going to butcher it. You're correct me when I say it. You don't finish at the finish line.
Yes,
I heard that. You fish out there, and then you make it to the finish line.
Yeah.
And I think about that all the time. Like, do I have enough for one more lap? Am I gonna? I don't know. Like, but we'll get out there and we'll figure it out. Like. Yeah,
that's the best part. That thing. We want your honest best, not your settled best, and that's one of the things you discover in this race in particular. Like you said, if you're out there in the middle of the course and you're like, I'm done. But then you push yourself back to the finish line. There you found your honest best.
Yeah. And there's just a feeling, it's great. Any race you do when you cross the finish line, it's a great feeling. And one of the great things about World's Toughest Mudder is you get to cross it again and again. And then you have people like Clinton Jackson out there giving you hugs as you come in all night long. So I would say to anybody that's hasn't done this yet, don't let it intimidate you. Just like I tell people about our regular events.
100%. Don't let it intimidate you.
Yeah.
Because, like I say, I went out yesterday. I've not done OCR for a few years. I've been out of the scene of actually. I've not exercised for ages, and I had a blast.
Yeah.
I could do a couple of laps here. I could go well, but I could do a couple.
If you do your best, then that's well in my book. All you got to do is do your best. That's what this is all about. I told people when I first started, one of the first teams I ever met was this Navy SEAL team. And these guys came and they had their rucks full of beer and wine and bacon and all this stuff. And they walked the whole course, spent most of the time out there helping people. And I saw them 9 hours later coming into the finish line laughing and drunk and muddy. And that's what it's about. You don't have to be some super athlete. If you are, great. Come here and see where you're at in your physical conditioning. But come with the family. We get families that come here more than ever with families.
I've mentioned this a couple of times I saw a brand new baby out there in the pit.
Yeah.
I was like, well, why not?
Yeah, Trevor Cycles, they had and his wife Stephanie, they had a child just recently, and that baby's here with them now. The other thing too, where it's grown, I first started, I didn't see as many minorities at these events, because I remember Will came up to I don't know if did we edit these things. Anyway, Will comes up. Okay, Will comes up to me and Clinton, and he says, "Sean, Clinton, why don't we have more black people at our events?" And we kind of like looked at each other, and we're like, And what I used to say on stage, I'm like, well, black people are more into sports than they're into fitness, but I'm sure that it will grow, which it did. We go to Atlanta now and DC and a lot of places, and not just minority diversity with it, but women.
Yeah.
When I first started off, it was a testosterone thing. And now I feel like there's even more women that compete in these and are out at these events.
We can safely say that the core demographic
Yeah.
for OCR is white male 35 to 44. But we are seeing, as the years go on, more and more it grows.
It jumped incredibly.
Ethnicities, gender. Probably give this a go, and I don't have to be. Have to win, take part. And
Yeah.
that's when it's really starting to see the sport is getting more popular and better as it grows into.
Yeah, bring your friends again. Just make it an event for your family.
It's also diversity, like, I don't know how to say it, body shape wise. Like, there's, like, you're going to see Trevor Psychos who has not an ounce of fat on his body, and you're going to see guys like me who have everything Trevor left behind. So,
one of the things I say at the start, I go, you come to these events, even if you just volunteer, I guarantee you're going to see someone out there. Well, you're that person. But the good thing is you're inspiring.
You're probably,
people.
hopefully, you're inspiring. Hey, I remember watching a World's Toughest Mudder video before I ran, and I saw a guy out there on a video, and I was like, well, dude, if that guy can do it, then I can do it.
Yeah.
And, there's literally no shape or size. Jesse Strawham's in a wheelchair. Like, what's your excuse? Like, are you in a wheelchair? If you're in a wheelchair, I'll listen to your excuse. But if you have 2 feet that move forward, like, you can do it. You can get out here.
You know what was cool, too, this year for me? One of my favorite moments was at one of the regular events. I was over at Electroshock, which had the our A-frame right by it. And slap me. What was the A-frame? What is that?
Mudderhorn?
Mudderhorn. Where you're climbing up the net, and it's about 10 stories, I guess. And there was a gentleman with his team, and he was a vet, lost an arm and both his legs. And the team was taking him through the course, and then they saw me standing there. They're like, Sean, come on and help us. And just that part, I got to help him over Mudderhorn, and oh, dude, it just touched me so much. So I can only imagine what like Jesse's team, how they feel, and our other adaptive athletes that are out there with their team, how they feel when they're doing these courses, and that achievement is that's what you forever.
Have you seen they have the new adaptive athlete bib?
I saw that.
25 miles.
Well done.
That's
well
pretty cool.
done. Yeah.
Excited for them for that. Hope they're in it.
In fact, I remember Kyle, who was the CEO last year, McLaughlin, when he was helping Jesse out there on the course last year, and I saw him at an obstacle, and I was talking to him about it, and he was in tears about that experience.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's some special things that go on out here.
I think it's cool. I think they're making big strides with the adaptive athlete program, and it's honestly it's inspiring, and it removes a lot of excuses for you personally. Like you wake up, like there's lots of excuses, right?
Yeah.
But seeing Jesse out there and other people, it kind of gives you no room to complain.
And for me, again, I'm more about nurturing that community. That community. That seems to be, I feel a strong connection with them, and I've been to their weddings, I've been to their graduations.
You've been to their hospital beds.
I've been to their hospital beds, to be a part of that, man. I feel like I can go anywhere in this town, and if I fly into an airport, I'd have somebody pick me up, give me a ride where I need to go. Isn't that that's where the line starts with friends for for me.
That's the test.
Pick that person up at the airport. Yes.
There's levels. There's like pick me up from the airport. There's help me move.
Yeah.
There's like, yeah. No, that's awesome. That's great.
Yeah. So it's a very sincere community, and you make friends from.
So for people who don't know or have never been here before, what you give the start. What do you do for the next 24 hours of the race?
So Clinton, myself, and Jen, we're MCs out here, and we just greet them as they come into the finish line to give them that energy, to show them that appreciation for what they're doing. This started when I first started working for them back in 2011 at that World Toughest Mudder event. They said when they hired me, and they said, "Okay, we want you to send them out, Sean. Like, then you can go back to your hotel room and come back in the morning for the finish festivities." And I felt like I already made a connection with a lot of these mudders that to my hotel room while they're out here all night long running. So I decided I'm staying out there, and I had hooked up the music. We had this big stage that we were on, and I was just out there blasting the music and singing. And that year, it was a 10-mile loop. It was in Jersey. There was icicles that were out there on some of the obstacles, and you wouldn't see runners coming in for hours with that 10-mile loop. But they come in and they really appreciated just having someone greeting them with energy, and then you'll hear them even with these out here. You'll hear them like, "Oh, we can hear you guys out on the course," and it gives us a little more energy to make it back in. You know?
What I've learned of Tough Mudder over this weekend, especially World Toughest Mudder, so much of what is special about it has happened organically. It's not been like an idea from headquarters, "Oh, we can do this to make the race special." It's been a group of people that have had their own ideas. So like the Everest Angels, like the Orphans in the Pit, like you.
Yeah.
We've seen something that could make this event better, which again echoes back to that. It's all about community. Everyone is doing it for each other. And that's what is making this event so special. It's like the racers, the participants have taken it on and made it their own.
They have, and I want them to do that, to make it personal, because then you see what happens is they can't wait to bring somebody else to experience it. And you know this, Will. I mean, you have that connection with this community. You're one of the people that, like you said, if you're walking around wherever we're having an event, that's Will. Yeah.
I love the community. It's a little bit. I'm talking about like a family reunion. Like, there's some weirdos in my family reunion, right? Yeah. They're a little bit weird, but you love them nonetheless. They're family, and you're happy to see them, and you give them a big hug. I've always said the second best thing about World's Toughest Mudder is the community. The first best thing is the sweet bibs.
The what?
The bibs.
The bibs. All right, well, I'm standing in the line with the first best thing, the community.
Well, I ain't getting a bib, so I'm going to the community.
So I'll find more of my community people.
Oh.
Yeah, it's great, man. I love everything about it. I encourage anybody to just, even if you don't run it, come out, volunteer. And every volunteer I've talked to end up coming back running.
Yeah, I love it. It's my favorite weekend of the year, and wouldn't miss it.
Yeah.
Sean, thank you so much for joining us, and we're going to watch you at your dance party for the next 22 and a half hours or something.
Thank you.
Thank you
guys.
so much. It was lovely meeting you. So let's take a quick look at the leaderboard now after speaking to Sean. So we currently have Anthony Kunkel and Sean Merriweather in first and second, both done 5 laps and recently passed the Dublin walls. Sean within 2 minutes of Kunkel, followed by Elmer King, who's moved up into third place. He's passed Feet Spin, Joshua Reed and Tyler Vermeer. Not far behind. Tyler has had a really great year and is starting to pull forward. So for the women,
Katie Knight holding it down in first place. Steph Bishop right behind her there. And then Chris Terglowski right in third place. So those top 3 women and Callie Schweikart, I tell you what, those 4 are all, they all hit the last timing mat at the same time.
They've all just passed Satan's Mustache, actually with only 9 minutes between first place and fourth place. So we're still seeing that top 4 women really close together, which, considering we're 2 hours in, is it's quite impressive.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see how that shakes out. Katie has won. Steph Bishop has won. I think Chris Terglowski and Callie Schweikart might be 2 love. It's not a matter of if they win it, but when or what year they win it. So we're going to welcome another guest to the booth here. Clinton Jackson jumping in.
Yes.
Clinton Jackson, how is your World's Toughest going so far?
So good. I forget how much I love it until it's actually happening, Will. When all you got to do is start looking in those faces, feeling that energy rushing by you, standing in that river of might and strength. And
isn't it crazy, like how you can kind of absorb their energy? Like they're tired. They're finishing the lap. They're tired. They haven't got the food yet, but you can still kind of like get energized on them.
yes, absolutely. It's what I like to call a front row seat to greatness. You know what I mean? It's like a concert of awesomeness, and I'm just pressed against the stage, and I'm just watching them play. That's powerful stuff. Wow, that's very good. Thank you for that.
I was just telling Sean that there's nowhere else I'd rather be this weekend. It's the greatest weekend in obstacle course racing.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. Our people are so good, man. They're so good. Yeah.
So what are you seeing out there on the course or from the athletes today?
I am seeing a lot of gratitude, I feel. And a lot of people that I talked to earlier were just like, we're all coming back from a lot. This has been a lot of grace given to people that have given to themselves and to each other, and the gratefulness of being here. And I don't feel the same kind of pressure from people that I felt in the past, where I feel like they're putting a lot on themselves and expecting a lot.
Sure.
I feel like they made their goals, but I don't feel the same in pressure.
So you feel like some of the athletes running in the past, they've been like, I got to get 50 miles. This is my year to get 75 miles.
Yeah.
But this year, they're kind of like, I'm going to go out there, I'm going to run and see what happens.
Yes. I mean, still putting their best forward, but I really feel like people are giving themselves, it's like grace, you know what I mean? With the combination of the gratefulness of being here, being with people you care about, people you respect, and then that part that just says, I've done it before. I know what it feels like to hit the mark. I know what it feels like not to hit the mark. And I just want to fall somewhere in between where anything's okay because I still get to do it.
That's awesome because it does take some pressure off of you. Like, I'm going to give it my best. I'm going to work hard. But if I get 70 to 75, it was still a good year.
Yeah. And I hope people realize that they're a part of something larger than their goals. Because I think if you come out here and you're only focused on your individual achievement, like Robert De Niro in Untouchables, individual achievement. But if you're only concentrating on that, there's a whole bunch of this stuff that you can miss out on. The fact that, like Sean said, and I know people hear it, I know people believe it, but your best is making somebody else better. And I really hope with all my heart that people are really living that out and feeling that, me going forward, there's somebody behind me looking up ahead of me. There's somebody happy to see me coming. No matter what I do out here, I do matter to somebody else.
You know what the thing about that? When you do your best and when someone else sees you and they're inspired to do their best, you'll probably never know about it. Never know about it. That guy is probably super grateful, but I've told the story times. Like when my first World's Toughest Mudder, I saw a video of a big dude finishing the race. I was like, if he can do it, I can do it. And my first year, I got stuck in an obstacle called Royal Flush. It was terrible. It was basically a Augustus loop, but in a terrible obstacle. Maybe it was great. I don't know. I didn't like it. But I got stuck there. And I was there like 2 hours on the course. And the guy, I don't know who he was. I don't know his name. But he helped me get through that obstacle. Without him, I would have DNF'd my first year.
Yeah.
And I have no way to even thank that guy because he doesn't remember it. I'm just one guy on the course. But we will do things, we can do things that inspire other people, and we'll never know about it. It's thankless, but you're still making a positive impact in someone else's life.
It's so true. And, for me, and on the regular events, I'm posted up at the end at the electroshock therapy obstacle, and I see it all the time. Well, I mean, again, front row. I see people who are having the hardest time, and no matter what I say to them or their family or whatever they're saying to themselves, who just can't float the boat. They can't get that thing. They can't get themselves through that obstacle. And sometimes it's just when the flow starts and they see somebody else go, and you almost see like it's like a visceral thing just grabs them right in the abdomen and it just pulls them through. And I'll go, those people will never know that person stood over here for 20 minutes, and
Yeah.
just quick story. One time I was talking to these 3 young ladies who were having the hardest time. They were there forever trying to get through, and they couldn't do it. And then they finally decided as a group, we can't do it. Lauren Andrews came around on her 3rd lap and went crawling right through there. And I announced that it was Lauren's 3rd lap. And then they go, this is her 3rd lap ever or today? I said, today. And they looked at each other and they said, well, we got to do it. And all 3 of them went. Just because Lauren was being Lauren.
And Lauren Andrews might not until today, she might not even know that.
Well, I hope so, because she's awesome. And so many of our people, like you said, that's just what they do. They show up and they do. Somebody's always watching. Somebody's always feeling you. You know what I mean? When you're not feeling yourself, there's somebody who's just right beside you and just rooting for you, or just you're always giving to somebody. You know?
Even when you go home, you could go home and like, what'd you do last weekend? Oh, I ran 50 miles. Or even if you did bad, maybe you had a bad race and you did, I only got 25 miles, but you ran for 24 hours. There's people at home who are like, they've never run 25 miles in their life. They're like, man, if he can run 25, I can run 1.
Yeah.
And you're right. It's make the world a little bit better.
Yeah, I'm telling you, just seeing people, because I do it myself. I make this pledge to myself. Well, that when I come out, I don't ever want to leave out somebody else's achievement with me. You know what I mean? Watching them. So when I go back, like there was a young lady just in tears at Dallas, maybe a couple of events ago or whatever, and just sobbing. And then to watch her not going crawling and trying to avoid the wires and obstacle, she just went through, just in tears. And I see that and I go, okay, where do I need what she's got? You know what I mean? And I try to go back home with that. And again, it's meaningful beyond what people know. And it's just such a thing of beauty to see people do this. And I'm fortunate. I'm very fortunate to be here.
Okay, so you are the finish line MC. Usually, post like you said at electroshock therapy. You have probably seen more people go through electroshock therapy than anyone else on the planet.
Yeah, I think that's pretty safe to say.
What advice would you give a first timer? Electroshock therapy is the scariest obstacle on a regular Tough Mudder course. How would you tell those people to get through it?
The obstacle is already happening to you before you get to it. So before you get to it, if you're worried about it, you gotta defeat it in your mind. If you're afraid of that thing, don't get there and then just have your fear like in a big pile. Get rid of it along the way. Just see what you're doing. Take note of yourself every step of the way. And when you get to that final thing, I want you to have already cast off so much of that fear from just being aware of who you are. And again, looking around at other people, because the people who can go through and barely flinch, they're no different, physically from you standing there. So I tell people, no different. They just got the mind in a different place. The mind is already on the other side of that obstacle. They're just getting through this. So don't heap it up in front of you. That would be what I would tell people.
That is a great point. That obstacle, you're fighting it literally the whole 10 miles.
Mm-hmm.
Like I know this is at the end, and I know, I'm doing Funky Monkey or I'm doing whatever, but waiting for me, and they see it. They usually see it at the start of the course.
Yeah.
They'll see. Maybe if they come later in the day, you're already talking to people, and they're like, "Oh, that's the end." They know the finish line's right there.
Yeah.
It's in their head the whole time. That's great.
Yeah. So just chip away at it. So that it's a much smaller heat when you get there, because there's a lot of inspiration along the way that you'll see around you, and it's coming from in yourself. And I'm like, hey, if you can get this far, this last 40 feet, single stop.
That's great advice. What about someone thinking about running World's Toughest Mudder next year? What advice would you give them? They're thinking about signing up. They don't know if they should or not.
I'm thinking that person has no idea how many people feel exactly like they do and who are here. I think people think in their mind that a lot of these people live on this higher plane. No, they've crested. They've just said, okay, I'm going for it. I'm going to do it. And they don't have it all figured out either, but they come out here and they go at it, and I bring it up all the time. Stacy Reese, I thought that was her right there. Tough, strong. That's what she has on her shirt. And I believe that's so true, because people always think of can I do this? Do I have the strength, the power, and the might for it? But for this, you got to just bring your tough. You show up with your tough, because your strong is going to try to measure what can I do, but your tough just says, no, I'm just going to do what I do and just keep going forward. There's no measurement to tough. Strong is looking for a number. Guess how much I lift it will. Guess how much it is. Guess how many. Nah, tough just keeps going. So just come out here and you're in good company. And if you're scared, it's okay to be scared. Everybody's scared. But people go.
That's so true. Even the people who run it multiple times, when they're sitting in that start chute, they're like, oh, man, I didn't like that one obstacle, or I don't like the what. Like, everyone's got something in there. Trevor Psychos, who's won the race twice, he's got something in his head. He'll never admit it.
Yeah.
There's something that he doesn't like.
Yeah, there's just no way, because, you have to have something to overcome and to punch through. And once you tap into that reserve of taking that first initiative, that first initial step of getting started and attacking, then you're in attack mode, and you see yourself do one thing, then you do the next thing, and that's what you got to feed off of. There's a lot in you. I don't mean to sound like Mariah Carey, but the hero, lying dormant. Just waiting to get at this thing.
Gives you faith to carry on.
Yeah.
You mentioned tough being strong. The toughest obstacle, I think, for a first timer is signing up.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's really, really tough. It's scary. It's a big chunk of money. Mm-hmm. And you're like, once you put that money on the table, you're like, okay, now I have to go. It's I really think signing up is at least for the first time, is the hardest part.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's why one reason I like to talk to so many people, because this one thing to broadcast, to be on the mic, but I love the up close thing with people, and being able to say, so how was it, and look at people, and when they go, man, this is my favorite thing, I did better than I thought I would. Man, every time, that just makes me want to weep every single time I hear we'll get better than I thought. And that's just there for the taking, and that person, I know they're going away a better version of themselves, man.
So not everybody can make it this year. There's people in the community watching us, from home. You want to say anything to the people at home?
People at home, are they right here? People at home who couldn't make it, we miss you. We're sorry that you couldn't make it, but you are a part of this community. And just like I said, when you're out here, you're giving a lot to people. Just you being involved in whatever capacity you're involved in, the relationships that you have, you're to people. So, you're part, just by being a part of the community. So thank you all for being a part of the community. And we love you, and we miss you, and we'll get you on the next one.
All right. Clinton Jackson, thanks, man.
Thank you, Will. Always a pleasure to see you, buddy.
Can you ask me about how that looks?
Thank you so much for joining us. So let's take a quick look at how the athletes are getting on. We've had a few of you asking about the results. So let's see where everyone currently is. So in the men's results, we still have Anthony in first place. He's on his 5th lap. He has recently passed Satan's Mustache. Actually, no, he passed that about 10 minutes ago. Very closely followed by Sean Merriweather, who was 2 minutes behind him, passing Satan's Mustache. Followed by Elmer King in 3rd. We last saw him at the Dublin Walls at 2:56. Followed by Joshua Reed, 2 minutes behind him, and Tyler Veerman. So for the women, we have... Let me just get this right. We have Katie and I still in first. Whilst these guys were chatting, we did see Chris Rogloski run past with Austin Azar, correct?
Sure.
Yes. She seems to be running in a group together. She did cross the finish line with, and I've completely forgotten who it was, but she's running in a large group. So we have Katie and I running ahead, last seen at lap 5 start. 5 minutes after her was Stephanie Bishop at 2:58, followed by Christy, Caroline Schweikart, and Jessica Haney. So those are our top 5 women. Jessica is still on her 4th lap. The other 4 women are on lap number 5. In the team results, US OCR Midwest still out in front. They are the only team on lap 5. They were last seen at feet spin, which is not, it's reasonably far into the course, followed by ABC Supply, last seen lap 4, Satan's Mustache, followed by Cristelli Fitness, lap 3 finish, and DFit Black, lap 4, Dublin Walls. Doesn't make sense to me, actually. Seeing a lap 4 coming in after in lap 3, so let me make sense of that. So, as you can see, we now have the cameras out on course. That is Carlo at Loch Ness. That is the final obstacle of 20 obstacles and 5 miles. I can tell you it is absolutely freezing right now. I would not want to be going in and out of that water.
We're seeing a lot of wetsuits out on course, which I think is, well, not everybody, are they? We're seeing some.
So I just saw a guy run past, full wetsuit, completely bare feet.
Full wetsuit, complete. You know what? There are some guys. There is a guy that runs barefoot, and I think that's insane. But he's trained for it. I talked to him once. He runs on. He trains up for it every year. But if you look at that water right now, it looks like Kool-Aid. And if you're like, wow, it looks purple on screen. What does it look like in person?
Purple, very purple.
It looks purple on screen, and once you go through that obstacle, it looks purple on your skin. We went through it yesterday, and I had dinner that night at the World's Toughest Mudder community dinner, and someone asked me what was wrong with my hands. Someone who hadn't run the hot lap, and I hadn't realized how they 6 hours later they were still. I looked like a Smurf.
Oh, I was washing green off my skin still this morning. Luckily, my soap has bumps on it, and I was able to scrub myself a bit. Now, but the water out there is blue, purple, green, red, and it's heavily dyed.
Now, typically, they always do the dye, but typically, once the mud starts getting dragged in there, it kind of loses the dye, and it starts to look just brown. And we are still early in the race. We're only at 3 o'clock, 3 hours in the race.
We're so early.
So there's still plenty of time for everything to get brown and nasty. But for now, we got that purple-looking Kool-Aid-looking water at Loch Ness Monster.
So a comment here by UK OCR. UK poster boy Will Chung just finished 3rd lap. Go Will. So anyone in the UK does know Will Chung. Well done, Will, for passing your 3rd lap.
Love us some Will Chung.
Yeah, so it does look like Stephanie and Chris are running together. There is a group of them. Let's have a quick look for Austin and see if he's on the same kind of timings. There's quite a large group of them. So yeah, so Austin's also part of that group, and there's a few others. I didn't catch their bib numbers or names, but that's certainly a way to do it, isn't it? If you've got people alongside you who are strong enough to run together.
You know what? There are obstacles that, even like Loch Ness, as we're watching here, you can do them by yourself. Some of these athletes can probably do them myself, but they're much easier and they're much faster if you're working with other people. And if you have a crew of people who can maintain pace with you, like if you're Chris Rogowski and Steph Bishop, there's not a lot of ladies on course that are going to run as fast as you.
No.
But if you guys want to pair up for a while and kind of match pace and match pit times, and then it's in both of your best interests. So maybe there's a group of, it looks like about 4 ladies who are kind of pacing the field. If we, the 4 of us, can beat everybody else, and then we just kind of settle it between ourselves, the last couple of laps.
That'd be weird though, wouldn't it? Like, we've run together this whole time, now it's a competition.
So, and we talked about it, the race starts at midnight. It's a weird dynamic, because this race it's a race. It is a race.
Yeah, it's a competition.
For $10,000 first place prize money. But it's absolutely in a spirit of teamwork and camaraderie. You can see that every single one of those athletes on Loch Ness Monster right now.
Yeah, Loch Ness is a perfect example of the teamwork that's required to do this event. You can see that technique there, bring it down,
and
people on top.
They're stopping to turn around, and they're slowing their race down to help other people get over that first block there at Loch Ness.
Yeah.
And then the guy in the blue shorts and the orange top, he's stopping his race, he's pulling.
I suppose this is kind of easier than it was yesterday. If you've got a constant stream of people, because you just get people
If you can keep that block rolling, just keep it spinning, it gets momentum.
Because you had to I had to hang on, and you guys had to push me over. I mean, that was not a fun moment of my life.
So when we did it yesterday, we were starting it, and that's a great point. The way we did it yesterday, it was started from a dead stop, and we had to kind of start. That's how it'll be in the middle of the night. Because in the middle of the night, I don't want to say ghost town, that's too strong a word, but there will be a lot less people on course. People get cold, people get tired. Some people are going to drop, some people are going to sleep, take naps. But there will be a lot of people who are, like right now there's, I don't know, 15-ish, 20 people on the obstacle.
Yeah.
In the middle of the night, you might come up to block this monster and you're all by yourself.
Yeah.
And you're like,
and this is a must-complete obstacle, isn't it?
So
if you don't get through it, you basically have to.
Yeah. So what you might do is we see the runners coming up to the start of the obstacle. They might just stop there. They'll stop there and they'll wait for a group of 2 or 3, and then those people will go through it together. And then here's what happens sometimes is you get to the very end, and then someone else shows up at the start of the obstacle, but you can't help them because you're on the second block. Like, what can I do? And then that person has to wait for a group. But when you get that group of people together, everyone's on board together. Like, hey, we're gonna get each other through this obstacle.
Yeah.
I love the audience watching the race side of it.
Yeah.
We mentioned it multiple times, and I don't need to keep beating the drum. The race is early. We're 3 hours into a 24-hour race, but the Sean and Will little competition there, like Sean Merriweather with in the podium. It's great to look. Me and 99% of these athletes will never compete for the podium. But
that's not what it's about, is it?
It's not. It's not. Okay, I'm going to say 2 things at the same time. They're opposite, but they're both true. It's not what it's about. But I love the race side of it. I love the sport. When I would compete in the race, I'd come through across the finish line, hit the pit area, and then as I would be leaving the pit area to start my next lap, there's a giant screen, a TV screen they have with the obstacles, not obstacles, but with the race standings on it, and you could see who the leaders are, who the winners are, and I'd like to follow it during the course.
Yeah, it's nice having all this information so easily accessible. Gary, looks like Sean might be putting a wetsuit on. He's been in the pits 3 minutes now, not like Sean to spend a lot of time in the pits. It's really great, you guys at home who you're watching your own athletes and seeing things go on, to give us, we can see your feedback here, because there's so much to keep track of. We can't keep track of everyone and everything. If you give us bib numbers or full names, we can certainly take a look at people, but absolutely loving having your comments and your feedback on what people are doing and how things are going from your perspective. It's really nice to have you joining us and kind of feeling as if you're here with us.
So we're looking at athletes as they run past us here. We are positioned just past the finish line. When athletes cross the finish line, they're giving Sean high fives, they're giving Jason and Clinton Jackson high fives, and then we're literally right at the finish line watching them all come through. And it's amazing. I'm seeing wetsuits, I'm seeing shorts, I'm seeing people, I just saw a guy run past in just shorts and a t-shirt.
Oh my gosh, I know someone commented earlier the athletes aren't cold. Well, I mean, you're not here and not an athlete, so it's very hard to say they're not cold, because I guarantee there are some people out there who are very cold. I just saw Giles briefly, and he was saying that he's so cold that he's actually going to go out on course now and get a bit of a run in just to get warm.
Sure.
Because it's standing around and staying still, incredibly chilly, getting in and out of that water. Woo! And we all see quite a lot of athletes pass in their wetsuits.
We've talked about how this year, we don't know how cold it's going to get, but how this year may be the coldest year since, or probably will be, since 2018.
Oof.
And in 2018, it was cold on course. It was absolutely cold on course. But you're moving, you're running, or you're walking, whatever, you're moving on course. When you would get to the pit area and you get some food and you stop, that is when you would get cold in 2018.
Yeah.
Because your body's not moving and there's no blood pumping.
100%.
So, like I said before, the pit, if you want miles, the pit is your enemy. When it's cold, you're going to want to stop. You're going to want to, I need to get warm, you'll say. I need to get warm. I need to get a blanket around, a space blanket around me. I need to get inside a tent. I'm telling you, tonight you're going to get colder by not. Oh, the guy just fell back in the middle.
Oof.
Trying to do it myself. It's okay to use teamwork.
Teamwork
There it
makes
goes.
the dream work.
They're making it. See, there's guys doing it by themselves.
If they want.
And they're pulling, and as they go over, they're pulling it for the next guy behind them. They're still helping out.
So a quick update on the results. Actually, we've now currently got 2 men on their 6th lap. Anthony Cuckle and Sean Merriweather have both started their 6th lap. Sean running 6 minutes behind Anthony. The women, there's been no updates since we last spoke. And in the team results, UCR, US OCR Midwest still on lap 5, having passed Dublin Walls. ABC Supply not started lap 5. No one else has started their 5th lap yet. US OCR are looking like a really strong team already.
I love it. I love the team category. It's underrated.
What kind of mileage can we expect to see for a team?
So if you have a 4-man team and you are swapping in 2 men in, 2 men out, you could. Last year, the team, I want to say they got 125 or 130 miles. Now, not every person moved 125, 130 miles, but that's the most we've ever had in the team category. You just got to look at the obstacle high on grass for a second. That's the power of hay bales.
Yes.
That is either the first or second best smelling obstacle on course, depending on who you ask in the broadcast booth.
So yes, someone's mentioned the cliff here. So basically, Josh is a replacement for the cliff this year. There was nowhere that they could find to do the cliff. The cliff is a very, very high jump. In past years, when they've not had an actual cliff to jump off, they've done it from shipping containers stacked one on top of the other, but without the water to jump into, there's just that safety. So they've kind of brought in, they've brought in the slide to replace that.
So right now it's about 3:15 local time in Atmore, Alabama. It is 55 degrees Fahrenheit.
So it's 15 degrees centigrade, my watch is telling me, but honestly it feels a lot colder than that. We were chatting yesterday about how temperatures feel in different places. It's 15. I mean, you can have a day of 15 and be wearing a t-shirt, but this is a wearing your big coat kind of day.
This is a cold 55.
Oh, it's a very cold.
It has stopped raining, which is a blessing for everybody.
The sky's brightened slightly. I'm hoping we'll get a little bit of a break. I mean, these athletes need a little bit. They need the heavens to smile on them, considering how long they've got to go still.
You know, yesterday when it was a hot day in the afternoon, noon, 2 o'clock, it was hot.
Oh, baking hot this time yesterday afternoon.
But 3 o'clock is when it started to get cold.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
So I've had a question come in. Once it gets dark, will they all wear headlamps or will the course be lit? So no, once it gets dark, it's actually a requirement to be out on course to have a headlamp. I cannot run the course without it. If you lose it partway through, you have to team up with another athlete who has a headlamp, and then you can go to merch and get yourself a new one. They do have spares. But no, you have to be responsible for your own lighting out there. It's going to get dark in some of those places.
That's a great question. We talk about the wetsuits and all the gear and equipment in the pit area and all these tents out there. There's only a few required pieces of equipment.
Yes.
Most of us mutter. You have to have your bib, which they give you. You have to have a timing chip, which they give you. Then you have to have, they call it night ops, you have to have a headlamp and you have to have a flasher or a glow stick. So the headlamp goes on the front, the flasher or the glow stick goes on the back of your body. And those are the first, obviously for safety, for running. Night ops starts at 4 p.m. and it runs through the night. And you'll see if we're at 3:18 right now, when the runners leave, if you leave for a lap after 4 p.m., for every lap after 4 p.m., you have to have a headlamp on.
So we're getting close to that time now because it's 20 past 3.
And this is actually a very early start to night ops. Traditionally, it's about 6 o'clock or 6:30 maybe.
I suppose though that when the sun goes down, though, it goes down. So if you're starting a lap at that time, you need to prepare to be out on course and be lit whilst you're out there. Just trying to get you a quick update on the results. So yeah, we've got Katie Knight still ahead. I'm going to admit here, I'm a little bit confused because you've got Stephanie Bishop in second, and Chris Rogowski in third, but Chris passed feet spin ahead of Stephanie. So is there a way that I'm reading this incorrectly?
Yeah, they're all those top 4 ladies are all within
a few minutes
of each other. And a few minutes on a 24-hour course is literally like poof, it's a breath.
Yeah.
So
I mean, on a 2-hour race, a few minutes can be. We saw with the trifecta weekend last weekend, those minutes can be eaten up quickly. So if we're talking 24 hours, there's still so much to go.
You know, we're gonna have We're gonna have cameras on all the other obstacles. We go through the 24 hours.
Yes.
But I could literally watch Loch Ness Monster. Just
it's
sit
great.
here and watch it.
It's really
like if
great.
I could get like a live feed to my house, my office, like just a loop. You know, Loch Ness. Oh, look at her! You can do it. Get over there. Get over it. You got it.
Yes.
Well done. Well done. See, now it is a difficult obstacle to solo to do by yourself. But you saw the.
It's possible.
Yep.
But difficult.
But then you see the team of 4 or 5 going through it, and that's kind of the way the traditional 6 people now. Traditionally, most people do it. But the elites, if they're just trying to bust through there real quick, they'll just go through it.
Yeah.
And it's possible. So this is excellent technique from this group going through there. The first girl goes through, she pulls it down. The next guy, he gets himself over. You turn your body, and then you grab the lip, and you pull it. Nope. Number three kind of fell in there. So you want to, and then what you can see what the guy on top is doing. He's actually leaping back up there to keep it rotating. When you have, there's not very many people in right now, but when you have a lot of people, you can keep those blocks spinning, and there's sometimes water can get inside those blocks.
Yeah.
You can keep the water outside of the blocks. It makes them lighter and easier to rotate or to spin.
Let's have a quick chat, see if anyone's got anything to say.
Hey, shout out to Brian Grayson. Brian, appreciate you watching with us the whole time here and jumping in with your thoughts.
Yeah, I was just saying before, absolutely loving having everyone at home giving their kind of feedback on the results, what they're seeing from the results, because there's so much going on here. It's kind of hard to keep track of everything. And obviously we want to bring you the accurate news. So you guys helping us at home is brilliant.
Hey, so now's a good time to put in a plug for the OCR report. If you're watching World's Toughest Mudder and you're enjoying coverage, go over to Instagram at the OCR report and give us a follow. We'll have race results. We have Carlo. I actually have our guy out there right now doing social media posts over at the OCR report Instagram. And then head over to the OCR report YouTube channel, youtube.com/the OCR report for more live race streaming from other race brands, from Spartan and beyond, and then interviews. I talked to Joe DeSena last week. Joe DeSena, the CEO of Spartan Race, and that's where the whole burpees at World's Toughest Mudder controversy came from. Like, he kind of got me out of the blue. Like, hey, why don't we just bring burpees to World's Toughest Mudder? And Joe's never been to World's Toughest Mudder, but I have. And when he said that, I was like, Joe, I don't know if that's a great idea. So you can check that out at youtube.com/the OCR report. And then as long as you're on the internet, head to toughmudder.com/WTM, and that is their World's Toughest Mudder hub. If you want, we're going over the race results every hour or so.
Yeah.
And if you want to see how your friends or your family are doing, people you want to just track the elites and see how the race is going yourself, go to toughmudder.com/WTM, and you can find that.
Yep, you can check it up yourself. You don't have to rely on us, but if you do want us to give a shout out to your friends or family who are out on course, send us their bib number or their name, their full name. We'll take a look at where they are on the course and we'll give them a little shout out.
Yeah, and here's the thing is we have 24 hours of coverage. Like, we've got time to give your loved one a shout out. We're happy to do it.
We're not far in right now. We've still got a long time to go, so don't worry. There's plenty for you to see, and there's plenty of shout outs.
Friend, here's the deal. We have a 24-hour race. We've already been on the air 3.5 hours. Plus, like, this is a 4-hour broadcast. It's a long broadcast, and we're already done with that. We just finished. We're finishing 4 hours, and we're like this much into the race. We've got a long, long way to go. Looks like Trevor Psycho's on the bottom there. Just finished Loch Ness Monster. I think it was Clinton who mentioned that Trevor has a brand new baby out here. Trevor has won World Toughest Mudder twice. He's finished second or third, literally more times than I can even count off the top of my head. If you had to bet on someone to run hey, which athlete here is going to run 100 miles, who has done it in the past and who has a good chance to do it in the future, Trevor Cyclist is the one I would pick. Like, he doesn't win every year, but he almost every year runs 100 miles. Hard course, easy course, doesn't matter, 100 miles.
I'm really glad you said his name before I said it. So as somebody who has a really difficult to pronounce name, I understand that people get it wrong. But as someone with Italian heritage, I read his name as Chichos. Chichos.
It's spelled C-I-A-C-O-S-Z, and it's pronounced Psychos. That's a true story.
It just gets me. It sounds like Psycho. Oh, that would have been so embarrassing. All week I've been reading up on your past results and people who they are. Trevor Chichos. So yeah.
And athletes coming in now. So usually when I'm at World Toughest Mudder, this is my first time live, on the live stream team. I had 24 hours of live streaming. Usually I'm running, but sometimes I'm in the pit area. I have never sat at the finish line for the whole race. And that's essentially what we're doing. We're hanging
Welcome to today.
We're hanging out at the finish line, and we get to watch every single runner finish every single lap. And it is amazing. I've said before, I think Sean Corvelle has the best job definitely in OCR.
Yeah, but how his voice keeps going, I do not know.
He gets to send out every single start with, and he gets to motivate them and share stories and inspire them, and they inspire him. I really think Sean Corvelle has the best job just based on start line MC. But he also gets to hang out at the finish line with Clinton Jackson for 24 hours and just see Sean Corvelle to me is living the dream, and I am so happy for every success he has.
He's a wonderful chap. It was lovely to meet him.
This is the way to do it.
So it does look like Chris has pulled ahead of Stephanie, and they are no longer running together. I'm just trying to see. It's being a little bit slow to update. I'm trying to see if she's still running with Austin. But it's taking me so long to check that my memory all have gone.
Every year at World Toughest Mudder, there is someone on the podium who we've never heard of, or who is new to us.
Yeah.
And maybe they're accomplished in ultra running, or they're accomplished in another field, another sport. But we see a name on the top of the leaderboard, and the one I'm thinking of right now, a couple years ago, Erin Rost, who married Aaron Grindstaff. She kind of came out of nowhere. It was her very first year, and she was up on the leaderboard with Rhea Coble and Allison Ty. And we're like, Erin, who is Erin? I've never heard of her before. And once you get to know her, oh man, that's awesome. She finished second, then third. She's done outstanding. She's another one. She's just had a baby, so she's not competing this year. But another kind of like Chris Rogloski or even Callie Schweikart, I feel like it's not a matter of if, but when. What year they'll win World Toughest Mudder.
So we just had a question. What time does the water chute open up? So Just Shoot Me opens from 6 p.m. tonight. Until then, it's going to be Mudderhorn. And then once it's open as Just Shoot Me, you have to do the slide. If you don't, it is a penalty. I'm not entirely sure what the penalty is on that. We'll have to check and get back to you. But yes, once it opens at 6 p.m., it is mandatory or penalty. Gary Hughes saying this chat is amazing. Thank you very much, and thank you for taking part. It's really great to have you guys who are watching the results kind of chip in and be alongside us. You are also part of this with us, and I absolutely love it because that is true Thomas spirit. Okay, so yes, we just had the word. The penalty for Just Shoot Me is everything will be croquet. I guess that must be another British influence from the lovely Giles. So for this, it's basically a little bit of a croquet challenge.
If you do not complete the slide when the slide is open on Just Shoot Me, you have to do a croquet course. And we haven't seen how long that croquet. They say it's fairly long. We'll have to get out there and see how long. It wasn't open yesterday for us, but. It's funny you mentioned the British influence on Tough Mudder. Tupper's always had a British influence.
I think Will Dean is British.
So yeah, Will Dean is British, and kind of inspired by
A British event.
British event, and
it's a kind way of putting it, inspired by.
and our current CEO Giles Shader, also British. Now we had Kyle McLaughlin for a couple years in there, not British.
You got me. I'm British.
But yeah, we love our UK.
And we have a lot of UK athletes here. Big UK contingent.
Sean Merriweather he was in second place. I have to look at the current results, but yeah, you know what? I need to check on this, but I don't think we've ever had a UK winner, World's Toughest Mudder.
So yes, Sean is still in second place, little bit further behind Anthony Kunkel, but running in second currently.
Now we had Deanna Blegg win on the women's side.
Yep.
But she's from Australia. So
Australia.
It depends on your,
Definitely not British.
I'm not British. Did you guys have she had that for a while? I'm showing my ignorance in world history. Wasn't Australia a little British colony for a while?
That's a strong way of putting it. Australia is part of the British Commonwealth.
Okay.
It is a little bit of a controversial topic with the Australians because some want to and some don't. But they did have a choice. They were given an option by the Queen, the dearly departed Queen. I don't know, I want to say the 70s or 80s, as well as whether they wanted to stay part of the Commonwealth, and they did indeed. So just like Canada, everyone is part of the Commonwealth by choice, but it's not Britain.
That's what I was going to do. So thanks for tuning into UK history here at World's Toughest Mudder. And now, if we count Australia as part of the United Kingdom, which we don't,
it's part of the Commonwealth.
Then you'd have to count Canada as well. And we've had Brian Atkins just dominate the
so
race.
We can say, and hopefully this doesn't offend anyone because it is the truth, the Commonwealth athletes perform incredibly well. And indeed, we do have the Commonwealth Games, which is a whole sporting event just for Commonwealth countries.
Really?
Yeah, it's the Commonwealth Games. It's a real thing.
Learning so much today about our
friends over the water.
Our old brethren across the pond.
Yeah, unlike you guys in the States, you didn't kick us out. You didn't get rid of us. Yeah, they didn't get rid of us, but they can if they want to. So Katie Knight has gone past Satan's Mustache, so she's really powering through her 5th lap now. That's obstacle 17 of 20, so we should see her crossing over for another lap reasonably soon.
So I have a rule of thumb that when people ask me who do I think is going to win, I don't generally like to pick winners. I don't like to but my personal thumb is I never bet against the champion. Katie Knight is the reigning champion. She won it last year, and she did a great job. 90 miles, matching the miles ever run by a woman. So until someone
I do agree with you, and that's what I would normally go with, but I think with the progression of Chris Rogloski this year, we have absolutely seen that she has a lot of power. Now, we've had a really interesting comment come in from UK OCR, which I'm going to send to the screen. And
shout out to UK OCR TV, John Albin and Ryan Atkins. They won the team race a few years ago. One year there was a competition or a challenge where if you could run a certain number of miles, it was a lot of miles, more than 100 miles, as part of a team, then you would win $100,000. And John Albin and Ryan Atkins teamed up, and they said, let's do it. So John Albin from the UK. John Albin, maybe the greatest OCR athlete
of all time. Now, I would go with that.
Now, that's absolutely up for debate. You could say Ryan Atkins. You could...
the only reason John Albin isn't currently running OCR is because he signed to the Great British Trail Running Team, and that has become his priority. If he was still OCR, we would so easily see him dominating at events like OCRWC, which he always has done. Spartan, again, he is, in my mind, as much as I love everyone, and I have athletes divided into whether I think they are, the strongest or how they look, or there are so many different ways to categorize favorite athletes. But me, John, yeah, he is the all-time
he's
best OCR athlete.
He's outstanding. He's outstanding. And as far as I know, I think he's only lost a race one time. It was the 3K at the OCR World Championships to Ryan Atkins. He's just about undefeated.
Just about.
Which, anyway, so John Albin and Ryan Atkins did win, and so talking about UK World Toughest Mudder champions, you cannot forget John Albin, one of the best to ever do it.
So someone did just ask, is there a place to see the live leaderboard? If you take a look at the ticker down the bottom of the screen, it does give you the web address for the live results, which is on toughmudder.com. leaderboard.com. There you can follow that. That's where we're getting our information from. You can follow that at home as well. You can search for any athlete. You can see male, female, and you can see teams there.
And yeah, and the easiest way to do it, go to toughlander.com/WTM. It'll take you straight to the World's Toughest Mudder hub. There's you see Hannah Carter passing by us, looking strong.
Hey, I like her.
toughlander.com/WTM for that hub, and you'll find links to live streams if you want to watch on Facebook or you prefer to watch on YouTube, however you want to do that. And then the live results are there as well, so you can follow like your favorite. If your dad's running, your mom's running, your friend or coworker.
So somebody just said, I thought we'd see Atkins back this year to go for Mustache's mileage. Is there a reason why Ryan Atkins isn't here this year?
I'm sure there is, and I don't know what it is. Every time Spartan, or every time this race is held, every time they hold World's Toughest Mudder, Spartan Race has to pay Ryan Atkins a royalty because he owns this race. He's won it 6 times.
I know he doesn't own it, but I was like, well, is this some kind of amazing deal he made?
No, he's undefeated. He's the only person I know of that's undefeated after this race. No, that's a great question. I think Rhea Coble is also undefeated.
What does that mean?
Rhea Coble, she's never lost the race.
Okay,
yeah.
Every time she's
also,
run,
she's
okay.
Ryan Atkins has won it. He's won it 6 times. Part as a team and individually with those 6 wins.
I'm just trying to get Ryan Atkins to do a really nice post last night about this event. I'm trying to get it up, but unfortunately my signal is so poor. I'm here on my British phone picking up on whatever signal I can get, and when we get that we'll see what he said, because he gave some nice advice. Here we go. I will read this out to you. From Ryan Atkins. To all of those of you racing World's Toughest Mudder tomorrow, here's my advice. 1. You signed up for this. Don't make excuses tomorrow. You have what you have fitness-wise. Now's the fun time to see what you have between the ears. 2. You aren't going to be able to remember how much it hurt in a few weeks, but you will remember if you didn't give it your all, and that will hurt even more. 3. Have fun out there. Use each other on the course. It's such a wonderful challenge and life-changing experience. Open yourself up to that. 4. How you treat others on course and in the pits when you're at your worst will say a lot about your character. Stay positive and you'll find yourself surrounded by love and mud. 5. Just another lap, another mile, another obstacle, another step. Just keep moving. You're stronger and tougher than you know. Now's your chance to find out. And that's worth so much. So there we go. No reason why we don't have Ryan. It might be because of his brand new puppy and he has to stay at home being a puppy dad. But he did give his advice for those taking on the event.
There's a strong puppy contingent at World's Toughest Mudder. Everyone loves a good puppy. So, look at 345. Guys running past us, crushing it, screaming in joy. There are people like crossing the finish line, still running to their pit, then running to the start line. Those are the guys that are going to do miles.
Yeah. And these guys, I was watching past coverage, this from the last couple of years, and there was a couple of guys who said, and I just loved it, something along the lines of, every step we take is a step further than we have ever done.
It's something to think about, like the kind of standard line after you run World's Toughest Mudder or any ultra marathon event is, and everyone thinks they're the first person to make this joke.
Yeah.
I don't even like driving that far. Well, yeah, no, I don't either. But and I didn't really like running that far. But yeah, you get your once you hit your personal record, then wow, tears in my eyes watching this team get their mate in the wheelchair through lock sponsor. It's an inspiring thing. I can't say it better.
Yeah, again, I mean, I mentioned this earlier and I've said it so many times. I went camping a couple of weeks ago with my daughter, and it was a very cold and windy night up in Snowdon, Wales. And it got to about 3 in the morning, and I was absolutely freezing cold and couldn't sleep. And I just kind of went, holy moly, 24 hours is a really long time. And it was the first time it kind of hit me what was going to be happening this weekend. And for us, it's absolutely fine. You know, we're sitting here, we can have a cup of tea, we can put ourselves in dry robes. But for the guys out on the course, they're having to keep their bodies moving for 24 hours. It's such hard work. It is so incredible. And everyone is out there helping each other on. Even, you know, we talk about the elites. We've got a group of elites running together. Everyone is doing this together.
So one time I was running a toughest mudder, which is 12 hours overnight, and Alison Ty passed me. Alison Ty is the world's toughest mudder legend. And she passed me. She's running fast. I'm like barely trotting. And she's like, hey, Will Hicks. And I'm like, hey, Alison Ty.
Hey, Will Hicks. Does everyone use your full name?
Well, the reason why they use my full name is because Tough Mudder already had another Will.
Right.
So I get the full treatment, which is fine. So, hey, Will Hicks. And I'm like, hey, Alison Ty. And so I ran with Alison Ty.
Wow.
World champion. One of the best in the world. She won the 24-hour enduro race in Australia. She's finished second or third at World Toughest Mudder multiple times. And so I ran with Alison Ty for literally 10 minutes. But, you know, running with these elites, we were talking about this with Giles several hours ago. World Toughest Mudder is one of the only events where you can run alongside the elites for the entire race. And not for the entire race, they're going to pass you, but then they'll pass you again.
But you'll see them several times. There's no other place that you might perhaps have Brian Atkins run alongside you.
My dad plays golf, loves to play golf. And one of the things he loves about golf is that you can play on the exact same course that the pros are playing.
Yeah.
And not on the same weekend.
No, but you're doing the same stuff that they do.
And World's Toughest Mudder is one step that, if you want to play baseball, you can't go to Wrigley Field and just play baseball. But if you play golf, you can play on the same course on a different weekend. World's Toughest Mudder is one step above that, where you are literally Chris Mendoza passing by us, looking strong. World's Toughest Mudder is one step above that, where you can literally run along, and you can help. You can be on top of Everest, and Chris Mendoza or Trevor Psychos or Katie Knight is coming up, and you can reach down, give them a hand, and you help them on their race. I remember the first time I helped Brian Atkins over an obstacle. I was like, I'm going to tell my kids about this. Now, I never did, but Sam, if you're listening, just one time I was on Everest, and Ryan Atkins came up, and he ran up, and I reached my arm down, and I grabbed his arm, and I pulled him up. So consider yourself told.
A lot of athletes coming in. If you've gotten 5 laps, make sure you stop and get that bypass wristband. They will not get you back, so come and get them now.
So a lot of athletes are finishing their 5th lap now.
They also have
a message here saying, keep going, Cody Donovan. We're proud of you.
Shout out to Cody Donovan. Candy's watching you from home, Cody. You're going strong. So athletes finishing their 5th lap now. Once you look at this, more shout outs, love it. Cameron James and Team OCR Midwest, you look amazing. Well done, fellas. Keep watching, you guys. So when you finish your 5th lap, now this applies for everybody, elite and open waivers. It applies for everyone racing the course. Once you finish your 5th lap, you get a wristband.
Okay.
And that wristband allows you to bypass one obstacle one time. So, and
what would you use it for?
Well, okay, so let me finish explaining the wristband.
Sorry.
Let me tell you, I'm going to think about it while I'm explaining it. So after you finish your 5th lap, you get a wristband. And every lap after that, you get another wristband.
Okay.
So after your 5th one, you get your first wristband. So at lap 30, you'll get your 2nd, 35, you get your 3rd. Now, you can use them one at a time. So you can use it to skip just shooting every lap. You can use it to skip any obstacle you want.
Yeah.
Or you can save them up. And then you can wait to the last lap and just skip.
And go bam, 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 bam.
So
nice.
Here's the only deal is that there's a risk of losing the wristband.
Could you hand them to someone as you came through and get them to look after them, or are they strapped onto you?
They're just, it's like a plastic wristband.
Yeah.
Very thin.
So I think if I had those, seeing what I did yesterday, it would just have to be me skipping it on feet spin because I was so shockingly awful at it. It's a good idea. Then we also have the Carabiner course and the Carabiner challenges, which we'll go into a bit later on. Having a quick look at the results here, we've got Katie Knight. I am a little bit. Oh, we've got coming in right now. You guys are gonna want to be watching this.
Finishing up lap 2.
We've got an athlete coming through on their finishing off their second lap.
They want to earn that.
So bringing in Chris Maltby into the booth here. Chris Maltby, the co-race director, World's Toughest Mudder 2022. Chris, how's the race going so far?
It's pretty good so far. It's been rainy. It's getting colder, so that's good. That's good for us here.
So as the race director, you see the weather coming in, colder than expected, earlier than expected. What is your reaction?
Well, you always expect this at Worlds in a weird sort of way. Exciting, right? We saw a lot of records get set last year at Worlds, and so we were trying to balance the intensity here. We have a really hard set of obstacles, and the cold weather is sort of that X factor that can change the race. So we've got some of our elites that be talking a big game about the mileage they want to put up, and I think this will it'll be fun to see how it plays out.
Okay, so you're the race director. You design the obstacles and put this obstacle is going to go here. And what is your reaction when you hear there's a couple athletes coming in? You don't want to say they're talking a big, but they're talking a big game. As the race director, what is your reaction to that?
Yeah, I mean, you're kind of of two minds with it, right? You want to see people put up big mileage. We set up the course. We want people to succeed on it. But at the same time, especially if it's someone's first time out to Worlds, it's a different beast. And I think we've seen a lot of really accomplished professional athletes come to Worlds before, and it's so different than anything else out there. I think people are usually pretty surprised at how hard the obstacles are. The penalties sound silly on paper, but they really, they take a mental toll while people are out there taking them on. So it's always interesting to see. You want someone who hits a big mileage, but you also want to see people, respect the format and really how hard it is.
It is funny because they do sound like when you were doing the race briefing yesterday, having a lot of fun with it and it kind of joking along with everyone, and they do sound silly, but they're not silly.
Yeah, everything's meant, everything takes a little bit of something out of you.
Yeah.
Even if you're running back and forth from a sand pit with a popsicle stick,
yeah.
You're wasting time, you're thinking about it. When you're really trying to pack in the miles, you're watching your splits every single lap. And it's when you start to see that you just ate, an extra 5-10 minutes on penalties in a lap, you play through that in your head, how many laps that's actually preventing you from doing later. So it's a whole different game. So we like to make it interesting, even for people that aren't, vying for the podium. It makes it interesting, it makes it different. It's a lot less boring than just running a penalty loop. It's fun, but there's a mental, physical aspect to everything we do out there.
I think so the obstacle, the penalty, where you have strap force on your feet, you put on the drunk goggles. I can just see that you're already kind of irritated because you failed the obstacle, and you're an elite athlete. You're like, I'm trying to get 100. I'm trying to win prize money. I have to do this stupid. They can think stupid obstacle. I can see it and then they're thrown off for the rest of it. It'll take them a half mile or a mile to kind of get their head right before they're back in it.
Yeah, well, so much of traditional ultramarathons is just zoning out, checking with your body, but just going on cruise control and going. All of these weird curveballs we throw in people's way, it makes them stop, it makes them evaluate, they feel ridiculous. It's this whole other thing that they don't have to contend with that often. Plus, it's fun for everybody else, right? Who doesn't want to see an elite-level athlete have to look a little bit like an idiot when they're out there doing something funny. It makes you set your pride aside a little bit, and really just play along.
Yeah. So we've just seen, just interrupt briefly, we've just seen Katie Knight finish her fifth lap and start her sixth within the last couple of minutes, so she's still powering ahead and doing very well.
So there's a rule of thumb, and I'm sure you've heard it, that the race doesn't start until midnight. Oh yeah. As a race director, what are you watching with the elites with the top of the leaderboard this early in the race?
Yeah, so it's a little different. There's some athletes here that we know pretty well that have been with us through the years. Their race styles a little bit, and then you have some of the new talent that's coming out, especially with Ultra World Champs getting canceled and some of those athletes coming out. If it's their first Worlds, we don't know how they're going to approach it. We've seen some previous races that the first time someone takes on Worlds, they come out really hot and they have trouble hanging in, which is where that idea that the race doesn't start until midnight. And then we have someone like a Trevor Psychos. He's known to just be dead consistent. Finishes on the podium, but he'll be in 30th place for a lot of the race. He just keeps sticking away and going after it. So we like to keep eyes on it, just sort of see who's sticking with their pace, and then you watch the splits when people start to taper off, and you can see when those laps trend down, taking longer and longer and longer. You run the calculations in your head, but certainly come midnight, overnight, every obstacle's open. You see where people's weaknesses are starting to pop up, and where their strengths are coming in. If you have a really technical, obstacle-focused athlete, they're going to do better overnight when all of those strength obstacles are open, and they're able to really make up some ground as they're passing stuff that other people are failing and needing some time on. So it's a fun game to watch. We'd love to see, especially new names. You always wonder how long they're going to hang in there. Katie Knight last year was her first time, and she absolutely crushed it. Tied the record for the longest female performance in the world, and we hope to see a big performance this year as well.
Cheating right now.
Yeah.
What do you think watching her run?
Yeah, I mean, she looks fresh, and she looks like she's crushing it. I think after last year, she seems to have a better handle on exactly what the format is like. She knows what to expect and knows how to pace herself. So, seems to be doing really well. I saw she ran part of the lap with Chris Mendoza, obviously a very experienced athlete at Worlds as well. So, she's doing great. It'll be fun to see her.
I talk about newcomers. We should see Chris Rogoski just starting her 6th lap shortly. She just finished her 5th, and she's been running strong. But again, this is her first World's Toughest Mudder. We know she's a strong mentally, physically and physically strong athlete. We don't know how she's going to perform here. So it's exciting to see these results now, but they could mean nothing overnight.
Yeah, and it's so interesting to see, right, when you've got a couple experienced athletes here, they all egg each other on.
Yes.
Some of the best mileage performances we've seen, it's when people need to dig deep and push a little further than they would if they had a commanding lead. So, I think we're going to see some strong performances. It's a super tough course, so I think I wouldn't be surprised to see the overall mileage counts come down this year, especially from last year. But I think people will dig pretty deep and get pretty far.
So we've got Anthony Kunkel in the lead for the men. What do you think of the men's race?
Yeah, the men's race this year is really compelling. We've got Chris Mendoza, Trevor Seiko's back. They've both obviously won before. Kunkel is putting up a crazy performance. Sean Merriweather, great athlete that's done a lot of our UK events, tends to really crush it, and a bunch of other great Spartan and Tough Mudder athletes out there. It's going to be super interesting to see. The weather overnight, it's going to be really cold, down near freezing, so there's a whole element of equipment, and if you've brought enough warm clothing, there's how well you deal on some of those technical obstacles that are really going to check grip strength. You might go in, water pits twice or 3 times as often if you're failing those obstacles. When that water is down near freezing, that really takes it out of you. It's hard to keep going back out. The colder you get, the harder that the hand grip stuff is to pull off. So
It is true, though, isn't it? Even for the elite athletes who are super strong, who have got that, they've got the physicality behind them, they're strong mentally, it's still hard for them to go out and start another lap. It's not that this is just easy breezing and they can just carry on and I'll run all night. This is a huge challenge for them as well.
Yeah, I think it's something that's so easy to lose track of when you're watching a pro athlete. They just rip out there and they're so focused and they're going. The whole event's designed to be miserable for anybody, right? And that's why we try to throw things in. We have the giant slide opening on Mudderhorn this year. I don't care who you are, when you're at the top of that thing and you can't see how far down it is, it's just a pure straight drop off. It's scary for anyone. It doesn't matter. I have, yes. It doesn't matter if you've seen it, if you're a pro athlete. That's scary. You still have to go through that same process. You can run 100 miles, no problem, but you've got to face some things here that you wouldn't otherwise, which is why it's so compelling. You've got to dig deep no matter who you are. And that cold,
that affects everyone.
You're not from it. You run fast, but you're still going to get cold in that water.
I mean, there are things you could train for. I guess you could practice going up really scary slides, and you could practice going in ice baths. But it's going to be all together. It's going to hit you different.
Yeah, it's so additive, right? You can. If it's 30 degrees, you can go outside and do a run in a t-shirt and shorts if you want to, but you're not in and out of the water. You're not out there consistently. You're going to be home and in the warmth in an hour or two. It's just different when it's nonstop and it's brutal. You need to make that decision every 5 miles if you're going to do another one. And how long,
And that's difficult compared to, say, a regular ultra where you're just running and running and running, because you have that choice to make where you could say to yourself, okay, now's enough. And it's going to be really hard for the athletes to go, no, don't give in, keep going.
Yeah, absolutely. Barclays Fall Classic, it's a famous ultra marathon. They do this really mean thing where at the marathon mark, they give you this arrow that points down to the finish line that says marathon, finish here. And it's basically like, do you want to actually finish the race and go out for another 10 miles when you're already beaten up, or do you want to just take this easy downhill path to finish now.
That's mean.
It's that decision point that you introduced there. In Worlds, there's a lot of decisions.
Yeah.
What you wear, how long you're going to pit, if you're going to pit, when you come in, if you rest at all, if it's nonstop, if you're going to take a penalty because you know you're going to fail the obstacle and you want to save your grip strength for something else. It's this constant calculation you have to go through. And the deeper you get into that race, the more likely you are to fall off your plan and have something go sideways. And it's amazing how quickly those things can add up and take your race in different directions.
They have to make that go or no-go decision every single lap. Like, oh, it is warm here. Oh, I do have hot chocolate, and it is cold.
I could take 5 minutes. It's like the snooze button, isn't it?
Yeah, and like the snooze button, it doesn't usually work out that well.
It does not do you any favors.
I think we see more participants at this race drop out because they were going to take a quick rest, and then they just never go out again. Once you're in a tent, your body temperature comes down, you get your wet clothing off. It's just
starts to get sore, and
there's no way. It's so hard to restart.
There is nothing worse than putting on wet clothing. It is. It's terrible. Wet sock shoe, it's terrible.
Oh yeah, it's which is one of the reasons we introduced the socks to sock penalty this year, where you have to take your shoes off, do a lap with no shoes on around a little penalty, you have to put them back on. It's just bad, right? It's not the physicality of it. It's a little annoying to bend down and take your shoes off, but that mental thing of taking your shoes off, getting your feet dirty, and then putting them back on is just next level mean.
Okay, so there have been lots of weird, penalties over the years. This is the first time I can remember the community being in an uproar about a penalty. What did you guys think of the reaction to it?
I think it was a gut reaction by a few folks that gained some traction. We understand there's, for some people that is a serious concern. If your feet swell, it's hard to get shoes back on. So we listened and we offered an alternative. Now, I didn't feel too good about changing a penalty just based on people saying it was going to be too hard, which is why the alternative options we put out is 10 times worse.
All right, tell me about the alternative option.
So the alternative option is about a quarter mile carrying 2 50-pound sand dikes. So it's going to eat some time. Most people are going to have to put those sand dikes down along the way. It's going to ruin their grip strength. That's seriously hard. So it's an option. What we don't want at the end of the day is for someone to have their race ended because they cannot do a penalty we put out there.
Yeah.
Sure.
If you fail an obstacle, fair enough. Some of those obstacles are near impossible when you're late in the race. There should always be a way for you to continue on course. But it's going to be hard. You're going to pay for not being able to sort of the baseline experience.
So this year, the Spartan Ultra World Championships were canceled. They were in Tahoe a couple months ago. All of the racers who were signed up for that were offered a chance to come to World's Toughest Mudder. How many, do we get a good number of those athletes? How many are competing out here today?
I don't know the exact number off the top of my head, but I think about 50 or 60 transferred over.
Wow.
So a good contingent coming,
good.
Given it was a different weekend, a different location.
Sure.
But we're really excited, to see what they can do. Some of them are elites and they're already, on the leaderboard.
Yeah.
And some of them could be, sort of dark horses to go up the rankings.
Callie Schweikart, we're keeping our eye on the women's side. Never run World's Toughest before. She's done great at Spartan Ultras. Won a bonus. Chris Mendoza.
Yes.
Was planning to run the Spartan Ultras. He's won World's Toughest in the past. Finished second before. Beloved WTM athlete. So it's fun to see those guys over here.
Yeah. It's going to be great. We can't wait to see sort of how it goes overnight.
What about overall numbers? Are we looking for past years or pre-COVID? What's
Very consistent. Yeah, Worlds is sort of a stalwart event. I think we're at about 1,200 registered racers. A little less than that, can make it on the day. But yeah, strong fields, big field across all the categories. We think it's going to be really good. And the contender category in particular, it's a little bit bigger this year. More ways to qualify with the Infinity events this year. So yeah, we have a really strong field. It's going to be great. I think, we're going to see names move around on that leaderboard quite a bit over the next couple hours, definitely overnight. See how it shakes out in the morning.
So Worlds 2023, the venue will be announced at brunch on Monday?
That's correct, yes.
When do you guys start planning the next year's course, like the obstacles?
Yeah, sometimes, honestly, we're planning the two simultaneously. Sometimes we have concepts we want to put out on one year's course that we just, we're not able to get out for one reason or another. So we sort of put those in our back pocket and keep developing them for the next year. But as soon as we have a venue in mind, a location in mind, we start working around, some of the venue specifics that we know we can play with once we get there. And then right when this is over, we hit the ground running, trying to see what worked well, what didn't work well, assess what we can do better next year and get ready for another fun competition.
Well, is there anything else we should tell the people watching at home?
I don't think so. Anyone chiming or watching from home, hope you're having a good time. It's going to get pretty spicy overnight. So stay tuned in. More obstacles opening, more penalties opening, more challenges over at the race center opening up. So yeah, it's going to be a good one. Keep checking in.
Awesome, Chris Maltby, World's Toughest Mudder Race
so much
Director.
for joining us.
Thank you guys.
Thanks, Chris.
Fantastic. So, whilst we were chatting with Chris, it was lovely of him to join us. We had a couple of changes going on. Katie Knight and Chris Rogowski starting their 6th lap. Stephanie still out on her 5th. She was last seen at Satan's Mustache, as was Jessica Haney. So in the men, Anthony Kunkel has started his 7th lap already. And Sean Merriweather has recently finished, literally just in the last minute, has finished his 6th lap. So unless he takes a pit, we should see him heading out for his 7th lap very shortly. We are seeing the leaders of the men and the women running very closely together. Obviously, we're all very interested in the results now, but if we've said about 11 billion times, the race does not start till midnight.
So Steph Bishop in 4th. That's surprising. She's dropped down a little bit.
She has dropped down. She was running together with Chris, but it seems that they've separated. Whether Chris can keep up this pace and keep going.
Like I said, I don't like to bet against the champ. Katie Knight is the reigning World's Toughest Mudder champion. And so I'm not going to bet against her. But Chris Rogowski, another stud that there's a lot of them I don't want to bet against.
I'm not going to bet against Chris, and you're not going to bet against Katie, so if either one of those come top, we'll be happy.
Fortunately, no money has changed hands, so neither of us are actually betting against anyone.
I'll give you a penny.
Steph Bishop is another past champion. We said that at World's Toughest Mudder. She won in 2016. Callie Schweikart we just mentioned it talking with Chris Maltby. She comes from the Spartan Ultra community.
And she's just finished her 5th lap, by the way. So she should be heading out for her 6th lap. Yep, she's just started. Callie has just started her 6th lap. She's coming in about 6 minutes behind Chris Rogowski currently. Sarah
Corba moved up from 10th to 9th there. And Alexandra Liu joins the top 10 leaderboard. Welcome to the party, pal.
So we've not seen Sean Merriweather head out on his 7th lap yet, but these guys are allowed to take time as they want in between. Anthony Kunkel out on his 7th lap. He has completed 30 miles, as has Sean Merriweather, but Anthony has started his 7th. Sean has not yet set out on his 7th.
Anthony maintaining that lead, 7 minutes. 7 minutes over 24 hours, not a lot of time.
Is this the kind of distance we would be expected to see at this point in the race?
Yeah, I think so. I think they're all on a fast pace. For 4 hours, 30 miles. They're running fast. And they have had, at this point, limited obstacles. There are still several obstacles that have not opened. And once everything is open, then we're going to see lap times continue to drop a little slower and slower. Elmer King, who we've got a heads up to keep an eye on, he's in 3rd place. Joshua Reed in 4th. I expect Joshua to be at or near the podium the whole race. Tyler Veerman.
Elmer King and Joshua Reed very close together out on course. Tyler Veerman also a little bit further behind them, but Elmer King and Joshua Reed crossing Satan's Mustache within a few minutes of each other.
This is a all-star top 10.
It really is.
Christian Brown Johnson is in 10th place. He ran 100 miles last year. Joshua Fiore won the first Spartan Ultra.
We're only 4 hours in?
You're right. Okay, and speaking of we're only 4 hours in, the race doesn't begin at midnight. I feel like we could get that tattooed on our arms. But 2 names you do not see who I promise you will see in the top 10, Chris Mendoza and Trevor Sykos. They have both won the race in the past. They're both, they can do 100 miles, as good as anybody. They're not in the top 10. I'm not sure exactly where they are in the standings. We're going to find that out. Unless there was... unless something else happened, if there was an injury.
We did see Mendoza pass us not that long ago, and he was looking strong and happy. I'm trying to find, it's just technology,
But I expect to see Chris and Trevor. Both of them have won the race in the past. These names that we're looking at here: Anthony Kunkel, Sean Merriweather, and none of these men have actually won World's Toughest Mudder yet. Mark Cadet's made a run. Tyler Veerman's had some good years. Christian Brown Johnson last year, 100 miles, 105 miles. But Mendoza and Sykos have both won the race in the past, so I would expect to see them in this top 10 as the race goes on.
Yeah. They're seeing some wetsuits. I'd be surprised if we're not seeing more people and
So
more of wetsuits as time goes on.
So on the team leaderboard, US OCR Midwest holding in first place there, 5 laps, 25 miles, outstanding. Cristelli Fitness making a leap up there into second place. DFit Black and Strong as Oak. Mutter Family, Bucket Style in 6th place.
So we've seen DFit Family, Strong as Oak, and Mutter Family all finish their lap 4, but not yet head out on lap 5.
So all these teams, 3, 4, 5 laps. Something to make note of. We passed the 4 o'clock mark. 4 o'clock is when night ops begin. So every lap from now until night ops ends tomorrow morning, they will be required to start each lap with a headlamp and with a flasher or a glow stick.
So we're looking at sundown in about 45 minutes. So if you're setting off now for a new lap, anytime now onwards till 6 a.m., you need to have those mandatory items with you.
And it's not, I wouldn't say they need a headlamp right now, but it's by the time they finish that lap,
if someone like me was starting a lap now, I would be running in the dark.
And I know we've talked about the weather, but it continues to drop. It's 52 degrees.
It's cold.
It's jacket weather, that's for sure. So 52, sunset set tonight for 4:53 p.m., about an hour from now. And it's going to continue to drop. 50 degrees by 5 p.m., getting down 10 p.m., it'll be 44 degrees. Right now, the coldest we've got anticipated is at 6 a.m., 35 degrees.
I have no idea what that is in Celsius.
It's 7.
So about half of what it is now.
I don't know. I'm making that up.
Well, thanks.
So watching the finish line, yeah, even the EMS crew is going to get to the dance party over there. The lifeguards and the medical team is enjoying the show. What an event! 4 hours in, we see guys crossing the finish line. They're tired.
That is a breeze coming down. So something that I kind of noticed about the finish and start line yesterday is it's kind of like a wind tunnel all the way to the entrance.
It is.
It's open.
It's driving. There's no athletes crossing the line, so the dance crew is taking refuge from the wind for a minute.
Why not? I don't blame them. It's cold out there. All of you tucked up safely at home. I'm very jealous of you right now. Let's take a look at the chat, see what's going on. Sending your shout outs to people. Yeah, so the distance here is miles. Everyone is running in miles. The laps are 5-mile laps with 20 obstacles. You get your miles in 5-mile increments. So you're never going to get 1 or 2. It's going to be 5, 10, 15, 20, etc.
That was actually a change this year. The miles at World's Toughest has always been a thing, but Tough Mudder has always done all of their events in miles. And this year they changed it to kilometers. We've had the Tough Mudder 5K for a while. And I think it's because the American audience is more comfortable with the 5Ks. Shout out to Jody Shostall. Edward Lawler's rooting for you. Thanks, Edward. This year they changed to 5K for the regular Tough Mudder, for the Tough Mudder 5K, and then 15K for the a traditional Tough Mudder, which is about 9 miles in U.S. increments.
So we've had a bit of a correction on the team results. ABC Fitness were incorrectly placed and have dropped down, way down. So now we've got US OCR Midwest coming in first with 5 laps, followed by Cristelli Fitness, DFit Black, Strong as Oak, and Mutter Family with 4 laps. Bucket Style, Z Fighters, Brothers in Mud, Maximum Effort, and Muddy Mainers, all with 3 laps. So thank you guys for giving us that update there. In the women, Katie Knight and Chris Rogoski both on lap 6, crossing feet to spin. 7 minutes between them. And Callie has just done her 6th start. We're going to be getting Carlo out to an obstacle to get you some live footage from out on the course. So apparently Sean has been struggling with injuries this year, so there's UK OCR and hopes he's okay. So far he's been doing very well. Obviously as things get colder and time goes on, we'll see whether people can keep holding their current performance and their current leads. Everything is played for here. Everything can change. We are 4 hours into a 24+ hour race. So there's still so much to happen.
So this is an interesting part of the race. The race is, we're 4 hours in, so a lot of the excitement or like the, you know, that adrenaline or that enthusiasm for the beginning of the race, it's gone. Like you're running, you're 3, 4, 5 laps in, and there's none of that pre-race excitement is left. It's you're just out there running. But you know, when you look down at your clock, or you look at the clocks when you come in through the pit area, you're only 4 hours in. Getting a report that Sean fell off the hay bales. We'll look into that. That could be bad.
Yeah. See what's going on with the results there for the men. See if we can see it. He's finished his 6th lap. He finished that 12 minutes ago and hasn't got out yet for his 7th lap. In fact, the only person on their 7th lap is Anthony Kunkel right now. So we'll see. Hopefully Sean's okay. It's just taking a quick break, perhaps getting his night ops equipment together, or getting on a wetsuit perhaps. As we say, we're going to be getting Carlo out on course to get some obstacles seen, so we can bring you a bit more from on course.
So you're 4 hours into the race. You know it's a 24-hour race. Like percentage-wise, you're what, 1/6 of the way through the race? This is a mentally tough of the race because it's hard. Like you're already suffering, you're already cold, and you realize I barely started the race. Like
yeah. Oh, for me, I'm looking at the clock. I'm going. We've only just begun. We've been here with you constantly for the last 4 hours and 40 minutes actually, because we came to you before the start line, but we have only just begun. And all we're doing here is sitting on our tushies, reading stuff off the screen. Those guys have only just begun going through absolute hell.
People ask me, is Tough Mudder harder mentally or physically? And the answer is yes. Yes, it is. Because physically it's hard. It is a really, really hard race. Like, you're doing hard obstacles all the time for 24 hours. But mentally, it's incredibly difficult because, like Chris was talking about, you could be doing an obstacle and you're close to finishing it, and you fail it, and you fall in the water, and now you're freezing cold, and now you have to also do a penalty, and the penalty is you strap literally, there's an obstacle, or penalty where you literally strap 2x4 to your feet, and you have to put on a pair of drunk glasses, and you have to walk, I don't know, 1,000 feet?
It was quite long, but
feet?
I mean, to be honest, even without the wood strap to your feet, just those drunk glasses to walk that distance, it's going to be really hard. Like, as an athlete, that would piss me off severely. Really difficult.
Yeah, so, yes, physically, 100%, it's hard. And you should train. And the more you train beforehand, you'll be better. And we've shown you guys, like, or you've seen, like, it's hard. Like, there's regular people out here doing it that look just like you and me. And I say me because, like, I'm just a guy. I like workout, but I don't work out as much as I should.
I've said that a lot in the past. The way I like to describe myself is that I'm awesomely average. Like, I am just a normal human being. And yeah, you see these people that are just like us. We are very, very regular humans, and they are taking on this event. We're not talking just elites. We're talking very, very regular humans. And they've got to withstand all of this. It is hard work. Yeah, as it just said on the finish line, it's not getting warmer tonight. It is going to suck. Yes, it is. It's going to absolutely suck tonight.
So I was talking to some people. I plan on running almost about every year. This year I'm not running. We're talking about it, trying to bring the race to as many people as we can. And people have asked me, "Do you have FOMO? Do you fear missing out? Are you regretting that you're going to be watching the race instead of running the race?" And I have gone back and forth probably 10 times. When I showed up and I see the community, I'm like, oh man, I wish I was out there. And then I see the obstacles, and I'm like, oh man, I'm kind of glad I'm not running this year.
I'll tell you when you decided that you weren't going to have FOMO was going through Satan's Mustache yesterday.
I'll tell you what, that's Satan's Mustache obstacle. We talked about it earlier. Just if you weren't watching then, I'll update you guys. It's Devil's Beer, but the net is super, super tight, pulled down. And on top of, hey, hello from the cross, Wisconsin, shout out. And on top of that super tight net is a really, really big, really thick black tarp. There's no light getting through. So you get under there and it is black as night, and like night.
Yeah, it's pitch black, pitch black.
Like midnight dark. And the net is stretched so tight along the ground that when you and I got to it, we thought that we were supposed to go on top of the net and under the tarp.
Yep.
And even doing that, which is how you and I did the obstacle, incorrectly.
Completely incorrectly, yeah.
Even doing that, Trevor's got some horrible FOMO. Trevor, get here next year, man. Come on. Even doing that, going to the tarp, I was like, it was anxiety-inducing. Like, I did not like it.
So we've not seen Sean Merriweather start his 7th lap yet. Elmer King has moved up into 2nd place. On his 7th lap, Joshua Reed has finished his 6th in the last couple of minutes. But Sean came in from the course about 17 minutes ago and hasn't headed out yet. So whether he heard something off the hay bales or whether he's just taking a little break, we're not quite sure yet.
So Sean Merriweather is a stud athlete. You know him from the UK. For him to take a 17-minute break at this point, now maybe it's wetsuit related. That's possible, but even then, 17 minutes is a long time to be on a wetsuit. So we'll wait to get more information. Hopefully everything's okay with Sean.
So we've got the guys out on the course, moving the cameras around. We sent Carlo out to go find a good spot to get some footage in for you. And we're getting our static cameras moved as well.
So this is your first year at World's Toughest Mudder.
Yeah.
What do you think of the place so far?
It's amazing. I'm really, really pleased I managed to get here early and get a look at the course. I've had a look around the pit. I've met a lot of people in the pits. Let's have a talk about the Orphan Village.
Okay.
So I heard about it. So you guys told me about it. I'm not going to know the name, so you're going to have to update me. I was walking around yesterday. Not everyone is set up, but there was. I came across a chap wearing a onesie, and it was baking hot yesterday. So I was like, right, I have got to go and talk to this dude. So I went up, and it turns out he's the sister of the orphan mama.
Tracy Watson.
Tracy Watson. So it's her brother who's running this weekend. Really lovely chap, great Canadian accent. So the Orphan Village, which is what I don't know if that's its official name, but that's what I'm calling it. Started, again, this is another one of those kind of community-led things, started by helping those who didn't have an official pit group. And it eventually happened so much that it has become an official Tough Mudder thing. And they've got their own area on the map right next to the hospitality tent. And if you don't have your own crew, you can kind of book a place in the Orphan Village and you'll be looked after. It's just so lovely.
Yeah, so it started as just a small thing. They call it the Orphan Tent. And man, I'm just watching these athletes go through.
There are so many tents that I can't call it one tent.
I'm sitting here freezing.
Oh, I'm
and I see these guys going by in shorts and a t-shirt. And I don't know if it's respect or awe or what the emotion is I'm feeling, but I just can't believe it. Like, these guys are studs. I'm so impressed with everyone.
I am so cold right now. I do not know how they're doing.
So I really think this is going to get to 2018 level. Now, 2018 was very cold, but there was also condensation. So obstacles were icing up.
Oh, God.
You get to the top of the Dublin wall, it's the Irish table, and it was slippery. You could slide right off if you weren't careful.
What's freezing in Fahrenheit?
32.
Okay, and what are we looking at?
We're looking at, right now, they're saying 35. So I saw 34 earlier, a prediction. But we're going to be right there. Now, I don't know if that's the freezing point or the melting point, I'm not a weather scientist, but hope to leave long COVID behind me soon and get fit again after almost 2 years. Hey, we would love to have you out here. Yeah, love to have you. Wish you the best there. So Tracy Watson is they call her the pit mama. She runs the show over there. And you're right. Trevor says 100% he'll be here next year. Trevor, can't wait to see you. Come up and say hey. It started organically. It was several people who didn't have a pit crew. And pit crew is important. Like, if you come to World Stuff Sweater and you don't have a pit crew, totally doable. 100% doable. I didn't have a pit crew last year.
I don't think I could make without a pit crew.
But it is so much. I think one of the biggest advantages to the pit crew is the mental side of it, because you know that there's someone you know or someone you love who is, and that's a whole conversation we can have. Should you have your loved one, your wife, your husband, your boyfriend, girlfriend pit for you?
I couldn't do that.
I say no.
I need a stranger who's going to kick my ass that I don't want to be ashamed in front of. If it was a partner or a friend, someone I'm too close to, I would just be like, no. I would go, no, don't you tell me what to do.
That person, your pit crew, will see you at your absolute worst.
Yeah.
And you will be very, very tired, and you might be irritable, and you might say some things that are unkind.
I'm going to get irritable just sitting here for 24 hours, let alone running. 100% I would get irritable.
You might say something kind to the person you love most in the whole wide world. And now there are people who do it, and do it successfully.
Yeah.
I want to give a special shout out to Mike Stefano and Caitlin Ritter. They're getting married today.
They are.
They couldn't make it. They've been at World Stuff the last several years.
They're getting married today.
And I don't know why they booked it for this weekend, but they did. And Caitlin has pitted for Mike several times, and they make it work. And God bless them, but I do not recommend it. Now, if you can make it work with your loved one, more power to you.
No.
But anyway, so the orphan tent was kind of born of people without a pit crew that just, hey, they wanted some help. Like, hey, can somebody help me out? And Tracy and some other people were like, hey, we're pitting for somebody, but you can pit with us also. Like, we'll make it work. Like, and it grew every year, and then it started to become like, hey, if you kick in some money, we'll buy food, and we'll provide food for everybody. It's never been a money-making venture.
No.
And then it became like an official thing where Tough Mudder actually facilitates it. It helps position. If you are an orphan that doesn't have a pit crew, they'll position your tent. Or the orphan. We say the orphan tent. It's a giant tent. Like, it's a big area in the middle of the pit, and it's on the official pit crew map. It's its own big thing.
Yeah.
Started 100% organically by some people that wanted to help out other people running the race.
So Anthony has just passed the Dublin walls on his 7th lap. Quite far ahead of anyone else currently, but still plenty of time to go on this event.
So Sean is still in the pit area, and we've got several guys out on Sean after finishing his 6th lap. Sean is still in the pit area. We have several guys on lap 7.
Yeah, hoping Sean is okay. If anyone has ears or eyes on Sean, please do let us know what's going on. Here's a question we have answered it a few times. Maybe we can just quickly answer it again for those at home wondering, what is the difference between the white bibs and the orange bibs?
Oh, sure. The white bibs are the open racers. So there's 2 categories for racing World Stuff Sweater. And literally anyone can go to toughmudder.com/WTM and sign up for World Stuff Sweater. And I should check. You may be signed up for 2023 right now, but you do not have to qualify. There's no verification process. If you want to run World Stuff Sweater, I don't care who you are. If you're in a wheelchair, if you're overweight, if you're tall, if you're short, if you're ugly, if you're pretty, you can run World Stuff Sweater next year. No questions asked. And that's in the open category. Now you'll also see the orange and black bibs. The orange bibs are for the contenders, and the black bibs are the elite contenders. Now, if you want to qualify for prize money, you need to run as a contender. And there's a qualification process. You need to run so many miles and so many hours at a Toughest Mudder or at some of the other related Tough Mudder events. The whole qualification process, you can find that at Tough. So when you see the bibs, those are the people. Now, not all of those athletes the contender bibs are meeting to get on the podium.
Yeah.
Some of them have qualified base pass race. They're here to run a few laps. They're gonna the community. They're gonna maybe help out some friends of theirs. But some of them are legacy members. Like they've run World's Toughest Mudder 5 times, so they qualify as a contender. And I've run. We did the math earlier. I think I've run 4 or 5 times, but I have no business sniffing the individual podium. But we could get an orange bib if we wanted to. The open categories, they are out here to challenge. I want to say it's just for fun because that's not a accurate statement. But they're out there to challenge themselves.
Yes.
And you will see open waivers do 60, 75 miles, and they.
Sorry, I just got so excited because the sky has suddenly got a little bit brighter. I'm thinking we're just going to get a tiny bit of warmth before the sun goes down.
It is. I don't think it's getting warmer. I think we're getting warm until sunrise tomorrow.
So sorry again to quickly interrupt you. So Stephanie Bishop came through lap 5 finish 25 minutes ago and hasn't gone out again. So she did slow down. Her and Chris Wodlowski were running together. Then they separated. So we may have already someone else is taking a bit of time out until we know more. We can't say more, but we have had 2 of the front runners of the front pack, Sean and Stephanie, kind of take a bit of a setback already.
I talked to Steph Bishop literally right before she went to the start shoot, and I don't know if she was feeling 100%. She does not have a pit crew this year, so I think she was looking for some assistance, but.
Probably injury, but we have ridden at a table for our pit. So we just left it with the other person next to us. I don't even know who to turn it into.
Sorry, we've just got someone coming and asking a question, so we're just gonna. I will chat to you whilst.
Straight that way.
We sent someone to the right direction. Apologies for the interruption.
So we have our tent. We said a couple times our broadcast tent is set up near the finish line, and we have our monitors and our laptop computers and our equipment, our cameras.
So actually look like we might know what we're doing.
We look very official. We look like the race center, honestly.
We are actually just 2 idiots chatting. Will Chung, there we go.
We're just
Hi.
2 people literally like talking about a race we like. Wait, Will Chung.
So for those
UK
of you
countryman.
in the UK, we just saw Will Chung run past, looking very, very happy and giving us a big wave. So Amanda has asked, are there any cameras at the obstacles trying to catch more hearts and scars and actions? Yes, we are getting our cameras out there. I apologise. They've not got out there as fast as we hoped. Technical things have been going on, and I'm so grateful that you are still with us to listen to our idiotic chatter, basically. But we will be getting out to different obstacles throughout the day and throughout the night. We're just getting those set up now. We have Carlo Piscatello, who's out with his camera, who will be going to obstacles, and we have static ones getting set up. Right, we are going to try something here between the 2 of us at Race Centre without Jason. So if everything goes terribly wrong, yay, well done!
Look at that!
Will has just made Jason.
Okay, so here's the deal. Here's a little behind the scenes. Fran and I are in the broadcast tent, and our producer Jason is out on the course, setting up cameras and getting everything fixed up. So
a little grown up, he left us like, don't touch this, do touch this, don't do this.
He said, if I leave, if something happens, you can push this button. And so, even though he said I could push the button, I was a little nervous about pushing the button. So what we're looking at is cage crawl.
So this is what we were talking about earlier on. Cage crawl is why.
Got shout out. Okay, I'm not even running the course and reading love for the podcast. I love it so much. People ask, does it get old when people tell you 5 stars? No, never.
So this is traditionally called, but this is actually called the Breath Eater for this event. It is obstacle number 18. We chatted about this earlier. We took it on yesterday on the hot lap.
So
quite nasty at times when you have that area with the covering of plastic.
So you
can, a little scary.
Yeah, so you can see the yellow piece of wood there, the 2x4 across. That's where the mops are mounted to. So when you're going through there, you're getting a face full of mop. There's no way to go it. You got to go right through it, and it's an entirely long, continuous string of mob. So there's nowhere to go but through. The only way out is through.
And right now, that water is going to be getting colder and colder and colder. We're very fortunate that the rain has stopped, and hopefully we won't be seeing rain for a long time. It really does help. I've said in 2 days' time we'll have rain, so hopefully that's us for the night.
That weather was cold yesterday.
It was.
When it was warm.
Yeah, so
when the weather was warm.
We were probably, we'd already passed this obstacle at this time yesterday, about an hour ago.
Yeah.
Or maybe 40 minutes ago. And it was baking hot yesterday. And at this point, when I got in, and you were there encouraging me, and you're like, this is the hardest part, this is the hardest part. As my back got onto the water, and any of you have been in cold water know that feeling. It's horrible.
So if you've never done cage crawl before, that very first entry point, you have to kind of sit. The water that they're in is not deep. It's maybe 1.5 feet deep. So you kind of have to lower your body in, and you're on your back, because if you're on your face, you're not going to be able to breathe. So that you lower yourself, and there's the entry point you see. That is the hardest part of the obstacle. It's really getting into the obstacle.
Yeah.
See, he's excited about it. He's jumping in there.
He's going fast, isn't he?
And then, so even you can't see it, there's a chain link fence underneath those black cage crawl parts. You see our photographer Jack Goris taking pictures there. You can find all of our post race photos at theocrreport.com. He's the best in the sport. Very excited to see the pictures
fantastic.
come out.
Always gets good pictures.
And if I was to give advice for somebody who's going under cage, and I told you this yesterday, Fran.
Yes.
What you want to do is, you see that center pole that goes right down the center of the obstacle. You want to just that center pole is your best friend in the world. Just stay right in that center, and it'll guide you straight through.
And don't panic as well. I had a little moment of panic after I went through the mops. I kind of stayed under the water, and then I opened my eyes, and I just didn't know what was going on. I didn't know if I was underwater or if I was under plastic. I didn't know if I was going to be able to breathe. It was a little bit scary. So yeah, you did say that if you do panic, you can just stand up. But it's probably best to not panic.
Yeah, so here's I didn't tell you this yesterday, and if I thought of it, I would have told you, but I'm kind of glad I did tell you.
I'm glad you did.
But you can see these chain link fence portions are not nailed down. They're not weighed down. They're sitting there. Now, they are kind of secure, so they don't slide around. But if the worst came to worst and you lost your mind and panicked,
yes,
you can stand up, and that chain link fence will move.
And it's also nice to know if anything happened, you knocked your head or something, could be got out of there within seconds. Nothing's actually going to be that dangerous. Just a quick update on Sean. He still hasn't gone out on his 7th lap. He came in over half an hour ago, and he's still not gone out. So
okay, so let's talk about the medical tent and the medical rules. So Sean Merriweather came in, and I don't believe he's in the medical tent.
They are right across from us.
Here are the rules for medical assistance. And there was some speculation about this last night during the community dinner. You are allowed to go into the medical tent at any time between laps. Then the medical tent is you'll find the medical tent near the finish line, but you can get to it from the pit area. When you go to the medical tent, you're welcome to leave at any time. But if you go there to seek medical care, the medical team has to clear you to go back on course. So there's no time limit. In the past, it was if you get more than 30 minutes of medical assistance, you're not allowed, you're DQ'd.
Okay.
So you can get as much as you need, as long as the medical crew says, yeah, you're good to race. So if you need to rest, or maybe you're cold, you need to warm up. They can give you some heat packs. They can rehydrate you.
I might be heading into the medical tent, surely. So someone just came to us to ask. That's kind of interesting.
Center.
Where do we find the peppers at? What is he talking about there?
So there's a fun part of World Toughest Mudder. It's a little wrinkle for people that haven't done it before. There's golden carabiners, and you can earn a golden carabiner, and what those are for. Let's talk about earning them in a second. What the golden carabiners are for is to skip 2 obstacles. There's 2 obstacles on the course.
Skip 2 with 1 carabiner.
There's 2 specific obstacles you can skip. It is. Oh, I need to verify that.
Chill pickle and dingleberries?
That is correct. That's the golden carabiner route. Yep.
So
you can skip obstacle number 3 and 4. Chill pickle is going to be very, very
cold, and dingleberry has a lot of potential to get very chilly.
And dingleberry has an onerous penalty, if I recall.
I know that is the.
Or is that?
That's the sand into the cup.
That's the sand. Okay, that one's not so bad.
Yeah.
But the ability to skip chill pickle, especially this year, will be huge. Now, the distance, it does not add or subtract any distance to your race.
Yeah.
A 5 mile loop is a 5 mile loop, whether you take the Golden Carabiner route or not. Now, there are several ways to earn a Golden Carabiner. Here's actually something. So when you're going through the course and you get to the entrance of the Golden Carabiner route, there'll be a volunteer or a staff member there collecting your Golden Carabiner. You're basically paying to use the toll road.
Yeah.
When it begins, it costs 1 carabiner to take the route. Now they have reserved the right to change it, and they said like in the middle of the night when you want to skip it the most, it could cost you 3 Golden Carabiners.
Yeah. So there's several different ways to win these. A couple of these are at the race centre, which is right next door to us. So someone came along and said, "Where are the chilies?" And so what he's talking about there, one of the challenges is about eating chilies, and it's kind of luck of the draw between what you get.
So there are several challenges, and these run for certain times during the night. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different ways to earn Golden Carabiners. Yeah. And again, these are 100% optional.
Yes.
But these are only available to the open racers. Yes. The elite contenders and the contenders cannot participate in the Golden Carabiner challenges.
Oh, okay.
So the elite contenders and the contenders are doing those 2 obstacles that the open racers have a chance to bypass. So let's talk about the Golden Carabiner challenges. There's 6 different challenges.
Yep.
The first one is red hot chili peppers.
Yes.
This is a little bit of cards, little game cards. There's a deck of cards, and you draw a card. And if you draw a face card, Jack, Queen, King, you eat it's a certain type of pepper, and I'm blanking on the name. That's super hot, spicy pepper.
There's a choice of different peppers that you can be given.
And then, if you draw a number card, you know what? Here's my question. I don't know what the ace is. I don't know if the ace is a face card or a number card.
Depends if ace is high or ace is low. I would say ace is like the best, so it's going to be the strongest.
So so if you draw a number card, you're eating a pepper, but it's a less spicy pepper. If you draw one of the 2 jokers, it's a bell pepper. You have to eat these peppers down to the stem, and then you are rewarded with a Golden Carabiner.
I would just not do that in the middle of a race.
No, you don't have to. These are 100%
I just wouldn't.
Last year they had a spicy obstacle called Hot Shots, where you had to drink a shot of buffalo sauce, Frank's Red Hot buffalo sauce. That's like the big shots, not like a little. And so last year I was running, and we did it every lap to get that Golden Carabiner, but it messed you up for a mile and a half. Your stomach was not appreciating it.
I'm not going to say anything more about how it would mess you up, but I wouldn't take that risk on this race.
We're watching cage call here on the course. It's going to be one of the colder obstacles. That water is shallow, and it's going to be cold.
Yeah.
So some of the other Golden Carabiner obstacles.
Little Box of Horrors looks quite fun. That's right next to the race centre. I did have a little girlie. I didn't know whether the electricity was on or not, so I was like, it was basically quite a deep box. I've got pretty long arms for a small person, and all the way extended, I can just about reach the back. So you've got to reach the back of the box, avoid hanging electrical wires, and unhook the carabiner from the string. Now, just unhooking the carabiner from the string fully extended is actually really quite difficult. But if you're doing that as well, trying to keep steady and not touch, you're going to touch a lot of electrical wires. So you are going to get shocked doing that, most definitely.
So you tried it?
Yeah.
Did you try it with electricity on?
The electricity wasn't on.
Okay.
And I did do a really sneaky, I'll say it in America, sneaky route down the side where I actually didn't touch any wires. But they're not going to leave them at the side. They're going to put them in the middle. When I attempted the middle, I did touch the wires.
And that's that does not look fun.
No.
But that's another way to earn a carabiner.
Yes. Chopped. You have to take something with a set of chopsticks and carry it around a loop and bring
I think it's
it back.
a ping pong ball.
Possibly.
We're holding it with a pair of chopsticks.
Oh, there's Hannah.
Hannah Carter.
Woo!
Crushing it as usual. Just past us here in front of the finish line. So carrying a ping pong ball with chopsticks.
Yep.
And that's the colder it gets. You need your hands.
Oh yeah.
Like dexterity.
I'm struggling right here with the iPad, trying to type stuff in with my hands.
So
Stuff in
3 other ways
chopsticks.
to earn Golden Carabiners. One is Remember Me. It's a memory challenge.
Yep.
we'll see exactly what that looks like. If maybe it's numbers, maybe it's animals, maybe it's look at this. What color was the girl's shirt? I don't know.
2 flips, 1 cup. So that's a cup flipping game where you have to go up a couple of steps.
And then the one that I'm not sure.
I'm going back.
Wake and Snake is it's a snake puzzle. We've not got any more information about what the puzzle looks like. They just said you'll see when you see it, but it's basically a puzzle challenge put together. There's Chris Mendoza just passing it right now. He's just come across the finish line, looking nice and strong. Trying to get some updated results, but along with everything, the computers are freezing with us too. They're not so happy with these temperatures.
Okay. Right.
So this is feet spin, which is quite early on the race. This is obstacle number 5. The penalty for this race is the very disgusting drunk glasses and slabs of wood on feet.
And you know what? If you look through the obstacle to the backside,
yeah,
the obstacle, you can see the penalty of athletes doing the penalty.
Yeah, it's a nasty obstacle, nasty penalty. It doesn't look it, but those little foot platforms, you've got to have the right movement, and you can very easily, if you don't keep your core tight, you can very easily just fall over. So, yeah, it's still no update on Sean Merriweather. He's gone out and we're getting close to an hour that he pitted. So we're going to have to, at some point, question whether he's going to be going back out. But the other top men are all on their 7th lap. Anthony Kunkel on 7th lap at Satan's Mustache, followed by Elmer King at Dublin Walls. Everyone else at Feet Spin. And for the women, top 3 on lap 6. Stephanie Bishop, she has not gone out for her 6th lap. So again, we need to be questioning, will she be doing that? Jessica Haney and Robin Costa are on their 6th lap. Everyone else is on 5. Kate Knight and Chris Rafalski both having passed Satan's Mustache within just a few minutes of each other. Have a quick look at the team results, see what's going on there. US OCR Midwest have finished their 6th lap. We've not got news on them starting their 7th, but that was only 3 minutes ago. So they have plenty of time to change over, chat, and get out for their next lap. They are followed by DFit Black, who have started their 6th lap, and Chriselli Fitness finished their 5th lap.
Starting to wind down into this last.
It's starting to slowly just get a little bit darker here. Bracken Cracker says, I've never been beaten at World's Toughest Mudder.
Bracken Cracker, one of our broadcast, remember the broadcast team, support, also undefeated at World's Toughest Mudder. Bracken, I would love to have you out at World's Toughest Mudder. I think you would do very well. I think you would, and it's fun. Like, you'll enjoy it. It's hard. It's absolutely hard, but it's the funnest you'll ever do. So we're looking at 4:45, 5 p.m. Chilpick will opens up. We'll get a camera out there.
That is going to be so nasty.
You know what? That water couldn't have. It might not have a block of ice in it right now, and I promise you, it's already cold.
Oh God!
Can you imagine? Oh man!
Dude.
I hope they had their wetsuits on. This guy just passed us at the. Oh man, shorts and a t-shirt. God bless you, sir.
These poor guys are looking forward to the ice obstacles opening. I'm looking forward to getting a warm cup of tea in my hands because it is cold.
2. Finally, some people in wetsuits.
Oh, we've seen quite a few wetsuits go through. There are just some crazies out there who are still running.
Anthony, you're a beast.
And they're crushing it. People are. Anthony going past us, looking strong still.
So that's him finishing his 7th lap. We'll see how quickly he wants to go out for his 8th.
You know, it's there is a little bit of a history of athletes showing up their first time and doing well.
Yeah.
Traditionally, we think about it on the women's side with Rhea Coble or with Erin Ross.
Katie Knight.
Even Steph Bishop won her first time at World's Toughest Mudder. Amelia Boone, her first time, got 2nd place. And Jay Mazza passing us. Shout out to Jay Mazza.
That was Austin Azar, I think, just went past as well. So I'm wondering if Chris is still with him. She could be, because Katie Knight just came through finishing her 6th lap literally seconds ago. So we should be seeing Chris Wigloski coming through on her 6-lap finish as well.
You know, even Ryan Atkins, I'm thinking of Anthony Kunkel. This is his first time at World Toughest.
Yes.
And at this point, again, early in the race, 4, 5, I say it's early, it's 5 hours into the race, but it's early in the race. He's doing well. He's doing very well. He's leading.
He's come in with confidence. He's got self-belief and he's got a goal. If he doesn't hit that goal, I mean, he's still on target currently for doing very, very, very well. I hope whatever he does, he's very happy with himself.
But even Ryan Atkins, his very first year, it was the third year of World Toughest Mudder, and he won it. Ryan Atkins won it all his very first year, and he just kept winning it. So it's you know, generally you would think like, oh man, it's tough to win your first year, and yeah, it would. Scott Ruiz says 52 feels like 48. Bracket Cracker, love to see you and Kirk come out to WTM. Kirk, to win. Former Bachelor contestant, also OCR Report broadcaster. Love to have those guys out here.
Yeah, people are still running in, looking happy. I mean, that's going to change as night goes on, but we're seeing a lot of smiling faces still. The suffering hasn't really started yet, which is absolute. I almost can't wrap my head around it. The suffering hasn't started yet. I know we're just starting, but it's cold, and they've been running a long time.
We're gonna see the shivering starting soon. Once they're getting in and out of those water obstacles. I mean, they're already in and out of Block Ness Monster, 100%, but it's still going to drop another 15, 20 degrees from what it is right now, weather-wise.
Yeah, I mean, you say you're going to see the shivering starting. It started in this little booth already. It just gives me so much more respect for these guys.
Little update on weather. We're at 51 degrees now, and there's a breeze. There's a strong breeze blowing stuff around, so
it's chilly.
That doesn't help. So if you were to run World's Toughest Mudder next year, what strategy be going in?
Me?
Yeah. Based on what you know so far.
Firstly, there are two things I would do throughout the year. I would get faster and I would get fatter. So, yeah, I would need to run a lot faster than I do. And I've got a fair amount of flab on me, but I need a little bit more because there's only so fast I'm going to run. I would definitely need to be working on my upper body because I do not want to be failing obstacles, and I would need some really good neoprene. I think I don't know. Like I was looking at it yesterday, I was like, yeah, 25 miles would be a great first starting kind of goal for World's Toughest Mudder, and then people are like, oh yeah, for your first one, you want to be hitting 50 miles. I'm like, holy heck. All right, well, oh gosh, the sky is looking so beautiful. I'm so sorry you can't see this, but we kind of got a break in the clouds over there, and the sunshine coming through. We have some really gorgeous sunsets here.
Yeah, it's hard to see in our view, but just above that ambulance that's by the finish arch, there's a sunset going on there. That's nice.
It's almost biblical.
Yeah, I like to tell people your first year, 24 hours on course is a good goal. Hey, you people in the comments, let me ask you, we're 5 hours into the race here. Have you just jumped into the coverage, or have you been watching us since go 5 hours ago? Let me know. Are you 5 hours in with us, or are you just coming and going? And either is awesome. So our plan coming into this, every hour on the hour, we're going to do some coverage, and but we kind of kept talking.
Yeah, we've been going now for
5 hours, 15 minutes.
Yep, and we have not stopped talking. I mean, I can talk for England. I think you can talk for America. So between the two of us,
I will tell you all the American World's Toughest Mudder stories you want,
and I will tell you the English OCR stories if you want.
Now, you actually ran the race that is considered the predecessor of Tough Mudder. You've run the Tough Guy race over in the UK. Tell me about Tough Guy.
Okay, so, yes. Tough Guy is... We can talk about this now because the way that Tough Mudder was born, things are changing. So Tough Mudder was inspired. We'll use that word. Tough Mudder was inspired by an event in the UK called Tough Guy. Anyone who knows me knows that I am the biggest fan of Tough Guy and Mr. Mouse, who started it back in 1987. It is the original OCR, really is the birthplace of OCR. Will Dean saw what was happening there and thought, I could take this on a world stage, and he really did. And there are so many similarities still today from the original event you can see repeated, and it's quite nice because Tough Guy isn't going anymore, unfortunately. So Tough Guy is, for me, the toughest event out there. It really is. I mean, any pictures, I've shown you a couple of pictures of myself from the event, and I'm just crying all the time. It plays on every single one of your fears and weaknesses to the extent that, you know, up on the highest obstacles, genuinely the highest obstacles I've ever seen, hands being trodden on, so knot and cramped that you can barely move. But it's a wonderful, wonderful obstacle, and it is full of that camaraderie and community spirit. And that's Tough Mudder was born from. And I did Tough Guy as a competitor, and then I joined the Ghost Squad. I don't know if any of you out there remember the Ghost Squad, but we were those idiots that were covered in paint, barely wearing any clothes, and throwing around smoke bombs at the start of the race, and drinking rum throughout the course, helping people up and over and out of ditches, and trying to get them through the course. So that event holds a very close place in my heart. I will always love it. And I'm very happy to see the kind of legacy living on, especially here, so strongly at World's Toughest Mudder, which is, you know, an event so different to the rest of OCR.
Is Tough Guy still being actively held over there?
No, so it finished a couple of years ago. They did have their last ever race, and then Mr. Mouse decided to go again. Perhaps another 2 times, which did annoy a few people, but Mr. Mouse is Mr. Mouse. He's going to do what he wants, and you're going to deal with it, and you're not going to complain about it. But no, they stopped COVID and the course getting older. They couldn't keep it going. It was too difficult. It would be amazing to get it up and running again, but from what I know of the area, so it's held on Mr. Mouse's farm. It's called Farm for the Unfortunates. It would need a lot of investment and time to get everything up to a safe and runnable level once again. So we're coming up just 9 more minutes to go until we're 5 hours into the race.
Yeah, we're in this kind of weird in-between part of the race where we talked about it earlier, but the initial excitement is worn off. Like, everyone's out there and they're like, okay, I'm in for the duration. We're here for a while now. I got to get comfortable. I got to get some miles in. I have my goal, whether it's 50 miles, whether it's 75, whatever it is. We're seeing people cross the finish line.
I'm just seeing someone looking really beat. It's 3:1:43. I'm going to look him up in the results.
But then we see other guys crossing, and they are full of energy still. So
that was Derek Shorts that we saw. He is overall running in 60. Hey! This is a chap that I was just saying hi to, and I met him at the airport. A chap called Rob George from the UK. So you would have been happy about this. As I came over from the UK, I got my first flight to Atlanta. Everything fine, had a couple of hours layover, got through security and passport, everything fine. Headed to my gate to get the plane, no one was there. And this old chap comes up to me and goes, I've had a message from Delta saying that the gate is A28. And I was like, well, the board said E6, so we're at E6. I don't know. So he kept saying this, and then he kind of went over to ask at another Delta desk, and the guy was like, no, you've got to go to A28. So it's me and this other English guy sitting there, and we're going, but we've never heard of this changing before. I've never heard of a gate change. It still said on the screen, Pensacola, this was the right flight number. So we're like, no, we're staying here. And then all of a sudden, someone just, a guy from Delta went, no, it's A28. This was at 5:05, and the flight took off at 5:30. We were at E, we needed to be at A. So we ran through the airport together, and when we got on the little shuttle train, I was like, so where are you going? And he's like, World's Toughest Mudder. I was like, so am I! We had a chat, got on the plane, and then I arrived yesterday, and he was the first person I saw. So I said to him, come and say hi, I want to know how you're getting on. Rob George from the UK, we made friends. Again, Tough Mudder spirit, camaraderie. I kind of attached myself to him. I was like, I'm sticking with you now till we get on the plane because I don't know what to do by myself. So,
and you just saw him?
Yeah, he just passed and gave us a little wave.
That's awesome.
So yeah, so the chap that passed us just earlier, he looked very cold and tired. A chap called Derek Shorts, and he is coming in 11th in his age group and just finished his 4th lap, which is amazing.
Give a shout out to Joey Taw there coming through. Joey's on my plane as I came through here. Came out to Atmore, Alabama, just north of Pensacola, Florida. I believe this is the furthest south the race has ever been held.
It's the furthest south I've ever been. Oh, and we're here at Everest. By magical computer magic, it did it by itself, and that's great because it means we don't have to do anything. But this is Everest. This is fun. I had a go at this yesterday with you guys. I really enjoyed it.
This is an obstacle that is intimidating when you look at it, but it's not that bad. I mean, it's hard. It is hard.
It is hard,
but
with help.
running up, and there's these people at the top of the wall that will be there all night long.
Yeah, let's talk about the Everest Angels.
So these people have, I don't know if sacrifice the race is the right term. They've chosen it, but they've decided that the way they want to spin their race is helping people up Everest all night long.
Sorry, I'm going to interrupt you. Apparently, Sean is officially done. Now, we were assuming that because he did finish his last lap an hour ago and had not gone out. And we're hearing that he is done. We have no more news. If you have any more news on that, we would love to share it. I hope he is okay. I hope he's not seriously injured. He was running very strong. I hope he's just kind of being sensible rather than anything badly wrong with him. Yeah, he's dropped out of the results there. So yeah, anything else, please do let us know. Sean Merriweather from the UK has dropped out.
That's a shame. Sean came all the way over from the UK. He had high expectations for himself, and we expected him to do well in the final standings. He finished 6 laps, and based on the time of his finishing his 6 laps, he's still in 2nd place. But there are several people out on their 7th lap right now that when they finish that 7th lap, they'll replace him in the standings there.
And Anthony Kunkel has started his 8th lap.
So he's got 35 miles done, and he's working on 40 right now.
Crazy.
So there's a rule of thumb with mileage, and this applies across the board to elite or to the open racers. The mileage you have at 10 p.m., you can double that, and that's what you'll get.
Wow.
So if you want to get 50 miles, you need to plan on having 25 miles at 10 p.m.
Right.
And so we can also work it the other way.
Yeah.
We can see what, for example, Anthony Kunkel, 5 hours from now at 10 p.m., we'll see what his mileage is, and we can anticipate he'll probably have twice that.
Yeah.
So he's at 35 already.
Yeah.
I think we're gonna have a lot fewer 100-mile finishers this year than we did last year. Last year we had 6 guys get 100 miles, which we've never had more than a couple.
Yeah.
I think we had 3 maybe 1 year before that.
Yeah, so he's just started on his 8th lap, so he has a safe 35 in, but we don't have any more information.
So I don't know if we have access to splits, like how long they're taking each lap, but if he's finishing 7 laps in less than 5 hours, yeah. So his laps, his sprint lap for Anthony Kunkel was 30 minutes, 29 minutes and change.
So he's getting progressively a little bit slower each lap. Lap 5 and 6 were 7 seconds apart, but then his lap 7 was 4 minutes slower. But he is pitting as well.
And every lap he does, especially here at the beginning, more obstacles are opening up.
Yes.
So that's his 5th and 6th laps were basically identical, 44 minutes and change. But his 7th lap was 48 minutes. So if he can get, let's just say, he gets keep it under an hour a lap. 5 hours. He could have 5 more laps. He could have. Wow. I'm just kind of doing the math in my head. I don't even want to say it out loud, but. And again, super early in the race.
Yeah.
It's going to get colder. I'm not sure if he's wearing his wetsuit. I've seen him go past. I don't know if he's wearing his wetsuit yet. That's going to slow him down a little bit. So I don't even want to say anything crazy until we get to 10 p.m. or maybe even midnight.
Yeah.
But Anthony Kunkel is having a very, very strong race. Strong start to the race.
Strong start so far.
He planned on it. He told everyone he expected to be
he's
great.
been very vocal about what he's expecting.
Very vocal, very confident, very, I'm going to crush this thing. And he's done well so far. So we'll see. We'll continue to track his results. But we'll check in with his splits and his lap times again about 10 p.m.
So this sounds like word on More Hearts Than Scars. Everyone asking about More Hearts Than Scars. It sounds like they are on their second lap. They took a break between laps, but should be finishing lap 2 within the next 20-ish minutes. So we'll try and keep our eyes open. We do have the camera. The current on the Everest. Can't do a shot. But we will let you know when they do look like they're coming through. I know a lot of you are very interested in him. Teamwork makes the dream work. I love that. It does indeed, Deborah. You are very correct. You hear the music is still going strong here.
I don't know how to get it back to Everest if we switch it.
So yeah, you hear the music is still pumping, everyone is still dancing, people are coming through, some running strong, some walking, people are crossing the finish line.
Little shot of the sunset there. It's the sun is starting to set here in Atmore, Alabama. Officially, it said 4:53, which was about 8 minutes ago. But we're at 5 o'clock, 5 hours into the race right now.
5.5 hours live, consistent. I'm just gonna say, I mean, I am a little old, but you don't feel like I've been sitting here talking constantly for 5.5 hours.
It doesn't. That's 2 movies. That's
Oh my God! I'm just gonna say this. Anyone who is stuck listening to us waffle on for 5.5 hours has more stamina than the guys out in the course currently.
Well, and the thing is, like, actually, you know what? Jump in the comment. I asked you a minute ago, but like, if you're watching us for 5 hours, hey, who's watching us for 24 hours? If you are staying up all 24 hours, watching the race for 24 hours,
give us a shout.
Yeah, say it in the comments, but shoot me a text so I don't lose it. 619-485-2726. I'm not going to say very often. This is my phone number. 619-485-2726. Shoot me a text if you're going to watch.
I mean, I'm just going to say, with the amount of trolls that we have in the comments, I don't think you want to be sending that out there.
I'll filter them out. I'm not worried about it. But if you can, if you're going to watch all 24 hours with us, this is kind of on the honor system. You're going to have to, like, I don't know. Anyway, I'll send you a sticker. I'll send you a World Steps Podcast or OCR Report sticker. All German participants have fun and stay healthy. Shout out to Germany. You know, I don't know if we have the athletes sorted by country, but
I don't think we do. No, we've got the categories. We've got our individual, male, female, open, contender, and then age groups, etc.
There's I haven't seen her out here yet this year. I'm not sure if she's in town, but Anke Frederick is a German World Toughest Mudder athlete. She races most years, almost every year, and love to see her out. I think I would have seen her if she was here, but
I did pass the German tent yesterday. They were putting together a really, really beautiful looking tent, and they turned around and said to me, "German engineers, we'll put this together ourselves." And I was like, "Yeah, holy moly, I can believe that." So here we are. This is the penalty for Everest.
So
to put on wet pajamas. If you fail the obstacle, you got to put on wet pajamas and do a loop.
They're literally pulling out. Those pajamas are soaking in water in those tubs. Yeah. They have to put them on, and the rule or the guideline for putting them on is the right body parts have to go in the right holes.
You can't just like drape them over yourself.
And that guy does not look excited about putting on those pajama pants.
Heck no.
And then do a penalty while wearing, and they're supposed to be, they're intentionally smaller than you would want if you were picking out pajama pants to wear at home.
So we got interrupted when we were talking about the Everest Angels. How, if these guys exist, would anyone fail Everest?
Okay, so that's a great question. There are Everest Angels at the top there, and they're willing to help anyone who comes up. Now, some people, like this guy on our left here, he's a little bigger guy. He's not that big, but he's bigger than normal. He might say, you know what, I don't even want to try. I don't want to put you through it. Or Now when we helped you up Everest yesterday, you're smaller, and there were two myself,
two guys strong guys that he pulled me up,
pulling you up. It was literally no problem. But when I come up, I'm a bigger guy. I'm much bigger than you. When I come up to Everest, I can see the Everest Angels kind of cringe a little bit, and they're like, "All right, we got you." And they kind of clap and they kind of stretch it out a little bit before I come. And last year at World 7 Sputter, they got me up Everest every single time.
Wow.
So there's a little technique when a smaller person runs up to Everest. We got the spotlights running here now, keep it lit up. When a smaller person comes up to Everest, they basically they go up there, they grab their Everest Angels are reaching their hands down. The person running up. I want to talk about Everest more in a minute, but we have our first report of a snake on the course. It's dead now. I'm looking at a picture of a snake from the course.
What kind of snake is that?
And it looks like the head was chopped off with a pair of wire cutters, bolt cutters. What kind of snake do we have report on that? It's a rattlesnake. It looks like a baby snake. You can, and you can tell it's a baby because it has a rattle. No, it's a big snake.
Oh, it's terrible, Joe. So yeah, I wanted to talk to you a bit. We'll know that because throughout that we'll be chatting about the creepy crawlies that are out on course and what people could be coming up against, especially as it gets darker. Let's carry on the Angels because I want to give them the spotlight.
So as a bigger, as a smaller person, Everest Angels, they love the smaller people, but it's a lot more work for them to get me up. So as a bigger guy, what I have to do is I run up and they're reaching down. And so I grab one guy's hand with my right hand. I grab one guy's hand with my left hand. And then I have to pump my arms. So I'm reaching forward and I'm pumping. And basically I'm like, as if I was pumping, a dumbbell or something at the gym. I'm pushing forward and pulling back, pushing forward and pulling back. And every time I push forward with one hand, they're pulling up a little bit. And so it's kind of like I ratchet myself up while they're holding and pulling up a little bit more each time I pump my arms. And then after I get a few, 2, 3, 4 pumps, then I throw my leg up. There's hopefully a third guy maybe that can grab my leg, and they haul me over the edge. It's not pretty, and it's not graceful, but it's much, much better than having to do a penalty. So and last year I did 50 miles. I probably had to do Everest 9 times, in the sprint lap to fun.
Yeah.
But they got me up every single time. They are amazing. I cannot thank those guys enough.
So we've just seen Elmer King has started his 8th lap, currently sitting in 2nd place. So whoever gave us the shout out about him, you were very, very correct. Followed by Joshua Reed, Tyler Veerman, and Mark Bidet, and Darryl Good, who have all passed. Oh, and Ian Caskey, who have all passed lap 7 Satan's Mustache. Everyone's still running super strong. I can see why the dancing happens, because we need it to keep warm and keep our spirits up. It is an amazing atmosphere here, but it is starting to get cold.
It's starting to get cold. It's starting to get dark. We're going to start seeing some headlamps out here soon.
This is a message to you, Cara Williams. It's 11:04 in the UK PM. We've got the airbed out and the live stream on the TV. We will be with you for 24 hours. Thank you for the stream. Thank you, Cara, for sticking with us. Please send us more messages. Send us messages of support and tell us who you are supporting so we can keep an eye on them.
Hey, I would love to see how you're watching the live stream. Do you have it up? You have it streamed to your TV? Are you watching it, with friends, with your dog on your lap? Take some pictures of that and tag us at the OCR report on Instagram. We'd love to see you watching those. Deborah Price. Oh wow! Put those PJs on. Yeah, it is not a fun obstacle. Like they're not cold enough already.
So Richard Diaz has just said he missed a bit of the feed. Can we share the leaders for him? Indeed, we have just gone through those, but I will share them for you again. We'll start with the teams this time.
Sure, Richard Diaz. Just say shout out to you. You gave us the heads up on Elmer King, and he's crushing.
Thank you so much. So for the teams, we have US OCR Midwest. They've just finished their 6th lap. Cristalli Fitness have finished the 5th lap. DFit Black are lap 6. Dublin Walls, that's the top 3, followed by Strong as Oak, Mudder Family, Bucket Style. So then we have, let's head over to the Ladies, Katie Knight and Chris Rogowski have both passed feet spin on lap 7. They are only a minute. No, they are fast maths, 13 seconds apart. Followed by Callie Schweihart, who has started lap 7 literally 45 seconds ago. We're going to have to assume Stephanie Bishop is out of the race. She finished lap 5 and hasn't yet gone out for lap 6. She may still. We have no official word on that, but that is currently what we're seeing. Jessica Haney, Robin Costa, Doreen Klingberg taking the places after that. And then for the male runners,
for the men, Anthony Kunkel, he has started fast and he has not slowed down. Anthony Kunkel, he came in confident, and so far he's delivering. He's in first place. He's got 35 miles done. He's on his 8th lap. He's just past the feet spin obstacle. Elmer King just started his 8th lap, 35 miles done for Elmer. And Joshua Reed has finished he's in 3rd place. He's finished his 7th lap. He has yet to go out for his 8th lap. So 1st, 2nd, 3rd, Anthony Kunkel, Elmer King, Joshua Reed for the men. Sean Merriweather, if you're just tuning in, from the UK, strong athlete in the UK. He's Sean Merriweather currently in 4th place, but we had a report of an injury, and he's been in the pit for quite a bit now. It looks like more than an hour.
The word we've heard on the street is that he has pulled out of the race now.
So when we can confirm that officially, it's a shame. I hope that's not true, but he's currently in 4th place with 30 miles. Tyler Veerman, Mark Cadet, and Daryl Wood in 5th, 6th, and 7th place. They all have 30 miles. And the rest of the top 10 all has 30 miles at this point. Ian Caskey, Joshua Fiore, and Christian Brown Johnson, all with 30 miles.
So it's looking quite pretty here on the finish line. They've just lit some tiki torches to light the way in for people. I'm hoping some of the heat will get to us.
And
but the light is looking very nice now.
And a lot of light. There's you can't see it; it's just off screen. But there is a big spotlight illuminating the finish line here. The tiki torches, almost for atmosphere, I guess.
Yeah. So here's a message from Kim Reish saying we will be with you all night, cheering the Ritchie team on.
That is awesome, Kim. Good to hear it.
John Hobson saying, "Will I have the live screen on my laptop whilst watching the UFC fights?"
Okay, UFC fights take like 35 seconds. You got 24 hours here, John Hobson. I don't want to hear about these UFC fights. You got some real race action right here.
Another message from Richard Diaz. Elmer was concerned about a foot pain, and I worked on it, and he's still likely to hold a podium spot. Richard Diaz, are you here on site with us? If you are, drop us a message and maybe you can come chat to us at some point over the evening. If you're not attending to Elmo, we would love to hear from you.
Well, it's exciting. We're 5 hours in the race. I love watching it. Seeing the guys come across the finish line here. This is, the leaders have 30 miles. Some of these guys are finishing their 3rd, 4th lap. The night is starting, so
yes,
every single one of these athletes that comes in. We're not seeing a lot of headlamps yet, but we will start seeing them.
So we're currently at 5 p.m. Night is starting, and we're looking at sunrise, I think about 6 a.m. So we've got about 13 hours of darkness now ahead of us before the sun starts to come up.
Yep.
That's over double what we've already been live for. We will be in the darkness.
So their guys are starting to walk in a little bit slower. Get a little bit of dancing left in them, but they're starting to save that energy for the course, for the obstacles.
I do want to say, I'm just looking at the open results here as well. We've got in the women, for example, Katie Knight and Chris Rogowski, they're on their lap 7. But in the open results, we have people on lap 5. So we're not massively behind. We're not talking like anybody who's not doing Contendatus isn't doing anything incredible. They are. A lot of people here, they're running really, really hard. And I want to give a shout out to everyone. So here we go. Well done to Will. This is Chill Pickle.
Chill Pickle. And you know what? I don't see any ice in it. I think it's just naturally chilled.
It's quite a steep ramp. It's short. Yesterday was really good fun. But right now, and if I was sitting on top of that, I would be, not wanting to go down into that water. I cannot lie.
So you see, they're sliding in from the right. That's how we Arctic Enema used to be for a while. That baffle used to have a piece of wood through the obstacle. You have to go under, and then that second half. That's the hard part of this obstacle this year. It's called Chill Pickle. They're calling it.
Yeah.
If you remember last year at World's Toughest Mudder, it started with a slide like this, but halfway through the race, they turned it around, so you had to exit out, which is very similar to where exiting out now. At World's Toughest last year, there was no rope. So imagine getting out of this without a rope.
No, I couldn't. I mean, I could barely get out of it with the rope, to be honest.
But this is very, 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 it's like a combination of our regular Arctic Enema plus the difficult exit from last year's Arctic Enema.
Yeah.
We're watching people teaming up there. It's helpful. It doesn't physically do anything, but it kind of mentally you can help psych each other up. Like, you ready? Okay, let's go together.
Yeah,
he wasn't waiting for him. They're still talking about it. Here's my best advice for Arctic Enema is no matter how long you look at it, it's not getting any warmer.
It's not getting warmer. And you sitting there for longer, you're just getting to get in. And as that water will start running and getting warm.
Yeah. In fact, the sooner you get in, the faster you can get out, and that's when you can get warm. So, yeah, and a unique this obstacle, you see there's 2 rings on each rope. That rope actually extends down into the water, and there's knots at the bottom. At the bottom of rope 2, 3, and 4, from left to right. Rope number 1. If you're on site here, if you're watching, or if you have a runner racing tonight, rope number 1 has a loop.
Yeah, send them to the leftmost rope. It is the easiest one to get up. Richard Diaz, he's actually at home watching the coverage, but I'm loving your input, Richard. Thank you so much. Patricia McCracken has asked a question. How do they score individual or team? Patricia, could you clarify your question for us, please, so that we can answer it? Because I'm not sure I entirely understand what you're asking.
Well, Patricia, I'll answer what I think your question is, and then if you can specify, we're starting to see headlamps come through here at the finish line, and it's starting to get cold. So the way World's Toughest Mudder is scored, it's a looped course. It's a 5-mile loop. And there's obstacles, obviously. You have to do every obstacle or the penalty associated with that obstacle. And the man and woman who run the most 5-mile loops is crowned World's Toughest Mudder. So the athletes that it's ranked strictly by mileage, and it's in 5-mile loops. If you do 4 laps, that's 20 miles. And if 2 people have both done 20 miles, then whoever finished that 4th lap the fastest is ahead of the other guy. So it's scored strictly on mileage, and then if the mileage is a tie, they did the same amount of laps, then it's based on time. Whoever finished those laps in the shortest amount of time. So that guy that just fell back into the water, my heart goes out to him because you think you're out. You're like, I did the work, my muscles did the work, I pulled my body out.
And then you're back in that freezing water.
And then to fall back, and he's going to a different one. You were on the right one, friend. Go back to the left. Oh, he can't hear me, but if he could, I would tell him, go to that left rope. There's a little bit extra advantage on left rope if you know that loop is there.
So Elmer King and Joshua Reed both started their 8th lap, as have Mark Goday and Tyler Veerman.
So with each guy that starts their 8th lap, we're seeing Sean Merriweather drop further down the standings. So not Sean's year this year, unless he's able to make a comeback, muster up. We'll see what happens. But
no.
And then on the women's side, Katie Knight and Chris Rogloski.
Running closely together,
6 seconds apart.
6 seconds apart.
They've been running for 5.5 hours almost, and they're 6 seconds apart.
So these are still running at under an hour per lap, which we expect that to change as time goes on. But considering how long they've been running, this is under an hour per lap. It's mind blowing to me.
I see this every year, and it never fails to impress me.
I do wonder how you're feeling seeing the runners so far,
right?
Because they've been wanting to.
I'm looking at the athletes going through Chill Pickle, and I think that girl on lane 2 is just in a sports bra and shorts. Am I looking at? Am I seeing that right?
You are seeing that right. Unless she's wearing a skin-colored top, it looks like she is wearing very few clothes. And right now, she's my absolute hero.
Man, I can't. It's hard to tell from here. That could be Callie Schweikart, but man, does that look cool. And she's reaching back to help somebody out. Good for her.
It very well could be, but she was last seen lap 7 start.
Yeah, look at that. And she's trying to help the guy, and the guy fell back in.
Yeah.
So there's 2 ways you can help somebody on this obstacle. One is what the girl athlete there on the left is doing. I think it's Callie, but I can't be sure unless we get the camera closer.
The timing would make sense for it to be her.
You can reach down. I'm almost sure that's Callie. You can reach down and you can pull the guy up, which is what she's trying to do. The other way you can help, and it's very, very difficult to do on the knob, is you can stay at the bottom and you can give the guy a boost up.
Yeah.
And obviously the thing about that is you're in the water, you're in that cold water for longer.
Yeah.
And that guy needs to put your foot in the ring, sir.
Yeah.
If he can put his foot in the ring, then he can get some leverage to get up.
I mean, someone like Callie who's helping someone out of the goodness of your heart, but you're also, I mean,
Callie's freezing there.
She's running in 3rd place and she's freezing. How long do you set an obstacle to help someone, and when do you go, okay, look, I gotta give up, dude?
Right. It looks like Callie's made that. So you know what? The guy. Oh, they're both helping each other. So this is, I would say, up and beyond for Callie.
Yeah.
Now, for her to go up there and turn around and help the guy behind, and even
Right.
I didn't see Callie even accept any help. I think she just got it by herself.
Yeah, she did.
And so, but she turned around to help the guy, which is truly keeping in the tough mudder spirit. It's 100%. The elite. She's competing she's in a podium position right now. She's competing for the win, and she turns around to help a guy who fell back in the water a 2nd or a 3rd time. Now, I don't know this guy in the blue. He's going for choose a different lane. But this is the type of obstacle, and this difficulty he's having, this is the type of thing that can end a race.
Yes.
There have been years in the past where something like this happens, where people cannot get out of the obstacle. And obviously, his arm tired. But also, obviously, it's a doable obstacle. We see men and women completing, back and forth.
And he's struggling.
Now he's getting help from the bottom here, and that's what's going to help him get out. There's a guy at the top and a guy at the bottom. This is 100% teamwork and camaraderie. Now he's got his whole body out of the water.
Come on, dude.
Don't lose it. Everyone's rooting for you here. Everyone wants you to keep moving. Now there's a point where no one can help him in the middle.
Yes.
He's in between, and he's right there.
But he needs
There's nothing anyone can do. Okay, he's got his hand on top.
There we go. There we go. Well done, guys. And that is basically what Tough Mud is all about. Right?
I don't know that guy's name. I can't see his bib number from here. If you know him, give him a shout out. I'm so happy that guy made it out. Now, okay, let me tell you about what happened to me in an obstacle in 2015 and how what happened to me kind of happened to this guy. Very similar. There was an obstacle called Royal Flush, very similar to Augustus Gloop, but at an angle. I got stuck at it. There's a rope going through the tube. You climb up the rope, and then you grab the edge of the tube and pull yourself out. But I could not. I climbed up, and there's water spraying in your face. I could not get out of the tube. I made it 75, 80% of the way out of the tube, and I could not get to the top.
Yeah.
And I remember I was up there. I'm at the top of the rope, but I can't quite reach the edge of the tube to pull myself out. And I thought to myself, if I let go of this rope, if I fall back down the tube, I'll never get up here again. Like, my arms are shot. I just, what am I going to do? If I drop this, what am I going to do? And I was all by myself. There's no one else out there, no one to help me. And I'm trying. I'm fighting for a while, and eventually I let go and I fell back down. So I couldn't. So I went to the edge, just like the water that I fell into. I went to the edge of the water pit, and I didn't know what to do. It was like 2 a.m. And I'm talking to myself. I'm not going to quit the race, but this is a must-complete obstacle. How do I get past this obstacle? The lifeguard would come check on me. Are you okay? Yeah, fine. I'm just waiting. What I was waiting for, I don't know. So people would.
I'm going to go ahead and do a lap.
So here's a look at Chunky Monkey. You can see the tires and the banana grips. No athletes coming through here right now, but a good look at the obstacle for what it'll be like when the athletes get to it.
That's good, yeah.
Finish line, people coming through consistently, just one after the next. It's still going through.
It's dark.
It's dark.
It's nighttime.
So you were at Royal Flush.
So I fell back down Royal Flush, and I was sitting on the edge, and I was like, I don't know what I'm going to do because I can't quit. and I can't keep going. Like, I'm just stuck here. And I was worried that I would get disqualified for not making forward progress on the course. I didn't know what the rule was on that at the time. And eventually, and people would come check on me. Hey, you need help? I'll help you. No. And one guy, eventually, he would not let me. He's like, no, come on, I'll get you through it. We'll get through it. I was like, how are you going to help me? Like, you can't. There's nothing you can really do because you get to that weird in-between spot. Yeah. And if I can't make it all the way up to the tube, I don't know what you're going to do. But he was insistent. He's like, no, I'll get you through it. Let's go. Like, he wouldn't take no. I was like, oh, I got to do it. And honestly, I thought, okay, I'm just going to, like, it's not going to work, and I'll just have to go sit. And part of me was thinking, if I just sit there on the pool long enough, the race will end. And now the finisher rules were a little different back then. Right, okay. You had to be on the course at noon. Right. So even if you didn't get a finisher lap, as long as you were on the course at noon. At that point, so I was like, okay, as long as I stay here on the course past noon. It's 2 a.m. I was going to sit there for 10 hours. I don't know what my plan was. But this guy's like, no, come on, I'll get you through. So I got up as far as I could. This guy came up comes around to my bike. He reaches down and he pulls me out. Like he single-handedly saved my race, because otherwise I don't know how I ended. But here's what happened when I got back to the pit. After that, I was terrified to go back on course because I thought next time I get my next lap around, when I get to the Royal Flush, I'm going to get stuck again. My arms are shot. I'm wasted. I can't count on this guy coming through again. Oh. So I ended up staying in the pit for a long, long time, and it killed my mileage. It killed my. Now I quote unquote finished because I got back on course before noon. But so with what this guy just went through, he spent. I didn't look at the time. 5-ish minutes in that water. It could kill his race. He might get to the pit area and say, no, I'm not going to go back. If I can get back on Chill Pickle, can't get out. I won't be able to get out next time.
So if somebody gets onto a must-complete obstacle that has no penalty and they can't do it, is that DNF?
Say it one more time.
If somebody gets onto a must-complete obstacle and they can't finish it, is that DNF?
Well, so let's look at this last guy as an example. The guy that was in Arctic Enema. Yeah. He will eventually DNF himself because he's not getting out either way. Like he can't get out forward. There's no way he can go out and go back out. So I was able, in my Royal Flush, I went to the side of the pit and just kind of sat there on the edge.
But he's stuck in the water.
He's either in or out. Like doesn't have an option. So he'll DNF himself. So most of the must complete obstacles. In fact, I'd want to say all of the obstacles that are must complete, someone can help you get through them. Yeah. The obstacles that have penalty options are obstacles like Chunky Monkey, where you either can do it or you can't. Like there's no, looking at a picture of Chunky Monkey here before the athletes get through. This is a live picture, but the athletes.
Is it open yet?
You can see it running past. The athletes are running past it. It's not open yet. Right. This will be one of the last obstacles to open at 6 o'clock.
So just half an hour.
You can either do that or you can't. Like, let's say we were on there and you were doing Chunky Monkey, and you're like, oh, I'm gonna get stuck. Even if I wanted to help you, I couldn't. That water is 4 feet deep. Yeah. So those are the type of obstacles that have a penalty bypass. Yeah. Or electrical obstacles will have a penalty bypass because some people have pacemakers. Or the just shoot me has a penalty option. So that's the height obstacles have always traditionally had a penalty option. The cliff in Vegas, the stacks in Atlanta, anything where it kind of gives you a choice. Like you got to face your fear. Starting to see a lot of headlamps come through here at the finish line.
We should see Anthony Kunkel coming through soon on the finish line. He was at Satan's Mustache. I don't mean in the next minute or two, but we should see him coming through shortly. He passed Satan's Mustache, which is 17 out empty. And headlights coming through steadily now.
So we'll keep watching this finish line here. Yeah, watch it for Anthony to finish his 8th lap. Finish 40 miles at about 5:30-ish.
That's in 2 minutes.
So Anthony talked a big game coming in, but so far he's fulfilling his end of the bargain.
That game. So I take it back to Las Vegas. So of course on Monday we will get the location. They have the location already. They're not releasing it.
The Las Vegas was the venue for either 4 or 5 years, and it was a great venue. My first World Cup was in Las Vegas. In fact, it was in Vegas for so long, and then back in Laughlin again for 1 year last year. That in a lot of people's minds, and this isn't fair because it's not actually accurate, but people think of World Toughest Mudder as a desert race.
Yeah, no, I personally wouldn't.
But it was in Atlanta for 2 years. It was in New Jersey for years. It's here in Alabama. So it's really about 50-50 desert and wooded grass courses.
Yeah, I didn't realize how many years it was actually at Vegas for. I completely lost track of that. So then when I was looking back at the history, I was like, oh, it's been a long time.
Yeah, she must be on this side.
So the Vegas venue, they're not able to go back to that Vegas venue anymore.
Why's that?
Years and years, so I think if I did the math, I could figure out exactly how many years. I think it was 4 or 5 years we were in Las Vegas for the race, and probably 1 year, middle of that run, there were signs going up: future development, home development, coming soon. And we're like, oh, I guess you can't come back next year. Nope, coming back next year. Las Vegas again. Okay. And then we see the signs. Next year, there's going to be houses here. Oh, okay, well, no more Vegas. 1 more year. And then finally, they did build, there's a big housing development. There's Lake Las Vegas in Henderson, Nevada, just east of Las Vegas. Beautiful area. Beautiful venue to run 24 hours in. But it's pretty wild to think that there are people living where
on the surface of so much suffering.
on the whole hallowed ground that we ran World Toughest Mudder at. Sean and the crew were having fun outside there.
Doing a good job, guys. It's amazing.
People coming through.
We're racing.
We look far too official.
It's much better than this. Just trying to bring up the men's results. We've not had Anthony yet.
You can see Sean Corvelle there. We had Sean earlier, did an interview with him. Sean greeting every single athlete that has come through.
Yeah,
and he'll be doing it all night long. Sean is a walking off camera, beloved member of the World Toughest Mudder community.
Oh yeah, had some great messages come through for him whilst he was on.
He gives the kind of the send-off speech at a lot of the Tough Mudder, the regular Tough Mudder events. Just an inspiring, good, kind man, beloved by the community. I think he has the best job. Definitely, I don't know about in the world, but he's done a great job. I'm talking about Sean Corvelle. He gets to, motivate people, inspire people, and praise them before they go off and they do something really, really hard. For most people, running a regular Tough Mudder, it's like the hardest thing.
It's a big deal.
Yeah, it is a big deal. I remember my very first one, getting into Tough, I was telling you this story earlier, how I got into Tough Mudder. It's like 2011, 2012, I was browsing Facebook and saw a picture of a guy wearing a Tough Mudder t-shirt. And I said, what's that? Tough Mudder. It sounds kind of cool. And sometimes I wonder, what if I had seen a guy wearing a Spartan shirt?
Well, I will tell you my story into OCR in a second because it's completely different to yours.
So I saw this shirt and I was like, so I Googled Tough Mudder and, mud run and obstacles and barbed wire, electricity. I was like, I could do that. And my wife was next to me and she's like, sure you could. And I'm like, all right. Now I got it. Now I have to. So that was how I signed up for my first Tough Mudder, was just seeing someone on Facebook wearing a t-shirt.
So this is teabagged. The signal's not great out there, so I'm not sure how long we'll get them there for, but you can see an idea of it. This strapping is so much harder than a regular rope for a traverse, and you can see just here these little red things. They are buoys that hang to your face. Actually not that big a deal, it's just a bit of fun.
Yeah, our video footage there is kind of a
it's very patchy, but it's nice that you get to see what it kind of looks like. So I did my first obstacle course race in 2013, and I'd heard of Tough Mudder a lot. Like I'd heard of it. It was the brand that I really knew about. But I at the time it was 10k or nothing, and I was just like, I can't do this for 10k. I can't run 10k, and I've not run since I was at school. And at school I was a sprinter. 800 meters was difficult for me at school. I like to do 100 meters and go as fast as I could, and that was it. So it's like, there's no way I'm going to be doing a 10k. And then someone said, oh, what about Spartan race? They do 5k, and I was like, yep, I can do that. So I went with Spartan race. Had I felt a bit stronger, I would have taken on a Tough Mudder. So yeah, I'm never ever going to look down or judge anyone that would think that a Tough Mudder is going to be difficult. It's going to be difficult. That's the whole darn point.
So if you're watching this and you're like, yeah, man, 24 hours, I could never do that. That's crazy. You're right. It absolutely is crazy. Our bodies are not designed to run for 24 hours. I can barely stay up for 24 hours.
Yeah, we are going to be getting tired, and these guys are still going to be running.
But you can sign up for a 5K, Tough Mudder 5K. You can sign up for a regular Tough Mudder. It's a 15K. And there's even, after, if you've already done like a regular Tough Mudder, but World's Toughest is too far a step maybe. We love dancing here at World's Toughest Mudder. There's Tough Mudder Infinity, which is a daytime race. But it's multi-lap. So you're doing as many laps as possible of a Tough Mudder course during the daytime. Tough Mudder Infinity. There's also Toughest Mudder, which is probably the... Hey, Deborah Price. It's good to see you're still here. This is so awesome to watch. Oh, you're very kind. There's also Toughest Mudder, which is a 12-hour race on a loop course. You're doing loops all night long. You start at night and you finish in the morning. So you kind of step your progress up. If you've done a 5, there's a 5K, then you do a regular Tough Mudder, or full Tough Mudder full, Johnny Smith, Laughlin. Then Toughest Infinity, Tough Mudder Infinity, Toughest Mudder, and then World's Toughest Mudder.
So we've not seen Anthony come through the finish line yet, but I think we were a bit premature in calling him because his total time running has been 4 hours 42, and I did the maths and now I've lost it. But yeah, he's not quite ready to have come through yet on time.
Yeah.
So maybe another 10 minutes or so. I don't know why we're so high pitched there. Yeah, he should be coming through.
So we're getting a look now at Coach's Corner. See that?
That is awesome.
Little dance party, and they're going into that booth.
So this is something I wanted to... So I told you about the Ghost Squad that I ran with at Tough Guy, and then we moved on to clear races for a while, and I really wanted to make our own obstacle, which was basically a shipping container. We kind of did it a little bit, a shipping container with smoke and music, but I wanted to make it bigger. And this is like the Ghost Squad container on something illegal. It is on steroids. There we go. That's less illegal. It looks mega, and from what I can see here, like they've got Coach on top, DJing for 24 hours, and then the center. We're not quite sure what's inside.
So I don't know if we'll get inside there. So when I got to the site this morning, Coach pulled up his car and parked right next to me.
Yeah.
And so I said, "Hey, Coach, how you doing?" He's like, "It's good, it's good." I was like, "Hey, tell me about your obstacle." And he's like, "Well, we're not really telling everybody about it yet." But he told me, and we're 5 hours into the race.
I think we can talk about it now.
I think I can talk about it now. There electrical wire inside that. Now, I don't know exactly what it looks like in there. Maybe they're nervous to take the camera in there because of the electricity. But the way Coach wanted to have it set up, and no, before I say that, you see the guy on the left there?
Yep.
I don't know his name. His name is escaping. He was on site. He was on site at Coach's Corner last year at World's Toughest Mudder in Laughlin, and his goal was dance. Like Coach, so the top there, you can see there's a dance part. Coach is a DJ in his, I don't say his day job, but like his night job. He's a DJ, and so he's doing that for 20. Coach is doing that for 24 hours. Well, the guy on the left, he's dancing for 24 hours.
That's insane.
Now in Laughlin, he didn't make it, but he made it 21 and a half hours, which is pretty close. So they've got coffee out there. They've got caffeine. So his objective is to dancing out there. Coach is going to DJ for 24 hours, and he's going to dance for 24 hours. So that's the plan out there at Coach's Corner.
So Katie Knight and Chris Robloski both passed States and Mustache on their lap 7. They did started about minutes ago. It's both kind of within a second of each other currently.
So inside Coach's corner, I don't know how it ended up finally working out or shaking out. What Coach told me is what he wanted was there for the electric wires to be electrified, but only sometimes. So you might get through there and just walk through there, and you're fine. And you go around and you tell everyone, oh yeah, no, I'm fine. 26 Real MC, World's Toughest Mudder in Vegas, the best event he's ever been to. It was great. It was a great event. 2015 was my first year Real MC. That was a good year.
It looks fun. I wouldn't mind being there for a while to get my energy up and my spirits
Makes me tired just watching everyone. Fantastic.
What's going on with the news today? What's going on with the news today? How's the weather?
Oh, the weather? Oh, no. We got Javier Escobar in here asking for an update on the weather report. So we'll share it with everybody. We got, yeah. Aren't you running?
I'm not running.
You know, are you picker?
I'm not running.
What's going on? Javier Escobar, past 100-miler, World's Toughest Mudder podium winner, joins us here in the booth. We're looking at Coach's corner out there on course.
Okay, yeah, that looks beautiful.
Tell me about your race this year. What are you doing?
This year, I'm not racing. You know, at the beginning of the year, I had this an accident where I fell 27 feet and I destroyed my right foot, essentially. So I'm just on the road to recovery right now. Definitely trying to get back in here next year. So get back to competing and doing some fun stuff.
How do you feel right now? Are you runnable?
On and off. Like right now, even just spending the 4 hours on my feet, running around, chasing people and stuff like that. It's like I'm starting to limp. So, yeah.
Are you working pick crew or what are you doing?
Yeah, I'm working picker for DJ.
Okay.
Yeah, you know, he took third place from me last year. You know, he just savagely just ripped it away from me. But yeah, I'm helping him support him and stuff like that. So.
Talking with Javier Escobar, 100-miler. You ran 100. How many miles did you run last year?
100.
100 miles.
100 and under 24 hours.
For fourth place.
For fourth place, yeah.
That was a tough year last year. The 100 miles doesn't even get on the podium.
No. And you know, the weather was just perfect last year for you know, high mileage and stuff. The obstacles were, I think they were adequately difficult, but very doable if you put in the training. So, yeah. Last year, I mean, this year it looks pretty tough out there. It looks brutal. The penalties just look disgusting.
What do you think about how the weather's affecting everybody?
It's kind of warming up right now. I think early was surprising. I think this is the first time in a very long time where it's actually rained on course. I thought that was going to take a couple of people out, but I mean, people are moving strong. The ladies are moving very strong, man.
You like Katie Knight, Krista Classy? You've been watching them?
Yeah.
They're crushing it. They're crushing it. So we're looking inside Coach's corner here. I don't know exactly what I'm looking at.
It looks like a party. You know what? You know why you don't know what you're looking at? It's because you've never been inside of a club, Will. This is what the club looks like. And you've never been inside of one of these. It's a really good time.
I've never
Usually drinks involved and a couple of other activities.
I've never seen lights do this pattern. What is this? So we're actually inside Coach's corner. We're what are those giant white these barriers?
They're just you know, inflatable
right.
Fun.
And I heard Coach told me there may or may not be electricity in there.
Really?
So
it makes it a lot more exciting.
Yeah, it would be definitely exciting. It's exciting / nightmarish.
Yeah, it's like it seems like you get the best of both worlds in there, right? Yeah. You get a party and then you get a little surprise. So kind of like the club. Sometimes you get a little surprise at the club. You know what I'm talking about, Will?
I don't. That's exciting. So looking at the people's strategy there, this guy's crawling through it. They're obviously have to stay underneath that wire. Oh no, you guys! I guess it wasn't a barrier.
No, it's probably difficult to see, and people are just trying to avoid some of these wires that are probably yeah. They'll figure it out pretty soon, though. You know, people talk in these races; they give out secrets all the time.
Yeah, that's something cool. Like everyone's competing with each other, but they're happy to share tips.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Like go to the left side, go to the right, or whatever. Just for success out there.
Yeah. Cool.
So, tell me about the recovery. What are your plans for next year?
It's just I'm going to be focusing in on speed. I can handle about like 15, 20 miles a week, which should be enough to me, to put in a good speed walk, and then hopefully between that and biking, I can start to pick up some of the mileage towards the summer, and and come back stronger for the end of next year. Going to focus a lot on recovery and just kind of enjoying my time, getting strong. I've been lifting heavy again. So,
sure.
I'm gonna be built like a refrigerator, and we'll see what happens.
Probably a 100-mile running refrigerator next
100
year.
plus.
100 plus?
100 plus, yeah.
So 100 is your best, right?
100 is my best. Yeah.
So how 105 is that?
I could have gone out for 105 last year, but I think mentally I just checked out. Because I'd come in, I forget, it was like 22 hours or something like that. 20, yeah, it was about 22 hours. And I was just mentally checked out. I could have walked that entire last lap, but I was just like, I'm good here. I'm okay. I'm satisfied. It was under 24 hours. And, but that's what I tell myself. But, I should have gone out for another lap.
That it's so easy, the conversations we have, like, oh, no, I did. But then, like literally, like years later, you're thinking about it, like, I should have gone out one more lap. I could have done it. Like,
yeah. No, I know I should have, but I just, like I said, I kind of come to terms with the fact that I didn't, and then I just accept it. And there's only so much mental strength that you can build, and I had reached a threshold, I think, at that point that I hadn't reached in years prior, and now that I'm familiar with it, I know how to now I know how to deal with it. So going forward, that will not happen again.
So you're actually a sponsored athlete.
Yes.
With the Obstacle Running Adventures podcast.
Yeah. Where are they right now?
They couldn't make it this year.
Oh, why is that?
They're getting married.
Like, what a horrible day to get married. Like, why would you do that to yourself?
So Mike and Caitlin Ritter, Mike 70, Caitlin Ritter, host of the podcast that Javier is sponsored by, getting married today.
Yes.
It's not the thing is not that they're just getting married today in World Stuff Matter. Their anniversary every single year will be about the same time as World Stuff Matter. Yeah, so I hope they really like World Seventh Motor.
maybe he'll have his what is it, like 5 years down the road where they renew the vows and stuff.
Oh,
he'll
you know what?
Also here.
Okay, so this is like 3 a.m, kind of like conversation to fill time. But I found out you don't actually renew vows. Like that's not a thing health coaches do. Like
so if you're going through a rough time, that's when you kind of recommit.
Yes.
Being like, I messed up bad. But...
Exactly. That's.
wow.
I didn't know that. I thought it's just an excuse to get all your friends back together for a big party. But evidently, and the ladies in the booth are nodding their head and agreeing with me. It's kind of a sign of past weaknesses, but recommitting for future strength.
Gotcha. Wow.
So.
I think that would be the excuse. Shows a lot, doesn't it?
I gotta go pick up some pizza.
Say one more time.
I gotta go pick up some pizza.
All right, cool. Javier, good. Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah,
and good luck with the recovery. Hope to see you soon.
Yeah, I'll come back later.
All right, awesome. Yeah. Special thanks to Javier Escobar, dropping by the broadcast booth, the OCR Report broadcast booth. Hey, so if you are a fan of live race coverage, be sure to follow the OCR Report on Instagram at the OCR Report, and you can check out our YouTube channel, youtube.com/the OCR Report for more live race coverage. Looking over at, I want to say it's Mud Mile, but we're not calling it Mud Mile this year. It is
Son of a Ditch.
Son of a Ditch, and crew leaving there right now. A lot of mud.
So, do you have a quick look at the results? I apologize, my voice is a bit shaky because I have freezing cold.
Little shiver in the air there.
Trying to find my dry robe. Not found it yet. Anthony Kunkel has started his 9th lap. Helmer King is still on his 8th lap and has passed his Mustache about 4 minutes ago, so we'll see him coming through the finish line. Joshua Reed, Mark Gadame, Tyler Veerman and Ian Caskey all at having passed lap 8 Dublin Walls. Trying the women as well. Everything's getting a little cold here and stuff isn't wanting to work as fast. So Chris Rogowski has started her 8th lap, but Katie Knight has not yet finished her 7th lap. So we have Chris Rogowski taking. Katie Knight has finished her 7th lap, but hasn't started her 8th. Chris Rogowski has started her 8th lap.
So Chris Rogowski is in the lead, even though on the results right now it shows Knight first because Katie Knight finished her 7th lap
sooner
before. So if something crazy happened and Chris were not able to finish that 8th lap, Katie Knight would finish ahead of Chris. So
well, even if Katie didn't start,
because they both finished 7 laps, and who finished that 7th lap the fastest. But like right now on the course, if you go out there and look, Katie Knight is sitting in the pit while Chris Rogowski is out on the course. So Chris Rogowski with a small lead. We don't know exactly. It's not that long. It's not less than 3 minutes, I believe. So
yeah,
those
Chris
two are.
They were within seconds of each other, but this difference, we've still got hours and hours ahead. We're just coming up to 6 hours shortly. It's crazy. It doesn't feel like it was only an hour ago that we were looking at Everest and talking about Everest change. And there we go, and now I can see how the sun goes by. We're within a second of each other, a few minutes. We've still got 18 hours to go.
Callie Schweikart hanging tight in 3rd place. What's wild is that one long pit stop can completely mess up all these standings, or not mess them up, but adjust them or alter them. When they start to put on their wetsuits, if they come back from a lap and they're really, really cold and they need to get warmed up, that'll affect the lap as well, or the standings as well.
Let's have a quick look at the team results, see what's going on there. Very little change. USOs are Midwest still in first. They have finished their lap 7. We finished lap 7 quite a long time ago.
They sure did.
Haven't got out for another one, but we're not seeing any other teams having no other team finished lap 7 yet.
So when Cristelli finishes lap 7, they will move into first place.
Yes, they are still out on course, but it looks like OCR Midwest haven't been out on course since they finished lap 7 at 3:38 p.m. So that's a few hours ago. Whether they're all just taking a break or what, who knows?
So 6 o'clock, coming up 10 minutes on 6 o'clock. That's dinner time, supper time.
Well, yes.
So, nutrition, we haven't really talked about this. Oh, here's a great look at Wiggle Wiggle. Jiggle Wiggle. Wiggle Jiggle.
Jiggle Jiggle.
Jiggle Jiggle. So you can see the guy in the middle falling down. That's the entire obstacle is. We'll get back to our coverage. That camera's not consistent out there on Jiggle Jiggle. But it's basically like walking through mud up at your knees, but then all of a sudden, whoop, it's down to, and all the while you're carrying a lubricated children's
jiggly tube of liquid.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tried this yesterday, obviously without the toy, just going through, and it is very, very uneven throughout, which is fine. But the only problem is you just don't know if you're going to fall down into the water, if you're going to bang your shins. You could just wrench an ankle or something.
You can see the guy on the right side in the blue.
Yeah.
He's holding his grip, and he's holding the wiggle toy.
Yeah. So you have to hold this at least one hand. You can hold it with both if you want. But you can't tuck it down in your sports bra or anything like that. You have to hold it in your hand. Now the rain has stopped. It does feel like it's kind of warmed up a bit. I know it hasn't. I know it's getting colder, but without the damp air, it is more pleasant.
We had someone here in the booth we were talking with. We were interviewing him, and I could see their breath.
Oh, yeah.
And that was like at 4 o'clock. But at this point right now, I don't see breath. So it might have warmed up 10 degrees, 12 degrees. It's still jacket weather. It's
God, it's 20 jacket weather.
If you can find it, put your dry roller.
And mittens on.
So.
That dry robe will be coming out as soon as occasioned. Where can you see the standings? Okay, so we head to toughmudder.com
/WTM.
Thank you. I was looking at the link in front of me and it wasn't showing. toughmudder.com /WTM. You can see live results as they come through. We will update you every now and again, but if you want to check somebody in particular, you can see how they're doing. The trainer's saying that's not deep at all. Last year's toughest mud in Cheetown.
Like last year's mud mile at Chi-Town. I wasn't at the Chicago toughest. Tell me about that one. How deep was it? Generally, it's knee deep-ish. But when you hit those holes, it'll take you down to your waist. But it's not a slope down. You're like surprised, so you don't know what's coming.
So, Rich Rainbow is actually, what year was Sandstorm?
Sandstorm was 2014. So, Rich Rainbow, great question. 2014. We talked about this at the very beginning. That 2014 was the Sandstorm, and it wasn't like it was windy and it blew some sand. It was a sandstorm. It destroyed tents. It messed up the pit area. It knocked obstacles over. It was a sandstorm. People thought the race was going to be canceled. That was 2014. 2018, 4 years later, was Atlanta, and that was an ice storm. And I don't mean like it was cold. I mean like it was an ice storm. Everything was frozen. People would put their wetsuits on the tent, and they would freeze to the tent.
Would there ever be a circumstance that would be so dangerous? Cold.
It was cold. It was.
But is it like? Is there anything that would make the race organisers go, "Okay, we have to stop this right now"?
I'm sure there is, but I don't know. I mean, yeah, obviously, like it was dangerous.
Sandstorm is pretty intense. Ice storm is pretty intense.
And
more intense than that. I mean, an earthquake.
Firestorm.
Firestorm. Yep.
That would do it. I wonder. We asked somebody, but I wonder how close they came to canceling it in 2014 or 2018. 2018, I never got the vibe. They thought I wasn't at 2014. 2018, I never got the impression they were considering canceling the race. Yeah. They did a bunch of obstacles. There were a lot of obstacles like the Dublin Walls that were dangerous. Cheering on nephew.
Tyler Veerman.
Say again?
Tyler Veerman.
Tyler Veerman. Oh, we're cheering on your nephew also. Tyler
Veerman is cheering him on all year long. He's fantastic.
Yeah. Outstanding athlete. He'll be near the top of the standings when it's all said.
Well, OCRWC. He got first place on the 15K. OCRWC. Tyler Veerman did very, very well at Obstacle Course Racing World Championships.
Oh yeah.
He's really put out the bag. So yeah, this is obviously an incredibly different race to that, but it does just show he is strong. And
yeah, Tyler Veerman is the reigning OCR World Champion. He had an outstanding OCR World Championship. So just to see him out here, it's OCR World Championships. It's a short race. It's hour and a half race. This is, I mean, he's raced 4 of those already. So yeah, love he's great.
Let's have a quick look at how everyone's doing.
So we got our camera crew out there looking for more obstacle coverage. The one thing we're kind of limited on, we're not on a mountain. Sometimes when we do live race coverage over at the OCR Report YouTube channel, we're on a mountain, and you're kind of limited by, and we're always limited by cellular networks and coverage. And we do everything we can with cellular bonding and to increase our network size.
There's a lot going on that I could not even start to explain.
But even here in Atlanta, it's not a mountain. There's no elevation at all. We are in rural Alabama.
I mean, I struggle to get enough signal to send a message right now.
Yeah, it's we had to drive an hour and a half from my Airbnb. I'm staying in Pensacola on the beach. And
the beach, very nice.
I mean, there's a lot of beach in Pensacola. I drive an hour and a half to get here, and we are in. When you're looking for rural Alabama on a map, it's right next to here.
So yeah, we do have the guys out, of course, but that was Trevor. Psychos. Oh, I mean, it sounds like Psycho. It sounds right. So that was Trevor Psychos just coming through. 6:50, 5:57.
So Trevor, let's check on Trevor Psychos in the race results.
It's going to take me a second to search for him.
So Trevor Psychos, he's won World Toughest twice. Trevor Psych, part of one of the greatest moments in World Toughest Mudder history. He was in the lead at World Toughest Mudder 2018, late. I mean, late. And he was limping. He had, I want to say, less than a half a mile left to go in the race. And if he crossed the finish line first, he would win the race. and he was limping along. He had another racer helping him alongside, and they were going, but he was not moving fast. He was moving, but he was hobbling to the finish line. He was going to get his 100 miles, but it was work. You could tell it. And Chris Mendoza,
Yes.
came up behind him at a slow jog, also in pain, but at a slow jog. And they both knew Mendoza was going to pass him, and Mendoza was going to win the race. And there's literally less than half a mile left, one obstacle. And they kind of pulled each other in close. They said some quiet words to each other. Psycho pats him on the back, congratulates them, and encourages them. And Mendoza runs ahead to finish the race in first place. It was the closest race in motor history. It was a great emotional moment that the cameras would capture. And it was just a great part. Just the Darren person was amazing.
So we'll just check on his results in a second, but literally in just over a minute, we're coming up to 6 hours. I know that the race is officially over 24 hours, and we are officially bringing coverage for well over 24 hours. But in 1 minute, we are technically a quarter of the way through.
Do you feel like we've been sitting here talking for 6 hours?
No.
That's 2 avatars.
Wow, that's a long film. How many Titanics is that?
That's 1.5 Titanic. I don't know.
They have an interval in that. You used to get on 2 VHS cassettes.
That's right.
That's right. So, Trevor Psychos, is going to get that wrong. He is coming in currently in 15th position. Last lap was the first lap to take him just over an hour, but only by 13 seconds. He's done 7 laps, and he is going to be starting his 4th lap. Sorry, I saw someone hold up 4 fingers. My brain just exploded. He's going to be starting his 8th lap now, and he looks strong and happy.
So that was just kind of was the member of my team, Fat Boys.
Oh,
that was Joel George. Joel George just finished his 4th lap. So shout out to Joel George. We had Scott Forster in here earlier, part of the medical team. He was also on our team. And then the 4th member of our team, Nate Swanson, couldn't be here this year. He couldn't make it, but he's watching at home. So that's Team Fat Boys, the guys that I run with each year.
The men's, we've just had Anthony Kunkel has started lap 9, Elmer King has finished lap 8, literally just a couple of minutes ago, and everyone else is still out on their 8th lap.
That's why the track sleeps.
See if we've got anything coming in from social.
No, this is just more.
Trevor is going for his 8th straight podium, I think. What do you think about that?
That sounds right to me. Kevin Gibbon, why are you not here? You should be on this course right now, not watching it on YouTube. Kevin Gibbon, member of the community there. Yeah, Trevor is the one guy who, when you talk with him before the race, you'll say, "Hey, how are you going to do?" He's like, "I'm 100 miles." And it's not a big deal. He's not like, I'm going to race. He won't tell you he doesn't care what the other. I think he doesn't care. He gives the impression that he doesn't care about what the other athletes are going to do.
Yeah.
He's racing against the course. He's going to get his 100 miles and let the chips fall where they may. Maybe he wins the race. Maybe he finishes second, like 2018. Maybe last year we had 6 guys get 100 miles. Maybe he finishes in 6th place. But he's going to get 100 miles. That's just. And as a matter of fact about it, he's not cocky about it. He's just kind of like, I've done this race so many times. He's won it twice. That's just what I'm going to do. So if Trevor Cyclist tells me, no, I'm going to run 100 miles. Now,
last year he got 110.
Say again?
Last year he got 110 and came second place. Do you think he can match that?
I think it's absolutely possible. I think this course is going to tax him, tax everyone. I don't know if this is a 110-mile course. I'm really looking forward to 4 hours from now. We get to 10 p.m. and we can kind of see where everyone's mileage at. We said this earlier, but just to reiterate it or for people who are there, the rule of thumb is whatever your mileage is at 10 p.m. You double it, and that's what you can get. So if you want to get 50 miles in World Stuff, if that's your goal when you come to race, you need to get 25 by 10 p.m. And you back out the other way that hey, someone's got 50 miles at 10 p.m. They've got a good shot of miles for the race. Every lap generally is going to get a little bit slower. the cold is going to wear on you a little bit more every lap. We're at 6 p.m. All of the obstacles are open now. So
I would love to be seeing what's going to be going on down at Shoot. We'll try and get someone there at some point. The guys are out, of course.
that slide, just shoot me. It's the first obstacle. We'll definitely have coverage of that later.
Yeah.
It's Mudderhorn. It's the Mudderhorn obstacle. But most people watching this course have familiar with Mudderhorn, maybe even gone up and down to Mudderhorn. But instead of going down the backside of Mudderhorn, there's a slide that is at the same angle as Mudderhorn.
Oh, it's so steep and so high. It's 39 feet high, and it's very, very steep. I was very pleased when they dug the trench a bit deeper. And I'm not an engineer in the slightest, but I've done a lot of slides. I looked at it, I was like, I wouldn't do that.
You're a slideologist.
I want that on my tagline next time, Francesca, slideologist.
So, when I was a kid, when you're 16 years old, you don't know if you're really fit or if you're just 16 years old, right? But the only time I got seriously hurt...
Will Chung going through again? Sorry.
Will Chung, shout out to the UK delegation. The only time I got seriously hurt as a kid, I was 16 years old, I went to Raging Waters, a water park in Southern California with some friends of mine. And I don't know if you guys have the UK, but in America, we've got these water parks, and they're slides where they're so steep that the edges of the slides are like 2 feet, 2.5 feet tall to keep you in the slide, because your body lifts off the slide as you're basically free falling straight down. And then the slide angle, it gets a little bit of an angle as it flattens out, and then your body makes contact with the slide end so that you can. And this is that's how steep this slide is. It's a water park grade or water park level slide. I was real happy. We had Giles in here earlier. I was really happy to hear him say that they had actual slide engineers,
yes. I was like, okay, cool.
to design the slide.
We've had quite a lot of slides in the UK. It was quite a popular obstacle for a while. We had some really big inflatable slides. There was one at a race called Airfield Anarchy. It was really, really high, but it's really good fun. But I think the medal for the best slide goes to nuclear races, and they have a slide called the Death Slide.
Oh, nice.
Which featured at OCRWC, where they held it there for 2 years, and that goes into a league. But people go down it, they're not really supposed to, but they go down front ways and do Superman poses. And one of the really nice things about that slide is, of course, is they have on race day live streaming from the slide to the event village on a really, really big stream. So you can watch people go down, person after person after person, a constant video of it.
That's funny. Yeah, so this is the first year World's Toughest Mudders ever had a slide. Some regular Tough Mudders have slide obstacles, but generally those slides are a tarp on the ground kind of thing. Make sure the ground is clear, and then throw a tarp on it, pull it up, and spray some water on it.
Could you explain something in the results for me?
Sure.
So we've got Chris Knight and Katie Rogowski here. I have been talking for 6 hours. Katie Knight and Chris Rogowski in second and first place. They've both passed feet spin on lap 8. Katie is just 2 minutes behind Chris. What does total time mean? Katie 5:44.49 and Chris 5:44.59. What does that mean?
I believe that is time on course. So it's subtracting out the pit time.
So would that come into play at the end if they both had the same amount of miles? Or?
No, the only thing that matters is mileage is the only thing that matters. Now, if that is tied, which is very
they
possible.
both have the same amount of laps, the one that crosses the line first.
Exactly.
That's simple. So I'm going to ignore that.
So yeah, you can ignore that if you're looking at the results at toughmudder.com/WTM, the race results.
I suppose it's quite helpful. You can see in total kind of how many pits people have taken. So we can see here Stephanie Bishop. Her total time is 4 hours, whereas Katie Knight's total is 5 hours 54. So she's been off course for an hour and 44.
Yeah. What that'll really come into play for is at the very, very end, when the athletes are done, they'll be able to look at how much time they spent / wasted in the pit. And like when they have an hour of time, and there's an hour difference for their course time versus their total time, they'll think, man, that's a lap I could have had. That's one more lap I could have had.
So Katie has basically spent 10 seconds longer than Chris in the pit right now. That's what we're looking at.
Looks like, yep.
So look the teams because we were seeing something interesting going on with USOCR Midwest. They finished their lap 7. But they've got the total time 5:36, so they're still out on course. They just, I don't know what's going on there. Last seen 3:38, yeah. Gosh knows what's happening with them. If anyone knows anything about that team, do let us know. There's not a lot happening with the teams right now.
Yeah, USRCR Midwest still in first, Cristelli in second, Ethan Black in third.
I said, I brought it up to the meet. I said, you guys, we gotta
Let's have a quick look at the men.
Well, we make the obstacles more fun.
So Elmer King and Joshua Reed both have started lap 9. The remainder are...
They're 16 seconds apart with their start time.
Wow.
So for the men, Anthony Kunkel still in first place. He's finished 40 miles, and he is on his 9th lap. He's a few obstacles in his 9th lap. Second and third place, they also with 40 miles. Elmer King in second, Joshua Reed in third. But Elmer King started his 9th lap 16 seconds ahead of Joshua Reed. 16 seconds is literally nothing.
Yeah.
They could literally, like when Elmer approaches an obstacle, Joshua Reed could come up right beside him. So they're essentially second in, but they're essentially tied in second place. Elmer King and Joshua Reed tied. Anthony Kunkel a little bit ahead of Elmer and Joshua in first place.
Quick comments, see if anything's coming up. Total time column is the total time since the start when they last crossed the finish line. I'm sorry, that's far too complex for me to understand right now. You guys need to get out of the way, right? Do you mean us? Do we need to get out of the way? We are well out of the way and, not blocking anyone.
Broken glass in the eye.
That's we're off course. You can't actually see us. We're just off the course here.
Yeah.
That's you're looking at Clinton Jackson, who we interviewed earlier. Sean Corvelle, and I'm not sure who that third body is out there. That might be Jason, one of the other star line MCs.
Was an onion.
So we're not currently getting any. We've got feed from Chunky Monkey, but no athletes going through that yet.
So Chunky Monkey actually opens at 7 o'clock. I said earlier that all the obstacles are open, but Chunky Monkey not open yet.
So we'll be able to show you something live from that when it opens. Our other cameras are not currently operational, which is why we're still here with you on the finish line. That is Chunky Monkey. You can see it there.
You can see the folks are running past it. Kind of there, and they're happy it's still closed.
Oh yeah.
When it opens up, they'll have to deal with it, but for now, they're happy it's closed.
So we have Jason has gone out on the course. He's our producer who would normally be sending us the leaderboards, etc. We get to you verbally, and hopefully that suffices. But whilst he's out trying to catch some footage, you are stuck with us and our kind of guesswork here, really. To all of those of you still at home watching us and taking part in the comments, thank you very much. I really do appreciate it. So someone just went past wearing a hood. Full neoprene is an excellent idea for the course.
That's a scuba hood.
I have tried to run in a neoprene. I know it works. I was talking about this, Jason, earlier. Me and my ex used to go surfing we lived in Leeds, in north of England. So we used to go surfing in the North Sea in December. So that's cold. And we'd wear full suits with hoods and gloves and, the little shoesies and be really super toasty. So I have history. Expect that all working. But holy moly, I cannot run in one of those hoods. I try and put them on, and I feel like I'm suffocating.
So if you're going to run World's Toughest Mudder, you need to invest in a wetsuit. That's very well-known advice, basic advice. You should get a wetsuit. It's cold. I wish I was wearing a wetsuit right now, and I'm dry. But something else you're going to need is something for your head. So you have a couple options. The main one people go with is a hood. It's basically like a scuba hood, scuba diving hood. And they're not a bad option. They're definitely tough, but you're right. I find them very restrictive. So what I recommend is that people invest in a little harder to find. You got to pre-order and get it on Amazon ahead of time. But a neoprene hat.
Yes.
Just
so
like
you can get them with little elastic bands underneath. Oh, you say this day on.
You can get them with band, but I just get them like a beanie, like a watch cap. and you just pull it down over your ears, and it's like a little hood, but it's made of neoprene. So when it gets wet, you'll still be insulated.
So you don't have that because the big hoods kind of cover your mouth, don't they?
Yeah.
They leave your nose free, but they cover your mouth. And importantly, the way I suffer is they cover your throat.
Yeah.
It can be quite tight.
I don't like those. I don't like turtlenecks. It feels like I'm being choked by a very weak man. And
a child, maybe.
Yeah.
Oh, so Anthony Kunkel has just passed Dublin Walls on his 9th lap, so still powering ahead.
So we're in the thick of it now. It's
Neoprene is your friend, indeed. Concrete is your friend on these courses.
Yeah, neoprene is great. The reason scuba divers use it, it insulates you even when you're wet, and you're gonna get wet at World's Toughest Mudder. You're gonna be in and out of the water. These guys, there's multiple water obstacles on course. It was raining earlier, and I mean, like it was raining, like British raining. So and that's unusual for the race, but getting wet.
Because I'm here. I saw Giles. He's like, I brought the weather especially for you because I didn't want you to feel left out. So here's a question. There was a live stream, 7 p.m. live stream scheduled on Tough Mudder YouTube. Are you guys staying here, or are we making a switch at 7?
You know, that's a great question. We will pass that on to our producer. I know there are limits to how long you can stream on YouTube and on Facebook, so we may have to switch to a new link or a new feed, but we will absolutely be continuing with the live coverage.
Yeah. Shout out to my partner Nick Treen. I hope I've said that right. Nick Treen, who's running without pit crew, me, and his friend Carl Eldred, who's in the same boat.
Well, Sarah, we wish you were here. I'm sure Nick does too. But I'll tell you what, if you were here, it is chilly.
Appreciate the stream. Thank you, dude. We appreciate you watching and taking part. Anything you want to say to us, we are very happy. Kevin Given saying you must wear a layer over top a wetsuit because they're not windproof.
Now, okay, so yes and no. So Kevin, let me tell you what I did, and it's good and bad. Most of the wetsuit wear are, we say 2-3 or 3-2, 3 millimeter over your 2 millimeter on your legs and arms. And if you have a thin wetsuit like that, like a 3-2, a windbreaker is recommended because you're right, that wind will blow right through you, and you're
It does
wet.
really make a big difference having that windproof layer on top.
Yeah, absolutely.
Makes a huge difference.
If you have a thick enough wetsuit, like I ran one year, I'm
just picturing like a scarecrow. Do
do you guys have the Michelin Man? Or like
we certainly do. Bend
And so,
at the top Mudder Sky Flags. If anybody is caught crossing over the barricade illegally, you will be disqualified.
So they just gave a notice. There's you can see the finish line chute, which is the same group of body of land that becomes the start line chute. You see the fence there on our left, the runner's right as they're coming in. That barricade extends all the way to the start line with 2 openings for the athletes to get to the pit group. And so I guess the people were hopping over the fence. They're trying to discourage that.
Should Lee say a very funny little comment, which was the annual 24-hour bondage convention. I just want to give a shout out to Lee. He recently got married, and congratulations to him. Thank you very much for watching along, Lee. And it was very funny to see everyone trap themselves into the neoprene and kind of Michelin Man along.
So I'm saying, if you have a thick enough wetsuit, then the wind won't get through it.
Yeah.
The problem, though, if you get super thick wetsuit, you are fighting against that wetsuit the entire time. You're trying to run, and the wetsuit
points and bad points.
We're going to get you. So I would recommend the thinnest wetsuit you can manage, and just wear that windbreaker.
So this is the men's leaderboard that we've got up now currently. Anthony Kunkel in first, Elmer King, Joshua Reed, Tyler Beerman, Mark Goday, Ian Caskey, Daryl Good, Joshua Fiore, Christian Brown Johnson, and Nick De La Rosa. So we're seeing everyone on 40 or 35 miles. Quite a few people are on their 9th lap. So this is how many laps have been finished, not what they're currently on. This is what counts in the standings. This is what has actually happened.
So Nick De La Rosa, this is our first time seeing him on the leaderboard. He used to be, his name used to be Nicodemus Holland, and he is one of the Barkley Marathon finishers.
Wow. Okay.
So he's been to World's Toughest Mudder once or twice, and he's never finished the race. So I was talking with him before the race started, and he's a accomplished ultra runner.
Yeah.
But he was very respectful of the race. He said, you know, I want to finish. He's like, I've never finished, and then we'll see, you know, what happens after that. So he's got some big accomplishments for it, but he's making a point to just kind of play it close to the vest.
He's running his own race, really. So this is the female leaderboard again. This is laps that have been finished. Katie Knight finished ahead of Chris Rogowski, but Chris Rogowski did start her 8th lap ahead of Katie Knight. But what matters is when they finished the lap. So currently, for the standings that we actually have, we have Katie Knight in 1st place, Chris Rogowski in 2nd, Callie Schweihart in 3rd, Jessica Haney, Robin Costa, Jareen Klingberg, who was our sprint lap winner, and she was still doing very well. Hannah Carter, who's aiming for 100 miles today. Sarah Corbett, Jenny Overstreet, and Kelly Glynn. Everyone on 7 or 6 laps in the women. Katie Knight and Chris Rogowski running very closely together with just a few minutes separating them.
You know, I just saw maybe a minute ago Callie Schweikart run past us, and she looks good. Looks strong.
Right. Yeah, we've got Sarah Corbett, Jenny Overstreet, and Kelly Glynn starting their 7th lap.
Kelly
last few minutes.
Glynn in 10th place there. That was someone they told me to watch for. But you keep an eye on Kelly Glynn. Let's see how that leaderboard checks out. Hannah Carter moving up to 7th.
Yeah, fantastic. So team results here. 1st place, we still have US OCR Midwest sitting in 1st. According to the live results, they've not been seen for quite a long time, so I'm not sure what's going on with them. Sally Fitness in 2nd on 6 laps. DFit Murder Family, Bucket Style, Brothers in Mud coming in 7th. Z Fighters, or Z Fighters, you would say in the States. Maximum Effort, and Muddy Meaners. Going from 7 down to 3 laps.
I feel like we're seeing some new Bucket Style. I don't remember seeing them earlier. Muddy Meaners.
I've seen them. So I was like, oh, they from Maine.
You know, I gotta say, these are the cleanest team names I think we've seen in a long time. Tough Butter community can sometimes be very creative with their.
Really, I wouldn't have guessed that going by obstacle and penalty names.
I remember the first team winner. First time they had a team category. The winning team was named 9 Inch Males.
What a nice name! What a nice name!
Just as an homage to 9 Inch Nails.
Of course, yeah, just the typo, yeah. Finish line is getting kind of old. Why so little obstacle footage? Yeah, so Scott, you've been with us for a couple of hours. We've kind of gone through this a few times. Obviously, we are in the middle of Alabama. The coverage here is not the best at times. We have guys out in the course kind of trying to pick up coverage.
But I'll tell you what.
We do have coverage at Chunky Monkey, and we will go there as soon as it opens.
Yeah, we're looking. We're about 40 minutes for Chunky Monkey opening up, but we're looking forward to getting out there. We got a good signal, a good feed from out there. And yeah, no, you're not wrong.
Yeah,
man.
correctly. I imagine signal on course is always patchy, so obstacle footage streams are always patchy. Indeed, you know this well. We've worked on it can be really difficult out on course, and especially in a place like this. Like I say, I've not got enough coverage to even send a message, so being able to pick it up out on course is kind of difficult. But yeah, we want to bring you as much obstacle coverage as possible. We have static cameras and we have movable cameras. We're doing our best to get them out to new obstacles and get different coverage.
Hey, so at 6:30, about 8 minutes from now, we're going to switch to our new feed. We have, just based on the streaming platforms on Facebook and YouTube, we have limits on how long a single feed can be. So we're going to switch to that at 6:30 at 8 minutes. So we'll put the links out on social media, but you can go to Tough Mudder's Facebook page and find the new one. Don't want to lose you. And then also go to youtube.com/toughmudder and get the new one. You can go to OCR Report Instagram, and we will have the new posted in the stories there. You can copy and paste that and share it as you want to. But so just so you know, in a few minutes we're going to switch over. So don't think we went anywhere. The race is not stopping. We're not stopping.
The race is going, and we will be here.
stop, won't stop. And we'll bring it to
stop,
you.
can't stop.
So I got word from Steph Bishop.
Uh-huh.
She is in the. We know that she's likely stopping until 8 a.m. And she says she's frustrated. Her knee was really hurting for about 3 miles, and it wasn't getting better. So stay until 8 a.m. That'll take her out of contention for a podium spot for obviously for winning the race. But she will stay, and it sounds like she's going to do a lap and qualify as a finisher.
So she hangs out till 8, and she's able to complete one more lap. It means she finishes the race.
Yep, and that does. And honestly, that's there's no money at stake in that. There's no. It's for pride. It's to say that, you know what, I went out there, and it wasn't my year, but I finished the race. So.
Yeah, that happens, and I have a huge respect for that body. It's not right, because it's very normal within OCR to push through. Just go, yeah, I can do this, I'm strong, no excuses, but there are some times you have to listen to your body. If I want to continue running for the rest of my life, this is what I have to do.
And you know what, for some of those athletes, I think it might be easier, not easier physically, but mentally, just keep going. You know what, I can push my body through this. I'm not going to quit. Like, it's easier for them to push their way through it than it is to quit. And yeah, so yeah, nothing but respect for Steph. This is the second year in a row she's had injury or concerns or issues at World's Toughest Mudder after a strong start. So it's a shame to hear that. She's a 2016 champion, and we nothing but the best wishes here for Stephanie Bishop. Katie Knight still in first place with Crystal Glasky. Katie won it last year, defending champion, and she's doing as well a job as anyone of defending her crown. But Crystal Glasky is not going to let her take it easily, not let her defend it easily. No. She's literally minutes behind her, and they've been neck and neck.
I saw a post from Chris last night. I think it said 2018, Chris thought she could do anything. 2022, Chris knows that she can.
No. Yeah, big fan of Crystal Glasky. She's had an amazing year. She's run 400 milers, Grand Slam of ultras she did this year.
7 100 milers.
7 100 miles. Well, I need to make sure I give her credit for that extra 300 miles. She's done outstanding at functional fitness events like High Rocks and DECA. She has done great at Spartan races at the North American Elite Series. She's done outstanding. She finished third at the Spartan Trifecta World Championships last weekend. So Crystal Glasky continues to add to her OCR resume this year so far with a strong second place. The race is not over yet, and we talked about it. The race doesn't start until midnight, and we're not even. You know what? We are halfway to midnight from the start of the race. So I'm looking forward 3 hours now, 3.5 hours now at 10 o'clock. We'll see what everyone's mileage is, and then we'll say, hey, if they were to keep it going, it's not automatic. Nothing's guaranteed. Nothing's promised. But if you can get to, if one of the ladies can get to 45 or 50 miles by 10 p.m., they've got a legitimate shot at getting 100 miles. And that's never been done. The record for women's mileage is 90. 3 women have done it. Amelia Boone, who's not here, Ray Coble, who's not here, and Katie Knight last year.
Who is here.
Who is here, and who is being pushed by Chris Glasky. How cool would it be? How cool would it be for those 2 women to push each other past the 90 miles?
Well, I mean, they're on 35 miles, coming up to their 40th mile soon, and we're at 6:30. So if you're saying by 10 o'clock you can predict what the finish will be, if by, let's say quarter past 7, they'll be on 40 miles finish, starting onto their 45th lap.
Right.
So it's looking.
Like they got a shot. Okay, let's say they don't get 100. 100 is, I don't want to say it's the gold standard, but it's a big finish line stuff. No woman has ever run 100 miles, and a lot of women want to. A lot of women, we talked about it. Like it's a big goal out there.
It would be incredible to be that first woman to get 100 miles.
But even if they don't, 95 miles would be the record. Yeah. And you'd be breaking. And Amelia Boone and Ray Coble.
Absolutely. insanely legendary athletes.
And
Like
Katie-
they are the women. So,
Katie Knight kind of building her resume, her legendary resume. If she can win again this year, it'll go a long way toward putting her up with Ray and Amelia. But getting 95 miles. So Katie and Chris, we see they're clearly pushing each other, right? They're so close that they're seeing each other at obstacles.
Yes.
There's been discussion about last year. Mark Bathurst ran 115 miles, but I don't want to say he wasn't pushed because obviously there were people behind him. But he had Mark Bathurst last year, and shout out to Mark and his wife Natalie, who I think are watching at home. Mark wasn't able to run this year due to some kidney issues. The speculation or the thought was, man, if only Ryan Atkins was there last year to run against him, if those two were pushing each other, then we might have seen 120 or 125. Now 115 was already the record, but maybe we see 120. And if you see 120, if a man runs 120 miles at World's Toughest Mudder, that's just one lap away from 125. So, and I know it's a lot.
What was it? Ryan Atkins said, one more lap, one more mile, one more obstacle.
So I feel the same way about the ladies. If Chris Rogloski and Katie Knight can push each other to 90 miles, which I think that's in the I don't want to say it's happening. I say it's possible. It's, at this point right now, at 6:30, early in the race, absolutely possible. You push them to 90. Well, then, hey, why not 95? If you get to 95, one more lap to 100. Okay, so we are coming up to 6:30. We're going to switch to our new feed. So find us over there. Head to toughmudder.com/WTM and youtube.com/toughmudder. We'll see you in a couple of seconds.